Yuan Xion's consciousness returned in darkness. Cold. Wet. Heavy. It felt like he was submerged in warm water, sound muffled, the world wrapped in a dull pressure. Where am I? I was struck by lightning, wasn't I? What happened? Panic rose, then he forced himself to check. His body was wrong. Too small. Too soft. Like an infant. His blood ran cold. No way. He swallowed hard, voice shaking. God, don't tell me you actually sent me to another world. Yuan Xion, 27. A top graduate from Blue Star's best university, a business monster who turned nothing into hundreds of millions in 5 years. Maybe that amount meant nothing to the true wealthy families, but for a self-made man at 27? That was genius territory. And then it all collapsed. A woman. A brother. A betrayal so stupid it felt unreal. But the fall was real. From the peak to the abyss, stomped down by the very people he trusted. He hit rock bottom so hard that even breathing felt like effort. He went into the mountains just to clear his head, drink some water, vent his rage. Lightning struck. And now? Now he was in darkness, floating like a fetus. Seriously, even when you're unlucky, drinking water becomes dangerous. He tried to curse, but his throat couldn't even form words properly. Then information surfaced in his mind, as if the world itself was introducing him. 9 heavens and 10 earths. A vast realm of countless races, ancient imperial bloodlines, immortal dynasties, holy lands, and forbidden zones where even the strongest feared to tread. A place where monsters called geniuses appeared like weeds after rain. The 9 heavens were Taiyuan heaven, Taichu heaven, Taishur heaven, Taiyu heaven, Tai heaven, Taichen heaven, Taiching heaven, Taishao heaven, Taiwang heaven. The 10 earths were Netherworld, desolate land, immaculate blood sea, thunder marsh, nest of all things, hell, immortal burial cemetery, primordial divine mountain, endless star sea, dark domain. Yuan Xion's mind went still. This isn't just another world. It was one of those terrifying, grand-scale cultivation worlds where a random nobody could get crushed into dust by a passing aura. Before he could process more, sound slammed into him from outside. A woman's scream, raw and furious. Push harder, clan chief. You're almost there. One more push. Then came a voice that made the air feel like it was burning. Yuan Chongqing. You bastard. You're killing me with pain. Just wait. When this child is born, I'll deal with you myself. Another scream. A final push. Then, wah, wah. A newborn's cry tore through the room. The door burst open and a maid rushed out, voice shaking with joy. It's a son. Congratulations, master. Outside, the tense pressure instantly loosened. A man who had been waiting at the door froze for a second, then his face lit up like the sun. I have a son. Father, did you hear that? I have a son. Ha ha. He actually jumped in place, laughing like a madman. If any outsider saw it, they'd never believe it. This was Yuan Chongqing, a peerless immortal saint who had once crushed an entire era. And right now, he was just a father losing his mind with happiness. A dry cough came from beside him. Ahem. Enough. An old man's voice carried authority that made the world feel smaller. I'm not deaf. Stop embarrassing yourself. Go check on Lingqing. Then he snorted. And bring my grandson out. I'm seeing him first. Yes, father. Yuan Chongqing practically ran into the room. On the bed lay a breathtakingly beautiful noblewoman, pale and exhausted, sweat on her brow, eyes blazing with anger even in weakness. He softened immediately. Madam, you've suffered. She glared. You bastard. Do you have any idea how much pain I've been in? Then her eyes drifted to the baby in her arms. Anger melted. A smile appeared. This little rascal has been in my belly for 1,000 years, and he finally came out. 1,000 years. Yuan Xion's soul nearly froze. So that explains the darkness, the water. He really had been inside a womb. For 1,000 years. The woman looked at Yuan Chongqing. Chongqing. Our son needs a name. You choose. Yuan Chongqing muttered under his breath, Her mood changes faster than flipping pages. What did you say? Nothing. Nothing. Hee hee. Inside the baby's body, Yuan Xian mentally cursed. Then he forced himself to breathe. Calm down. That was his strength. He was a businessman. An analyst. A survivor. He took in the room through half-open infant eyes, a beautiful mother, a handsome father, the atmosphere of power and nobility. At least, he told himself, my parents are top-tier visuals. I probably won't look ugly. He stopped fighting reality and accepted it. Fine, fate wants me here. Then I'll live. Yuan Chongqing's voice turned solemn. How about Yuan Zhixian? Banished immortal, Yu Lingqing repeated softly as if tasting it. Good. I hope our child becomes the first immortal of this era after spiritual energy revives, Yuan Chongqing said. Yu Lingqing nodded, pride and tenderness in her eyes. He will surpass us. Suppress all ages. Sweep away all enemies. Then they stepped outside. The courtyard was packed. Not with ordinary people. Every person there radiated pressure that could shake heaven and earth. Their mere presence made the air tighten, like the sky itself was being pressed down. They all stared at the room, waiting to see the newborn. Waiting to see what kind of terrifying physique the young master would have. Deep in the ancestral land of the Yuan clan, even older existences stirred. Supreme divine thoughts echoed through the void. The child of immortality is born. 1,000-year pregnancy. Even more exaggerated than Chongqing's. Chongqing's mother carried him for only 100 years, and he suppressed an era for tens of thousands. This child may be even more terrifying. What constitution did he awaken? Wait. Yuan Chongqing and Yu Lingqing finally appeared. Yu Lingqing held the baby, smiling. Instantly, the crowd surged forward. What's his name? Chosen yet? What do we call him? Yuan Chongqing spoke clearly. My son is called Yuan Zhixian. Using immortal in the name, several elders nodded, satisfied. Good. The Yuan clan takes immortality as its standard. Then the old patriarch, Yuan Sun, narrowed his eyes. All of you here once suppressed worlds. Your aura alone could crush a great sage into silence. He stared at the baby. But look at him. He isn't crying. He isn't uncomfortable. He's completely calm. A strange silence fell. An ancient elder stepped forward and placed a hand on the infant's forehead. Golden light flashed. The elder's expression changed. Strange. I can't sense his constitution. What? Could he be mortal? Impossible. In the 9 heavens and 10 earths, there were 3,000 constitutions. Rankings changed with each era, but the top 10 had stayed fixed through time, each capable of suppressing an era. Chaos body. Innate sacred body Tao embryo. Heavenly Tao forbidden body. Reincarnation cycle body. Form of nothingness. Desolate ancient sacred body, heavenly overlord body. Sun body, moon body. Innate Tao body, innate sword body. Supreme bone. Supreme pupil. And yet this baby showed nothing? The elder frowned deeply. Changqing has the ancient sacred body and later formed an acquired sun body. Lingqing has the moon body. Their child should at least inherit one. There is no way he has no constitution. The words had barely landed when the sky above the Yuan clan's ancestral land exploded with pressure. Chaotic energy flooded the heavens. What is that? Someone shouted. Chaos Chi. A storm of signs appeared. Auspicious beasts filled the sky. At the front, the 4 sacred beasts descended into the void. Azure dragon, vermilion bird, white tiger, black tortoise. They surrounded the palace and bowed their heads. Then one terrifying figure after another appeared among the beasts, all of them lowering their heads toward the infant's location as if paying tribute. From above, golden lotus flowers of the great Tao rained down. 3,000 of them. Each one carried faint Tao sounds, mysterious and profound, like heaven itself was chanting. The elder's face went pale. Is this? A laugh burst out, shaking the sky. Ha ha. The old patriarch Yuan Sin looked like he'd gone mad with joy. Tears poured down his face. My grandson has the chaos body. The courtyard erupted. The chaos body, an eternally heaven-defying constitution. A physique said to be invincible in flesh, immune to laws, capable of crushing all paths and sweeping across the heavens. In all of history, there had been only one confirmed chaos body, a guaranteed emperor. As long as the bearer didn't die, they would reach emperor and most likely go beyond. Yuan Sun's voice trembled with certainty. My grandson is destined to suppress an era, to suppress all ages. Inside the infant's body, Yuan Xin felt his heart pound. Top-tier family. Top-tier world. Top-tier physique. He almost wanted to laugh. This start is insane. And deep inside, excitement finally drowned out fear. I can't wait, he thought, to see what this world looks like and crush it. A crisp sound rang out in Yuan Zhixian's mind, clearer than any voice he'd ever heard. Binding successful. For a split second, his newborn body couldn't move, but his consciousness almost exploded with excitement. They're here. My cheat finally arrived. The voice continued, cold and absolute. I am the supreme system. Do you wish to bind with me? Yuan Zhixian didn't even pretend to hesitate. System. What can you do? Reporting to host, this system is the supreme system of all realms. It will assist the host in becoming the supreme existence across all realms. Functions unlocked, check-in and tasks. System shop will unlock after completion of the first task. Quest points can be earned by completing tasks. Quest points can be used to purchase items in the shop. Definition of items: anything the host desires, within system rules. Yuan Zhixian's mind raced. Check-ins. Tasks. Shop. Points. Classic, but terrifying if it really meant anything. Sounds good, he replied instantly. Bind. Host binding confirmed. Awarding special binding gift pack X3. Open now. Open. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Supreme Bone X6. Congratulations, host. You have obtained double pupils. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Eternal Immortal Scripture X1. A final question appeared like a command. Merge now. Merge, Yuan Zhixian answered without hesitation. Outside, in the courtyard, the elders were still basking in the ecstasy of the chaos body omen. Then, an elder stepped forward, stared into the infant's eyes, and his voice cracked. Double pupils? The entire crowd froze. All joy stopped mid-breath. Dozens of pairs of eyes locked onto Yuan Zhixian's face. The newborn's gaze had changed. Within his eyes, there was a second layer, a second depth, like two heavens stacked together. Some elders began trembling, not from fear, but from excitement so intense it looked like illness. This is our Yuan clan's era. Double pupils are one of the 10 great physiques. The legends say the bearer is born invincible. At their peak, they can even carve out a great world of their own. Before the shock could settle, another elder's expression twisted as if he'd seen a ghost. No, look closer. His voice rose into a scream. Immortal aura, and something even deeper. Something terrifying. Then, like a thunderclap. Supreme bone. An elder nearly lost control, his whole body shaking violently. Because runes were appearing. Not one. Not two. 6. 6 bones, faintly shining, branded with ancient patterns, blooming with a mysterious radiance. They manifested across the infant's body, forehead, chest, limbs, like heaven itself had carved blessings into his flesh. The courtyard erupted. In ancient times, an invincible emperor possessed a single supreme bone and swept through all geniuses. That emperor had only one. This child has 6. So that means... No one dared finish the sentence, as if saying it aloud would invite heavenly jealousy. May heaven bless the Yuan clan. May heaven bless the Yuan clan. Yuan Chongqing's fists clenched so tight his knuckles whitened. His eyes never left his son, as if the child might vanish the moment he blinked. He whispered, voice shaking. Chaos body. Supreme bones. Double pupils. Then he suddenly laughed, wild and unstoppable. Ha ha, my son holds 3 of the 10 great physiques. 3. His eyes were red. He is destined for immortality, destined. Yu Lingqing stood beside him, trembling too, but her joy was quieter, deeper. Her smile couldn't be hidden. Her child wasn't just talented. He was an anomaly that would shake eras. In the Yuan Ancestral Hall, the elders immediately went insane. I will take this child as my disciple. I will personally teach him. You? Steal my disciple. Steal? He's the clan leader's son. I'm not stealing, I'm guiding the divine child. Voices overlapped, arguments rising like a storm. Then a cold reminder cut through. Stop fighting. The 9 ancestors are about to awaken from seclusion in the ancestral forbidden area. If they take him, none of us can even speak. Some elders scoffed. So what? If the divine child attains enlightenment in the future, whoever teaches him will have merit recorded in history. Immortal Master. That title alone is enough to make you famous for all ages. Also, don't pretend you're clever. We all know the 9 ancestors will move. Buzz. The void trembled. A pressure descended, heavy enough to crush breath. A figure stepped out of space itself. An old man, aura deep as an abyss, like a living immortal walking down from heaven. With a single glance, every elder fell silent. His voice echoed through the hall, vast and unquestionable. By decree, Yuan Zhixian is named the divine son of the Yuan clan. He shall enjoy all resources of the clan. The sound rolled across heaven and earth. Everyone bowed in unison. Yes, our divine son will lead us to rule the 9 heavens and 10 earths. A chaos body, supreme bones, double pupils. This is the foundation of an immortal. Unparalleled across the ages. Someone whispered, trembling with awe. No, not just across the ages. This is 1 in a million. The ancestor's voice returned, calm but absolute. When the divine son turns 3, he will enter the ancestral forbidden area, and I will personally instruct him. Yuan Chongqing and Yuan Sun felt their hearts shake. The 9 ancestors. Those beings were the Yuan clan's deepest foundation, names from countless eons ago. Ordinary people couldn't even glimpse them, let alone enter that forbidden place. For Yuan Zhixian to be taken personally. This was destiny stamped in gold. Far beyond Taiyuan heaven, in places where ancient powers slept, attention shifted. A supreme being from a forbidden family spoke with a dark tone. A celestial phenomenon, a divine child. Yuan clan again. In the last era, Yuan Chongqing suppressed the world until geniuses couldn't breathe. Has his son already arrived to repeat it? Another voice sneered. Only living prodigies can prove anything. Our clan's genius carries great emperor potential. We'll see when the Emperor Road opens. Yes, a newborn, no matter how dazzling, is still a newborn. But beneath their arrogance was urgency. Because everyone understood the same truth. This great Tao Golden Age would be chaotic beyond measure. And only one great emperor would stand at the end. If the Yuan clan's divine son was allowed to grow, the balance would break. One by one, those supreme existences withdrew to make preparations. In the netherworld, one of the 10 earths, absolute darkness covered everything like a curse. A voice broke the silence. Yuan clan. The war back then forced us to recuperate for multiple eras. This time, we collect interest. The divine sons and goddesses are the fate of a clan. Destroy the divine son, and you sever the Yuan clan's destiny. A name was spoken like an order. Ming Tian. A young man in dark blue stepped forward. His aura was cold, heavy, steeped in death. He knelt on one knee. Lord of the Underworld. You summoned me. The Lord of the Underworld spoke slowly, ancient power pressing on the space itself. Ming Tian. You are the holy son of Netherworld land. In this great Tao era, you and the other holy sons of the Forbidden Zones must kill the Yuan clan's divine son. Prevent him from growing. Do you understand? Ming Tian lowered his head, heart pounding. Yes, Lord. Then he spoke with confidence. I was born with the Netherworld body and hold the sacred artifact, the heart of the Netherworld. I can confront any of the 10 great physiques head-on, let alone a newborn divine child. A pressure slammed into him. Blood slid from the corner of his mouth. Ming Tian's arrogance shattered instantly. He knelt deeper. The Lord's voice turned colder. Remember this. The path to enlightenment is endless. There is always someone above you. Restrain yourself. Yes. The Lord waved him away. When the Divine Source secret realm opens, we handle the beginning. You will focus on one thing: assassination. When the Divine Sun falls, the Emperor Road opens wider for you. And then, we'll see who in the 9 heavens can stop us. In the Demon Realm's Emperor Mountain Range, the golden-winged rock Patriarch opened his eyes, hatred thick in his voice. Yuan Chongqing, you nearly crippled me back then. I spent tens of thousands of years crawling out of that nightmare. Now the Great Tao Golden Age is here. My little rock king holds 80% ancestral bloodline and the innate law of speed. Let's see if your divine son can keep up. Across immortal dynasties, holy lands, demon royal families, and forbidden zones, the same thing happened. Plans were made. Geniuses were prepared. Killing intent quietly took root. Because a divine son had been born. And the whole world could already smell the coming storm.
Hey everyone, Firescale Audiobooks here. If there's a novel you'd love to hear more of, you can support us on Patreon or Ko-fi. Depending on your tier, I'll make extra parts just for the stories you're most excited about. Usually I can only upload 4 to 5 parts of each novel, but with your support we can go beyond that. And of course, don't forget to hit subscribe. It helps more than you know.
Time flies, and 3 years have passed in the blink of an eye. The Yuan clan inside the Divine Palace. Sitting cross-legged in the courtyard was a small child with large eyes, a handsome face, and skin as clear and translucent as jade. His rosy cheeks were exceptionally cute, making one want to pinch his fingers and kiss him. Such a delicate and lively child seemed to exist only in heaven. Within days of his birth, Yuan Zhixian was already able to walk normally and speak human language without seeming out of place. Because he was a prodigy, 1 in a million, what did it matter that he spoke human language at birth? After turning 1 year old, he focused on consolidating his strength and did not engage in any cultivation. The Yuan clan ancestors used supreme true blood and spiritual medicine to temper his body and lay the foundation for his physical form. 3 years have passed in the blink of an eye. The system appeared once 3 years ago when he was born and has been silent ever since, but just now the system's voice suddenly sounded again. Hello, host. The 3-year period has ended, and you are ready to embark on your cultivation journey. The system's daily check-in and system tasks will also be available. The check-in rewards are random and only provide benefits. The host should focus primarily on completing tasks. Yuan Zhixian, somewhat puzzled, asked, System, what exactly are you? Why did you choose me? This system is a supreme system, formed from the essence of the great Tao of heaven and earth, solely designed to create an invincible and supreme being. The host's father unexpectedly conceived a combination of his acquired solar body and his mother's lunar body, resulting in the host's innate chaotic body. The chaotic body is one of the supreme constitutions in all the heavens, which is why it was chosen by the system. So that's how it is, Yuan Zhixian murmured in reply. Yes, now as long as you complete the tasks, you will receive corresponding task points, and the host can obtain everything they want. This system will issue tasks at any time, and the host can choose to refuse or accept. Of course, if the host refuses, a certain number of task points will be deducted as a penalty. Holy crap, is this even allowed? Yuan Zhixian said with a sullen expression. Does the host understand the entire process? I understand, Yuan Zhixian said, waving his hand helplessly. Then, this system will officially begin system tasks. Ding. Since the host has initiated this system task for the first time, this system is giving away a special gift pack. Would the host like to open it? Open. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Imperial Weapon Chaos Spell Upgradable. The Chaos Spell? That's the same name as my Chaos Body, containing the word Chaos. Could it be my personal weapon? Suddenly, a powerful pressure appeared throughout the Yuan clan, and chaotic energy spread. A bell rang, resounding through the sky. The disciples and elders of the Yuan clan who were cultivating were almost knocked unconscious by this inexplicable bell sound. Then another bell rang, and the disciples and elders with higher cultivation levels saw stars, and their blood was churning. The disciples with lower cultivation levels were directly knocked unconscious by the sound. Thump, then another sound. Pft. Some core family disciples were so shaken by the sound that their internal organs almost shifted, and they coughed up blood. The powerful bell tolled through every corner of the Yuan clan, except for the forbidden area of their ancestral land. Yuan clan, council chamber. Yuan Chongqing, the supreme elder, and the other elders were discussing matters when suddenly, the sound of bells echoed through the council hall. Everyone present frowned. The sound came from the divine palace. Before one of the clan elders could finish speaking, Yuan Chongqing had already vanished from his spot, flying towards the divine palace at top speed. At this moment, a supreme elder immediately said, "Quickly, everyone present, go to the divine child. The divine child is the embodiment of our Yuan clan's destiny. There can be no mishap." All other disciples move to a safe area, away from the divine palace, and activate the protective barrier. Within the divine palace, several figures flew in instantly. Yuan Zhixian opened his eyes and saw that his father, mother, and grandfather had all arrived. And what was that dark mass behind them? Wait, it was the Supreme Elder and the other elders. What were they doing? When Yuan Zhixian communicated with the Chaos Bell, he entered its interior. In response to Yuan Zhixian's chaotic body, the Chaos Bell instinctively emitted 3 chimes, which Yuan Zhixian naturally couldn't hear, and therefore didn't understand what was happening. "Immortal, are you all right? You scared your mother to death. Let me quickly check if you're injured or if you're feeling unwell." Yuan Chongqing remained silent, using his incredibly powerful divine sense to examine every corner of the divine palace repeatedly. The terrifying golden aura emanating from his body grew increasingly dense, showing signs of going berserk. Dragons have scales that cannot be touched, and to Yuan Chongqing, his family was his scales. Meanwhile, a group of elders and senior clansmen inquired about Yuan Zhixian's well-being, while simultaneously using their divine senses to investigate the culprit. Ultimately, everyone's gaze was fixed on a bell, which was surrounded by a chaotic aura, and the golden divine light it emitted was pressing down on the surrounding space to the point of near collapse. This is Imperial weapon. Everyone stared in astonishment at this unprecedented Imperial weapon, a wave of panic washing over them. How could an Imperial weapon have inexplicably appeared in the Divine Palace? Fortunately, the weapon was currently stable and hadn't harmed the Divine Child. Just imagine if this Imperial weapon had gone berserk. The Divine Child could very well have been severely injured or even perished. Thinking about this, everyone broke out in a cold sweat. At that moment, an even more terrifying aura descended from the sky. An old man, his gaze fixed on the Chaos Bell, seemed poised to suppress it at any moment. This is an unparalleled ancient being, one of the 9 ancestors of the Yuan clan, who has lived for countless eons. His existence has been largely forgotten by outsiders. Only the oldest imperial clans and immortal powers might have any record of his existence. "Greetings, 9th ancestor," the crowd said respectfully in unison. The 9th ancestor gave a soft He gave a brief reply, but his gaze remained fixed on the Chaos Bell. Meanwhile, our little Yuan looked at everyone with a blank expression and asked, "Grandpa, father, mother, why are you all so flustered? What happened? Immortal, what's going on? Where did this bell come from?" This question left our little Yuan a bit stumped. He didn't know how to explain the origin of the chaos clock, since the system was something that couldn't be known to others. Otherwise, it might be captured by criminals and used as a test subject for research. After a moment's thought, Yuan Zhixian replied, "This bell is my innate imperial weapon. I was asleep in my consciousness when I was born and only awoke today. I only just learned of this matter myself and began to explore its usage and effects on my own, never expecting to disturb you all." Upon hearing this, damn, a chaotic body is bad enough, but it also comes with double pupils. Pupils and supreme bones. Well, that's bad enough, but it also comes with a companion imperial weapon. I give up. Really, I give up. Are you trying to kill us all? Your luck is off the charts. If you weren't the divine son of my Yuan clan who witnessed your birth, I'd seriously doubt whether you were the illegitimate child of the heavenly Tao. Oh, right. This spell is called the Chaos Spell, and it's temporarily an imperial weapon. Yuan Zhixian added insult to injury. What? The Chaos Spell? Isn't that a perfect match for your chaos body? You don't even need to refine it, you can use it naturally. Everyone was speechless. His mother opened the door for him, and he arrived home. Etc. It's currently an imperial weapon, meaning it can be upgraded. At this moment, some clan elders actually coughed up blood. Whether from joy or something else, one elder even lost his balance and collapsed unconscious. At this moment, the 9th ancestor laughed loudly. Good. Excellent. He looked at Yuan Zhixian with increasing delight. Not only was his physique unparalleled throughout the ages, but he was also born with an emperor-level weapon, which could even be upgraded. If this were to spread, the entire 9 heavens and 10 earths would surely be plunged into a bloodbath. Then, the 9th ancestor quickly and solemnly declared, "No one present is allowed to divulge even a whisper of what happened today. Anyone who leaks information will be dealt with according to the family rules. Yes, we will obey the instructions of the 9th Patriarch. Immortal, come with me." With that, he ignored everyone and led Yuan Zhixian to the forbidden area of the ancestral land. The ancestral forbidden zone is a small world within itself. The spiritual energy inside is 10 times denser than outside. In the center of the ancestral forbidden zone are dozens of stone coffins made of divine source stones. The 9 ice coffins at the very front are the most striking, being significantly larger than the others. They are made of primordial ice, a treasure capable of preserving lifespan and even allowing the person lying inside to cultivate in their dreams. Extremely rare and precious. For an ordinary immortal imperial clan, having a bowl-sized piece of primordial true ice is already extraordinary. Yet my family is so wealthy. We are truly a powerful and wealthy clan. At the very top were 3 jade coffins made of some unparalleled material, radiating a warm luster and appearing extremely mysterious. Immortal, the ancestor asks you, what is the purpose of your self-cultivation? The 9th Patriarch asked the question. Yuan Zhixian murmured, first, only by becoming strong can I protect those I want to protect, and protect my family. Secondly, there is no strongest, only stronger, and I want to challenge myself to reach the strongest, the ultimate, thus forging my invincible spirit. Very good, very good. This is how a descendant of the Yuan clan should be. What's the point of life if there are no challenges? Only by challenging oneself can one reach the highest realm. It seems you've decided to become an existence unparalleled throughout the ages, forging an invincible mind to sweep away all enemies. All right, you're 3 years old now. From this moment on, you officially embark on your invincible path. Let me first explain to you how the cultivation system is divided. That's what the 9th ancestor said. The realms are divided into body tempering, blood transformation, cave heaven, supernatural power, Tao body, reincarnation, saint, saint king, great saint, supreme saint, quasi-emperor, great emperor. Each realm is divided into 9 levels, and the difference in strength between each level is quite significant, with the gap widening as you progress. And in the first 3 realms, there's a saying that each realm has an ultimate limit. 1 million gene of body tempering realm. Move 10 million caddies of blood realm. 10 grotto heavens of the grotto heavens realm. And every person who can reach the pinnacle is an unparalleled genius throughout history, invincible within their realm, and unmatched for all time. Unfortunately, such a person is rare, appearing only once every few eras, let alone someone who has reached the pinnacle of all 3 realms of body tempering and blood transfusion. Such a person is absolutely terrifying. The early stages of cultivation mainly focus on physical training and building a solid foundation. That's why we've kept your cultivation level suppressed at the peak of the body tempering realm, allowing you to advance to the next realm only after breaking through each extreme level. However, you possess the supreme chaos body, supreme bones, and double pupils, so your physical foundation needs to be even stronger. Therefore, before you turned 3, We continuously use Supreme True Blood and Supreme Treasure Medicine to temper your body, which can also help your physique reach the ultimate level. Do you understand? I understand. Yuan Zhixian nodded heavily. He adjusted his breathing, his eyes flashed with two beams of light that pierced the sky. The chaotic energy around him raged wildly in the space, and the supreme bones on his body emitted a powerful light. I am invincible, unparalleled throughout history. The immortal Yuan will suppress all enemies in the world and reign supreme for eternity. Ninth Ancestor, seeing that Yuan Zhixian had now condensed an invincible Dao heart, smiled with deep satisfaction. It seems that the banished immortal will surely lead our Yuan clan on the path to immortality. Gazing meaningfully into the distance, the immortal realm. The ninth ancestor then said, "Immortal, these are the 3 supreme martial arts manuals of our Yuan clan." As he spoke, the ninth ancestor extended a slightly withered finger and gently touched Yuan Zhixian's forehead. A wisp of incomparably mysterious light appeared and then disappeared. Yuan Zhixian felt 3 new cultivation techniques appear in his mind, and they were already running automatically. The Heavenly Origin Scripture, also known as the Primordial Origin Scripture, is the inherited cultivation method of my Yuan clan. It is an unparalleled cultivation method that leads directly to the realm of immortality. Throughout the 9 heavens and 10 earths, among the immortal imperial clans, immortal dynasties, and numerous forbidden areas, it ranks among the top. The One Qi transforms into 3 pure ones technique is a cultivation method that only core members of the Yuan clan can practice. The One Qi transforms into 3 pure ones technique can create 3 clones. The main body can bestow different strengths upon the clones as needed, up to 8/10 of the main body's strength. The death of a clone will only consume the main body's spiritual power and mental energy. The 4 swords of Zhuxian, when combined, can slay immortals. They are said to be the 2 most powerful sword techniques in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, along with the Taisher Tian Jian Sex. 1 sword shatters the heavens. At this moment, Yuan Zhixian sat cross-legged, his hands forming a mudra, practicing the Heavenly Origin Realm techniques. Meanwhile, the spiritual energy within the Yuan clan's ancestral forbidden area, so dense it was almost liquefied, began to frantically converge towards Yuan Zhixian. At this instant, Yuan Zhixian's aura surged, and a powerful current erupted from his body. A fierce wind swept through the entire ancestral forbidden area. Ding! Host's first cultivation session detected. System tasks have officially begun. The player who ranks first on the Zhantian Ancient Item leaderboard will be rewarded with 10,000 mission points. Does the host accept this? Accept. After answering in his mind, Yuan Zhixian continued, "The Ancient Heaven-Suppressing Token? What is that? And it's ranked number 1? 10,000 mission points? What can you buy in the shop with that?" Host, don't be so curious. Everything will be clear in 2 years. He ignored Yuan Zhixian and stopped talking. Time passed, and 2 years later, Yuan Zhixian, who could have broken through to the divine power realm, has been suppressing his cultivation. A 5-year-old at the divine power realm would be unparalleled in countless eras. No one would believe it if they heard it. However, in order to break through the limits of the 3 realms and perfect his cultivation foundation, Yuan Zhixian has been suppressing his cultivation at the peak of the body-tempering realm. During this time, within the Forbidden Zone, Yuan Zhixian sat cross-legged. Wisps of chaotic energy surged within his body, terrifyingly powerful, their immense pressure seemingly crushing the entire space. At this moment, a massive gray vortex appeared, centered on Yuan Zhixian, filled with chaotic energy. Chaos creates all things, it can give rise to all things, and it can also destroy all paths. Boom! The spiritual energy of the Forbidden Zone frantically converged on Yuan Zhixian's body. The 6 supreme bones on his body faintly emitted divine light, and many profound runes appeared in the space. Then, the runes formed a halo surrounding Yuan Zhixian. At this moment, he appeared incomparably solemn and holy, as if he were a supreme being waiting for all the heavens to worship him. At this moment, Yuan Zhixian opened his eyes, a ray of purple light flashing within his double pupils, shooting towards the void of the ancestral forbidden area. A crack then appeared in the void, gradually widening to form an alternate dimension. The space was shrouded in darkness. This was the power of the double pupils, the ability to open heaven and earth. Although Yuan Zhixian was only 5 years old, his body was filled with a chaotic aura. His body shimmered with supreme divine radiance, and his eyes were mysterious and unfathomable. From afar, he looked like an immortal standing there, with a majestic and solemn appearance that was not to be profaned. This is what the ninth ancestor said with satisfaction in the void. The banished immortal truly lives up to his reputation as one of the 3 supreme beings. Boom! Yuan Zhixian suddenly stood up and threw a punch. What is this? Ninth ancestor looked at the punch in astonishment. A deafening roar echoed throughout the ancestral forbidden zone. A powerful pressure surged relentlessly, its overwhelming force nearly shattering the very space around it. This punch possesses at least 1,000,000 gene of force. Ordinary prodigies in the body-tempering realm are lucky to have tens of thousands of gene of force. This punch would likely be difficult even for a Dao body realm expert to withstand, which is truly astonishing. His father, Yuan Chongqing, only managed a punch of about 500,000 gene when he was young. Yuan Chongqing's son is even more ferocious. 1,000,000 gene of force? Legend has it that in the ancient times, a peerless ancient emperor who suppressed several eras once unleashed a punch with 400,000 gene of force in his youth. That immortal child is truly terrifying. The ninth ancestor softly murmured to himself. Suddenly, a mysterious ancient tablet radiating an extremely ancient aura appeared in the sky above the 9 heavens and 10 earths, its light shining brightly and illuminating the entire region. This? What is this? Asked a powerful figure from the immortal Holy Land, puzzled. This is the Zhantian ancient token. Legend has it that the ancient heaven-suppressing tablet has existed since ancient times, and it is used for trials, body tempering, blood purification, and the creation of a grotto heaven, measuring the values of 3 major realms. Trials require entering the inner world of the ancient tablet to be tested on the chosen realm. The test-taker's cultivation level is suppressed to the tested realm, and the ranking is determined by combining the values of the 3 realms. Those who rank highly receive rewards from the ancient tablet, including supreme treasures, unparalleled elixirs, and ancient cultivation techniques. Any one of these items is a treasure that all forces would fight tooth and nail to obtain. This is an incredible opportunity. It's just a pity that only those with a bone age of 16 or younger can participate in this ranking. I have no chance, alas. After a moment of lamentation, the powerful figure from the immortal Holy Land continued. However, my Holy Land's holy son is only 10 years old, with unparalleled talent and unmatched combat power. He will surely be able to make it onto this list. Then, everyone in the entire 9 heavens and 10 earths was first stunned, and then went completely mad. The Zhantian ancient token has actually reappeared. The ancient talisman has appeared. A great era is dawning. This is a tremendous opportunity for all of us in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The 3 extreme realms, there are many terrifying physiques possessed by the geniuses of our time. I really want to see who makes the list. The entire 9 heavens and 10 earths became thoroughly lively. The primordial heaven, a magnificent holy site, was located here. This is one of the immortal sacred grounds of the primordial heaven, the primordial sacred ground. The primordial Holy Land originated from a great emperor of the human race, who was one of the most powerful beings of that era, possessing terrifying and overwhelming strength. He founded the primordial Holy Land in the earliest origin and possessed the primordial God-King body. Although the primordial God-King body ranks only after the top 10 physiques, it is not much worse than the top 10 physiques. He called himself Primordial Heavenly Emperor and was a mythical emperor. The realm of the Great Emperor is further divided into Great Emperor 1 to 9 Heaven Peak Great Emperor, No God, Mythical Emperor. Although the current strength of the primordial Holy Land is still far from that of the primordial Holy Land at its very origin, its foundation and strength should not be underestimated. It is definitely one of the top forces in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. At this moment, countless disciples of the primordial Holy Land gazed at the sky, their hearts filled with fervor and anticipation. A handsome young man of 15 or 16, dressed in a purple robe, smiled, with a faint phantom of a god king behind him standing between heaven and earth. The phantom of the god king exuded a powerful aura, so powerful that it made it difficult for everyone to breathe. Haha, with the appearance of the ancient heaven-suppressing tablet, my Holy Land's primordial Holy Son possesses the same physique as the primordial ancestor, the primordial God King body, and his combat power is unparalleled. My Holy Land's Holy Son is destined to be at the top of this ancient heaven-suppressing tablet ranking. An ancient being from the primordial Holy Land declared in the main hall of the Holy Land. That's right, the Holy Son will surely take the top spot and lead our primordial Holy Land to glory, another voice chimed in. The eyes of everyone in the primordial Holy Land were filled with fervor like those of believers. Taiching Heaven. From the Shangqing sect, a tall, slender young man clad in a golden robe approached from afar. He appeared to be 14 or 15 years old, with a handsome and kind face. His entire body was enveloped in the aura of the Great Tao, and countless streams of this aura flowed towards him from the surrounding space. His body radiated divine light, his aura was powerful, and he carried supreme pressure. He gave people a feeling of being close to the Great Tao and merging with it. This young man seemed to embody the will of the Great Tao, the Son of Heaven. He is the Tao without Tao, the most powerful Taoist disciple of the Shangqing sect in this era. He was considered by all the powerful figures in the 9 heavens and 10 earths to be an eternal prodigy destined to become a great emperor. Lord Daozi will surely claim the top spot on the 3 extreme realm rankings. Our Holy Son will surely become the strongest genius of our time, leading our entire sect to immortality. Everyone bowed respectfully, their voices filled with reverence and their eyes brimming with excitement. In their view, this top-ranked Zhentian ancient token was entirely crafted by Dao Wudao himself. And they believed there was only one reason for this. He possesses an extremely powerful physique, unmatched throughout the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The 8th of the 3,000 physiques is the innate Tao body. Throughout the 9 heavens and 10 earths, there are countless geniuses and prodigies with extraordinary physiques. However, the innate Tao body, one of the top 10 physiques, is extremely rare. Countless eras have passed, and there are fewer than 10 geniuses who possess the innate Tao body. Almost every one of them has achieved a status above the great emperor level, and apart from the worst one who perished, they all eventually became great emperors. At this moment, Dao Wudao narrowed his eyes, observing the ancient heaven-suppressing tablet, and muttered to himself, "In this golden age of the great Tao, countless geniuses and prodigies will emerge, and just as many will be worthy of my attention. It truly is a golden age to look forward to." Taishaotian, Ji Family Main Hall. A voice from an ancient and supreme being resounded throughout the void. At this moment, the ancient heaven-suppressing tablet has appeared. This era will surely be a golden age. Furthermore, the Ji family's void body has emerged from nowhere. In such a great era, the Ji family shall reign supreme. Indeed, another ancient being replied, Jing Tian possesses the void body, making him invincible. He will surely sweep through this world. Let Jing Tian prepare himself to take the top spot on the ancient token ranking. As the 5th strongest physique among the top 10, the void body's innate secret technique can not only nullify others' attacks, but also banish or seal opponents within the void space. Crucially, you can't even find the coordinates of this space, and you yourself can nullify any attack technique, rendering it ineffective. Upon mastery, it can even nullify an entire world. This is why the void body is the 5th strongest physique. From the deepest part of the Ji family's ancestral land, an aura of extremely high cultivation emanated. Then, a stream of light flew out from it, forming a figure that landed to Ji Jingtian's right. Upon seeing this, Ji Jingtian also respectfully cupped his hands in greeting. Father. To his right stood a middle-aged man with an ordinary face, but his eyes seemed to contain the vast universe, as if the entire cosmos was contained within them. He is Ji Tianming, the head of the Ji family. His strength is terrifyingly powerful, reaching the heavens and the earth. He is now a saintly realm expert. Jing Tian, you're 15 this year, and with the Zhen Tian ancient token being released this time, you absolutely must strive for that ranking. The reward from the Zhen Tian ancient token is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Ji Tianming said calmly. So, Father, where do you think I rank in this competition for the Zhen Tian ancient steel's ultimate scripture? Ji Jingtian said, puzzled. You possess a void body and numerous secret techniques, and you have even cultivated the Great Void Scripture, a technique passed down through the Ji family, to the 4th level. You should be invincible in the world, but as your father, I fear there may be exceptions. You mean the Yuan clan? Ji Jingtian continued, puzzled. At this moment, Ji Tianming turned around and stared straight at Ji Jingtian. Jingtian. Back then, your father was also an unparalleled prodigy, but unfortunately, the Yuan clan produced Yuan Chongqing. This person possessed both the ancient sacred body and the acquired solar body. He was hailed as the strongest eternal prodigy of our era, suppressing us for tens of thousands of years. I was defeated by him several times. Fortunately, in that era, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was scarce, and there was no emperor's path to be opened. Otherwise, he was already so exceptional back then, I doubt his son will be any less talented. Jing Tian, although I was defeated by him, I hope my son will not be defeated by his son. No matter what, you must defeat his son. Only by defeating Yuan Chongqing's son can you ascend to the throne. Do you understand? Understood. Ji Jingtian then said, I will defeat him. At this moment, Ji Jingtian clenched his fists, and a void-like light flickered around him. Ji Jingtian's body appeared and disappeared, and a strange and powerful aura emanated from him, causing the surrounding space to slowly shimmer and vanish. Looking at his most satisfying masterpiece, Ji Tianming smiled slightly and said, Yuan Chongqing, I truly look forward to seeing you again. Back then, you suffocated me. Now, my son is an even more powerful void body than you. When my son defeats your son, don't look back with a long face. Haha. Taiyuan Tian Yuan clan. Before Yuan Zhexian, the divine son was his father, Yuan Chongqing. After Yuan Chongqing became the clan leader, the position of divine son remained vacant. At that time, all the younger generation of the Yuan clan could compete for this position. Of course, the most likely candidates are the top 10. Each of them possesses one of the 3,000 physical attributes, and each of them was an unparalleled genius in their time. The most popular candidate is Yuan Ruochu, an ancient prodigy of the main clan, who has already reached the 5th level of the divine power realm. He has even killed experts in the Dao body realm and possesses the unparalleled reincarnation body physique. That's an even better physique than the ancient sacred body, the sun body, which is the father of Yuan Zhexian. It's the 4th-ranked peerless physique among the 3,000 physiques and is known as one of the most terrifying physiques in terms of attack. Yuan Chongqing swept through an era with his ancient sacred body and sun body. Yuan Ruochu's reincarnation body was even more extraordinary. Not only is she invincible among those of the same level, but she can also easily fight against those of higher levels. Some members of her clan say that if it weren't for the sudden appearance of Yuan Ruochu, the position of the divine son in this world might have belonged to her. Meanwhile, our little immortal Yuan Zhexian strolled leisurely through the training grounds, watching his clansmen cultivate while recalling the information about the 10 sequences that the clan elder had told him. At this moment, a voice interrupted him. Wow, what an adorable little brother. He looks like a porcelain doll. Come here, let your big sister give you a hug and a kiss. Following the sound, a sweet-looking girl walked towards Yuan Zhexian with open arms and a cheerful smile. However, in Yuan Zhexian's eyes, that smile looked like pleasant goat meeting big wolf. He dodged the girl's clutches with a sidestep. The girl was completely confused. Huh, can't catch it? Unwilling to give up, she continued to reach for Yuan Zhixian. After dodging and weaving 3 times, the girl was finally exhausted. Pointing at Yuan Zhixian, she said, "Little guy, don't let me catch you, or else, or else." Then she gasped for breath. Just then, another voice rang out, "Qingya, I'll help you catch him." This is Wang Xiaojian, a follower of the 10th sequence, a bully who picks on the weak and fears the strong. I heard he's been chasing Yuan Qingya for a long time, but hasn't been able to win her over. Well, now his chance has come, and he can finally curry favor with her. Then Wang Xiaojian spoke up, "Hee, little guy, I think you'd better obediently let me catch you, and let Qingya torment you, so you don't suffer any physical pain." Then he gave a lewd smile, which greatly disgusted Yuan Zhixian. After saying that, he stretched out his hands to grab Yuan Zhixian. At this moment, Yuan Zhixian stood still, his eyes focused. After a powerful golden light flashed, a scream was heard. Wang Xiaojian had already appeared 50 meters away. He slowly stood up, no longer the domineering figure he had been moments before. Clutching his stomach with one hand and wiping the blood from his mouth with the other, he said, "Boy, do you know who I am? I am a follower of Lord Yuan Di of the 10th sequence. If you dare to hurt me, Lord Yuan Di will absolutely not forgive you. If you know what's good for you, come apologize to me, then give me some spiritual treasures, pills, or magic weapons, and then let Qingya torment you. Otherwise, this isn't over." At this moment, Yuan Zhixian smiled and said, "You seem to be suffering from some serious illness. I've already hurt you. What do you expect? Don't you dare leave, just wait." After saying that, he disappeared from everyone's sight in a flash. In Yuan Zhixian's eyes, how is this person's behavior any different from that of a clown? What? How come the family accepts just anyone as a follower? Didn't they assess their character before accepting them? He shook his head and continued walking towards the center of the training field. At this point, some kind-hearted tribesmen came forward to advise, "Little brother, you should leave quickly. The 10th sequence is no joke. That's a very powerful being. Let's leave quickly. If they come and can't find anyone, this matter will eventually be forgotten." Leave? I want to wait for him to come find me. I haven't had a fight since leaving the ancestral land. I want to see if I can instantly kill any of the top 10 clan leaders, hee. Yuan Zhixian thought to himself, then smiled and said, "Why would I need to leave? I just want to see what kind of person this 10th sequence is. They'll just take any Tom, D***K, or Harry as their followers." No sooner had he finished speaking than a voice rang out, "Is that so? I'd like to see what you're capable of by talking nonsense." As soon as the words fell, a powerful gust of air forced back the onlookers. A person radiating yellow light descended from the sky. This person appeared to be about 13 or 14 years old, with an ordinary face, wearing a yellow robe, and standing tall and straight, giving one the feeling of facing a majestic mountain. The powerful aura made the onlookers feel short of breath, experiencing a strong sense of suffocation. Yuan Di, 10th sequence, Earth Body, Cultivation Level 3rd Stage of Cave Heaven, Cultivation Techniques, Primordial Origin Scripture, Earth Scripture, and an incomplete Xuanwu Scripture. Moreover, it is said that as long as a being stands on the earth, it possesses an inexhaustible source of spiritual energy, making it invincible. Its defensive capabilities are also astonishing. Yuan Zhixian slowly revealed Yuan Di's information. At this moment, Yuan Di spoke coldly, "It seems you are not an ordinary family member. Being able to know my background, you must be a core member of the family. Come on, kid, let me see what you've got." After speaking, his aura surged, and the powerful spiritual energy caused the ground to sink. The splash stones stopped beside him. Then, he raised his hand and pushed forward, and a pile of stones merged into 2 beams of yellow light, moving at an incredibly fast speed. Just as they were about to reach Yuan Zhixian remained motionless. A golden light flashed from his eyes, and a golden barrier appeared before him, blocking Yuan Di's 2 stone attacks. Boom! As Yuan Di spoke, he squeezed his hand tightly as he pushed forward. Just now, two stones suddenly exploded, and the powerful blast sent onlookers flying. I thought it was something special, but it turns out he's just all talk and no action. Fine. Consider this a lesson for you, little brat, to teach you that there are always people more capable than you, and that the 10 great sequences are not to be questioned by just anyone. Yuan Di looked at the cloud of smoke ahead, seemingly devoid of any movement, and muttered confidently. Oh, really? You think you're so great? You've already made your move, now it's my turn. He's got some skills. My attack just now would have injured even an ordinary cave heaven realm expert, but he's only at the peak of the body tempering realm, and he's completely unharmed. Yuan Di murmured. So, this time. As he spoke, he continuously formed hand seals and then unleashed a beam of yellow light, instantly transforming into a creature that looked remarkably like the black tortoise. Its roar shattered the surroundings, and suddenly dark clouds filled the sky. Accompanied by gusts of sand, it roared and flew towards Yuan Zhixian. Yuan Zhixian remained motionless, one hand behind his back and the other outstretched forward, forming a Dao seal. The Dao seal emitted mysterious symbols that flashed with golden light, and after colliding with the creature, a huge vortex was created, which lingered for a long time. The powerful airflow forced Yuan Di back more than 10 steps, and blood began to trickle from the corner of his mouth. At this moment, Yuan Di's blood and qi surged even more intensely, his entire body churning with energy. He formed mysterious hand seals, preparing to unleash his most powerful killing move. Yuan Zhixian remained motionless, like an old monk sitting cross-legged. Then he spoke softly. Rise. Yuan Di suddenly flew up uncontrollably. Binding. Yuan Di, who was already struggling to break free, found himself unable to move. This is the mantra method, heavenly guidance method, and binding method from the Tianyuan Sutra. It should be understood that the Tianyuan scripture, Taiyuan scripture, and Shiyuan scripture are not something that just anyone can cultivate. The Shiyuan scripture is cultivated by a branch of the Yuan clan. The Taiyuan scripture is cultivated by the main lineage, while the Tianyuan scripture is only cultivated by the ancestor, clan chief, divine son, and the eternal prodigies of the Yuan clan. At this moment, Yuan Di was firmly bound in midair, unable to move, staring at Yuan Zhixian in disbelief. The heavenly origin scripture. Could it be that you are a divine child? God. Miko? The family's ancestral precepts dictate that all family members must strictly adhere to the hierarchical system. Without rules, there can be no order. The divine child is equivalent to the future head of the family, who holds absolute power of life and death within the family. Apart from the ancestral patriarch in the forbidden ancestral land, everyone else, even the supreme elders, must show utmost respect to the head of the family. Oh no, at this moment Yuan Di felt like dying. Why did I pretend to be so arrogant if nothing was wrong? At this moment, Yuan Zhixian looked at the 10th sequence before him and slowly said, That's right, I am Yuan Zhixian. Greetings, divine child. Only then did the onlookers realize what was happening, and they all bowed and clasped their hands in worship to Yuan Zhixian. Get up, Yuan Zhixian said calmly, his eyes suddenly fixed on Yuan Di, whose spell had already been dispelled by Yuan Zhixian. Yuan Di bowed deeply and said, Divine child, Yuan Di has offended you. Please punish me. He bowed even lower, almost touching the ground. Yuan Zhixian murmured, I waited for you not to punish you or anything. I wanted to tell you this. Our Yuan clan is a forbidden clan. And you, too, are part of the clan's hierarchy, representing the clan in the world. Your followers are the same, representing the clan in the world. You must be discerning when recruiting followers. Don't just accept anyone, any kind of trash. Otherwise, you'll bring shame upon the clan, and you know the consequences. As the clan's divine son, I have the responsibility and obligation to supervise you. Do you understand? Yuan Di, are you convinced? After speaking, Yuan Zhixian's aura suddenly surged. His eyes emitted golden light, and powerful runes emanated from the supreme bones of his body. The chaotic energy on his body also condensed behind him into a strange phenomenon of chaos, creating all things. At this moment, Yuan Zhixian was more like a heavenly emperor who inspected the 9 heavens and 10 earths, looking down at everyone from a high place. The sudden pressure rendered everyone immobile, with most of them trembling. At this moment, Yuan Di looked at Yuan Zhixian, who resembled a celestial emperor. An aura of ridiculous power surged towards Yuan Di, and his mind was on the verge of collapse. He involuntarily knelt down, sweat dripping incessantly onto the ground. I know I was wrong. Please punish me, Your Highness. At this moment, Yuan Zhixian, seeing that it was about time, withdrew all his aura and continued, Yuan Di, I hope you can understand what family honor is. The family has nurtured us, and we have an obligation to defend the family's honor. Although our family is already very powerful, it does not prevent us from adding more glory to the family. He ignored him, leaving a group of pale-faced people behind as they walked towards their divine palace. Only then did everyone realize, this is our divine child. His strength and aura are terrifying, and he subdued the 10th-ranked being with just one move. Is he really only 5 years old? Just now, it felt like I wasn't facing a 5-year-old child, but a supreme being. It's terrifying. Not far from the training ground, 2 teenagers, around 15 or 16 years old, stood in a pavilion. One of them emanated a constant flow of stellar power, radiating boundless mystery. Handsome and dressed in a star-patterned robe, he casually remarked to the other, What do you think? This young master of the Divine Child clan seems quite formidable. Another person, whose face was obscured but whose entire body emanated a powerful aura of primordial chaos, coldly replied, Indeed very powerful. It feels like he's beating up a chick when he's fighting Yuan Di. Although Yuan Di is among the top 10 like us, his strength is less than a tenth of ours. This divine child gives me an irresistible urge to spar with him. As he spoke, the primordial chaos aura around him intensified, and the powerful aura caused the pavilion to tremble. If any other Yuan clan disciples were here, they would definitely recognize these two. Yuan Xingqian possesses the body of the Zhoutian stars. He is the 4th-ranked member of the Yuan clan. The other one, Yuan Chengkong, is the 2nd sequence of the Xian Wang imperishable body. TSK. A warmonger. What do you think of the way he handles things? Yuan Xingqian said, looking at Yuan Chengkong. Yuan Chengkong glanced in the direction where Yuan Zhixian had disappeared and said, First, I crushed him with overwhelming power, then I used my absolute status to suppress him again, making him afraid to utter a single complaint. A strategy of killing him by destroying his spirit. Interesting. He's only about 5 years old. Although he's currently a divine child, I will only acknowledge his position after he defeats me. As soon as Yuan Zhixian entered the divine palace, she saw 2 children around 10 years old standing in the courtyard. One was a handsome boy dressed in dark black clothes, and the other was a sweet girl in a light blue dress. Her grandfather, Yuan Sun, was standing next to them with a smile. Yuan Zhixian pursed her lips and bowed. I've met Grandpa. Looking at Yuan Zhixian, Yuan Sun couldn't help but smile kindly. He was quite satisfied with his grandson's performance just now, and he had now fully demonstrated the magical power of grandparental affection. His love for Yuan Zhixian was unparalleled. Since the palace of the goddess reopened, there has not been a single servant in it. These 2 children will be your attendants. From today onward, they will stay by your side. You can give them any instructions regarding any trivial matters in the palace. I have met the divine child. What are your names? Yuan Zhixian, though only 5 years old and looking like an innocent porcelain doll, possessed an unparalleled air of nobility as she looked at the 2 with her double pupils. Your subordinate, Yuan Zifeng, is 7 years old this year. His cultivation level is at the 1st stage of the Cave Heaven realm. He mainly cultivates sword intent and the Overlord sword scripture. Yuan Zifeng is a prodigy from a branch of the Yuan clan. His understanding of the sword is extraordinary, and he is exceptionally talented. He comprehended the essence of the sword from a young age. At the 1st level of the Cave Heaven realm, he was able to fight against a powerful expert in the divine power realm. If he hadn't become a servant of the divine child, he could have been a contender for one of the top 10 ranks of the Yuan clan. Your subordinate, Yuan Yenner, is 7 years old this year. Her cultivation level is at the first stage of the Cave Heaven realm. She mainly cultivates the primordial origin scripture and the water attribute technique, the 3,000-week water technique. Yuan Yenner also comes from a branch lineage. Although she doesn't have Yuan Zifeng's talent and aptitude, she is meticulous and thoughtful. She is born with a water spirit body and has an innate and strong comprehension of the laws of water. Well, Grandpa, you know what? This divine palace just happens to be short a few servants. These two are quite good, Yuan Zhixian said casually. All right, they'll all be with you, so at least we're more at ease about your food, clothing, and shelter. You can handle the rest yourself. Just let Grandpa know if you need anything. All right, now that this matter is settled, I should be going. After saying this, Yuan Sun transformed into a golden light and disappeared from the spot. At this moment, a disciple guarding outside came to report, Your Highness, the lords of the 2nd, 4th, and 7th sequences have come to pay their respects. I didn't expect them to arrive so quickly. Let them in. That's what Yuan Zhixian said calmly. A man dressed in a dark yellow robe, Yuan Chongkong, and another, a man in a star-patterned robe and a man in a black robe, both around 15 or 16 years old, approached Yuan Zhixian. Yuan Chongkong, looking ordinary-looking but exuding a strong fighting spirit emanating from his 7th order aura, thought to himself, Yuan Pejuan, born with a battle physique, cultivates the battle scripture. His belief is to disdain the weak and be filled with fighting spirit towards the strong, a true battle maniac. He was one of the family's warmongering members. The 3 men bowed slightly and greeted the divine child. Yuan Zhixian looked at the 3 men before him and said, My 3 cousins, what brings you here? It is so. The 3 of us have never seen the divine child before. Upon seeing the divine child, we were curious about what kind of person the divine child was, so we came to pay our respects. Secondly, I've long heard of the divine child's extraordinary physique, designated as a divine child by the ancestor at birth, so I've come to offer my guidance. I see the divine child is currently at the peak of the body-tempering realm. I can suppress my cultivation to the peak of the body-tempering realm and fight the divine child. I imagine the divine child won't refuse a challenge, will he? Oh, you want to challenge me? And you've even lowered your cultivation level to be the same as mine, and then challenge me? Your idea is good, but I'm very busy. Why should I agree to your challenge? And just because you come to the divine palace to challenge me, I have to accept your challenge, Yuan Zhixian said with a smile, looking at the 3 of them. Is the divine child afraid of battle? Yuan Pejuan said, That's true. The divine child has only just left the ancestral land. Defeating Yuan Di isn't anything special. After all, he's too weak, and the gap between him and us is too great. Moreover, the divine child is still too young and hasn't experienced the hardships of the outside world. So, it's understandable that the divine child is afraid of battle. Yuan Zifeng and Yuan Yenner, standing to the side, looked at the arrogant Yuan Pejuan with anger on their faces. After all, they were now Yuan Zhixian's servants, and to them, Yuan Zhixian was equivalent to their master. They were naturally furious that their master was being questioned. They said, Why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? If you want to challenge the divine son, you'll have to get past me first. Oh, who are you? Yuan Pejuan asked, puzzled. I am Yuan Zifeng, the attendant of the divine child. You want to challenge the divine child? Then defeat me first. Looking at the person in front of him, Yuan Pejuan laughed disdainfully. A mere attendant dared to challenge him. If this weren't in the divine child's palace, Yuan Pejuan probably would have already made a move. Looking at the group, Yuan Zhixian said softly, It's not impossible for you to challenge me, but you must first defeat my servants before you can challenge me. If you can't even defeat my servants, then you are not qualified to challenge me. 5 days later at the training grounds, you will first defeat my attendants. Then you may challenge me. Having said this, the 3 had no room for argument and immediately bid farewell to Yuan Zhixian and departed. At this moment, Yuan Yener asked in confusion, "Divine Child, why do you want us to duel with them in 5 days?" Looking at the innocent-looking Yuan Yener, Yuan Zhixian smiled slightly and said, "That's because you're not their match yet. Those who can enter the family hierarchy are all peerless geniuses, and each possesses a special physique, making them invincible among their peers and capable of fighting beyond their level. Although you are all at the Cave Heaven realm, there are still some differences. These 5 days are just the time I can properly train you, so you must be fully prepared for these 5 nightmarish days of training." As Yuan Zhixian spoke, a slight smile appeared on his lips. Yuan Zifeng and Yuan Yener shuddered at the sight of this smile. In their eyes, it was like a lecherous rogue eyeing a timid wife. TSK, TSK, TSK. The following morning, inside the Divine Palace, Yuan Zifeng and Yuan Yener stood in a row, looking at Yuan Zhixian and saying, "Divine Child, we are ready. We may begin." "Good." With a wave of his hand, Yuan Zhixian produced 2 bottles of pills and 2 spiritual herbs. "Take these pills and herbs first," he said, and the two looked at them. "Hiss. These are Heavenly Origin pills and Extreme Spirit Grass, unique pills and herbs of the Yuan clan. Heavenly Origin pills can increase cultivation in the Cave Heaven realm without any side effects, and the amount of increase depends on each person's potential. The Extreme Spirit Grass can enhance spiritual power." These 2 items were things that the 2 of them had only heard of but never seen before. Even the geniuses of the main lineage rarely possessed them. Now, they had actually appeared before their eyes. "Don't be like a country bumpkin coming to the city, so ignorant," Yuan Zhixian said with a smile. "I'm never stingy with my own people. Now, I will activate my double pupils and pull you into the Crimson Lotus illusion. Inside, you will experience things you've never felt before. I hope you can hold on. Remember, in the illusion, you can only take the Heavenly Essence pill and the Extreme Spirit Grass when you feel you are about to die. Do you understand?" "Understood, Divine Child," the 2 replied immediately. The Crimson Lotus illusion is one of the new abilities Yuan Zhixian discovered in the past 2 years, namely his double pupils. Unleashing their abilities, by simply using the power of their double pupils, they can pull their opponent into their environment with a single glance. This ability can instantly kill anyone with lower soul power or cultivation level. However, those whose souls and cultivation levels are higher than one's own can break free from this space in an instant, but this can also cause them trouble. He could manipulate space and time within it, a fact that surprised even himself when he awakened this ability. Wasn't this just like the Tsukuyomi he experienced with Itachi Uchiha in the Naruto anime on Earth? Then, considering that he could transmigrate and possessed 3 supreme physiques and a system, this wasn't surprising. Nevertheless, he was still very happy. This ability was definitely the best choice for showing off and outmaneuvering others. Ready? Then let's begin. With that, Yuan Zhixian's pupils gradually transformed from their original black state into 2 identical pupils, each radiating a vast, star-like light. It was so captivating that viewers were unconsciously drawn in, unable to tear themselves away. As the double pupils opened, Yuan Zhixian's aura intensified, and the immense pressure caused the 2 to tremble. The Divine Child is only at the 9th level of body tempering, yet this pressure feels like facing a Tao God realm expert. Red Lotus. Then Yuan Zhixian softly uttered 2 words. The 2 felt their visions suddenly blur, and the scene before them was no longer in the goddess's palace. What appeared before them was a red and black region. A blood-red sun hung in the red and black sky, and endless mountain peaks spewed out patches of lava. Lava continued to flow from the mountains onto the ground. There wasn't a single tree, not a single living creature. It felt utterly lifeless. The entire scene resembled the end of the world. This intense sense of suffocation sent chills down their spines. This is the Crimson Lotus illusion, one of my abilities with my double pupils. Here, I control time and space. I am the master. 7 days here are but a few seconds outside. Now attack me with your strongest moves. Then, Divine Child, we apologize for the offense. The 2 exchanged a glance, then their spiritual power surged, causing their auras to escalate dramatically. Overlord Blade. Yuan Zifeng made the first move. With a shout of domineering blade, a silver-white longsword appeared in his hand. He slashed horizontally with force, and it instantly transformed into a 40-meter-long blade, radiating light as it slashed towards Yuan Zhixian. Yuan Yenner floated in the air, her hands constantly forming hand seals. Countless water droplets appeared in the sky. Each drop of the weak water 3,000 possessed the force of 100 jin. The countless water droplets shot towards Yuan Zhixian at extremely high speed. Yuan Zhixian slowly extended a hand and gently blocked. A faint golden light appeared, immediately reflecting the Overlord blade and the weak water 3,000 back. This is the second ability of the double pupils, Shifting Stars, which can reflect enemy attacks 100% of the time. However, this ability has a drawback. There is a cooldown period after each reflection. What? The two were somewhat incredulous that their attack had actually been deflected. Their anger surged even more, and the air currents around them shattered the surrounding mountains. Heaven and earth in one blade. Weak water compound. A blade of light, longer and larger than before, appeared between heaven and earth, and a chilling blade intent burst forth from its body, slashing towards Yuan Zhixian. Then, the true dragon formed from the 3,000 weak waters roared and flew towards Yuan Zhixian. This was their strongest attack so far. If Yuan Zhixian blocked it, they would only be able to take a beating from then on. Not bad. Seeing the two people unleash their strongest attacks, Yuan Zhixian softly said. Then, his double pupils suddenly erupted, and a golden light shot towards their strongest attacks. The powerful golden light was incredibly fast, piercing right through their strongest attacks and then rapidly shooting towards them again. Boom! After an explosion, Yuan Zifeng and Yuan Yenner coughed up blood and collapsed to the ground, their faces pale. The powerful explosion had nearly displaced their internal organs. I never expected that our strongest attack couldn't even withstand a casual strike from the Divine Child. How can we possibly compete with this gap in skill? Then, without giving the two a chance to catch their breath, Yuan Zhixian instantly appeared beside them, striking Yuan Yenner in the stomach with a palm and kicking Yuan Zifeng with his leg. Two figures were then sent flying backward, crashing into the opposite mountain peak with a deafening roar. They were embedded in the mountainside, too weak to stand. Then, Yuan Zhixian conjured countless golden rays that shot towards them. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In no time, the two were riddled with holes by the rays, looking like a beehive. The excruciating pain caused the two of them to scream involuntarily. This is the nightmarish training the Divine Child spoke of? This is worse than death. Don't speak, quickly take the Heavenly Origin Pill and the Extreme Spirit Grass, and then immediately recuperate, Yuan Zhixian said, looking at the two injured people. Upon hearing the sound, the two immediately sat cross-legged, took out the Heavenly Origin Pill and the Extreme Spirit Grass, and consumed them. Before long, they felt that their cultivation level had not only increased from the first level of the cave heaven to the third level, but their spiritual power had also become more abundant. With a snap of their fingers, the scene before them changed again, returning them from the Crimson Lotus illusion to the Divine Palace. They checked themselves, they were unharmed, their clothes were intact, and their cultivation and spiritual power had indeed increased. What's this? What's going on? The two were completely bewildered, having no idea what was happening. My Crimson Lotus illusion with double pupils doesn't pull a person into the illusion itself, but rather into their spirit and soul. 7 days inside is only a few seconds outside, and the damage they suffer inside is something their physical body can truly feel. So those I dragged into the Crimson Lotus illusion met only a few fates. Either they came out mentally exhausted and unable to fight anymore, then were at the mercy of others, or they were played to death by me inside and came out as idiots. The fact that you can move around inside and take medicine and eat spiritual herbs is all thanks to my permission. This way, you recover while being beaten, stimulating your body's potential and greatly increasing your cultivation and mental resilience. Do you understand now? I see. Thank you for your kindness, Divine Child. We will absolutely follow you to the death from now on, without the slightest hesitation. Looking at the two people before him with determined eyes, Yuan Zhixian smiled slightly. Here we go again. Here we go again. The last time the divine child laughed like that, we were tortured in the Crimson Lotus illusion. Could it be? No way. So, have you rested well? You've rested enough. Let's continue. Someone is willing to be tortured. Yuan Zhixian is definitely happy, and it also gives him a chance to get more familiar with his double pupil ability. No. Please stop. For the past 5 days, Yuan Zifeng and Yuan Yan'er have been fighting Yuan Zhixian almost every moment within the Crimson Lotus illusion. They've been repeatedly tormented, constantly injured and recovering. However, their strength has increased remarkably quickly. In just 5 days, Yuan Zifeng has reached the 9th level of the Cave Heaven realm, while Yuan Yan'er has reached the 6th level. In terms of cultivation, Yuan Zifeng is roughly equivalent to Yuan Xingqian, the 4th-ranked member of the Yuan clan, though his combat power is slightly weaker. Yuan Yan'er's cultivation is also roughly equivalent to Yuan Pejuan's. Yuan Zhixian looked at him and said, Zifeng, your current strength is not enough to defeat Yuan Chongkong. Your sword intent is no match for Yuan Chongkong's Xianwang Qi. The Xianwang Undying body is a peerless physique ranked 13th among the 3,000 physiques. You are probably no match for him now. You might not even be able to defeat Yuan Xingqian. Let's go. This divine child needs to go back and sleep for a while. My eyes are too tired from overuse. You should also get a good rest for the night and prepare for battle tomorrow morning. After using the power of his double pupils for 5 consecutive days, Yuan Zhixian was indeed starting to feel the strain. It is the divine child, the two replied, then left the divine palace and returned to their own rooms to rest. The next morning, the training ground was already packed with people. Everyone who could come had arrived. A buzzing sound filled the air. A handsome figure with long, half-black, half-white hair, dressed in a black and white robe, stood on the viewing platform, looking down. The halo behind him shifted between white and black, making him appear like an ancient sage from afar. That's Lord Yuan Siyu from the 3rd sequence. I heard that Lord Yuan Siyu possesses both light and dark physiques, ranking among the top 20 of the 3,000 physiques. He is born with both light and dark attributes. Lord Yuan Lingmeng of the 8th sequence, Lord Yuan Yang of the 9th sequence, and Yuan Di of the 10th sequence, who was defeated by the Divine Child in one move some time ago. Except for Lord Yuan Ruochu of the 1st sequence, who is still traveling, and the 5th and 6th sequences, all the other sequences have arrived. This is going to be lively. Look. Lord Yuan Chongkong, 2nd sequence, Lord Yuan Xingqian, 4th sequence, and Lord Yuan Pejuan, 7th sequence, are here, someone shouted, pointing to 3 glowing figures rapidly approaching from afar. Whoosh! The 3 stood in the middle of the training platform. Yuan Chongkong then nodded to Yuan Pejuan. Yuan Pejuan looked around and said, Where is Yuan Zifeng, the divine child's attendant? 5 days have passed, and I can't wait to see if he has the ability to challenge someone of my rank. Oh, is that so? A voice descended from the sky, followed by 3 beams of light. Yuan Zhixian, Yuan Zifeng, and Yuan Yan'er appeared in the public eye, coldly staring at Yuan Pejuan and the other 2. Then a series of exclamations rang out. Look! The one at the very front is our clan's divine son. At this moment, Yuan Zhixian's double pupils had already been activated, his eyes resembling the starry sky, dazzlingly bright and captivating, as if he could see through everything. His body radiated divine light, his aura powerful, and his oppressive aura emanating in all directions. This powerful pressure then swept across the entire area, causing everyone present, including the order members, to feel immense pressure. Some, unable to withstand the pressure, foamed at the mouth and fainted. The suffocating aura of his entrance was terrifying. This is our clan's divine child. I am finally fortunate enough to meet him today. Wow, the divine child is so strong. I love her. Wow, the prince is so cute. I really want to pinch his cheeks. TCH. I really want to sleep with the goddess in my arms. I can't take it anymore. I want to have the divine child's babies. This woman was immediately met with scorn from a group of women. Have babies? Don't you even know who the divine child is? You think you're worthy. At this moment, everyone realized what was happening and simultaneously said, "Greetings, divine child." Get up. Gentlemen. My attendant and the seventh sequence had an agreement 5 days ago. If he can defeat my attendant, then he can challenge me. I know you have many grievances and doubts about my becoming the son of God. However, it's all right. In the cultivation world, strength reigns supreme. Whoever has the strongest fist is the victor. I will give you all a chance, and I hope you won't disappoint me. Now, Yuan Pujuan, Yuan Zifeng, you may come up on stage as you see fit. With a flash of light, Yuan Yener was instantly transported to the main viewing platform and sat down. Yuan Yener then went behind Yuan Zhixian and gently massaged his shoulders. Afterwards, Yuan Changkong and Yuan Xingchen also flew to the viewing platform next to the main platform and sat down. On the training platform, Yuan Zifeng looked at Yuan Pujuan and said, "Although you are of noble birth within my clan, I am no weaker than you. If you want to challenge the Divine Son, then defeat me first. If you can't even defeat me, then what right do you have to challenge the Divine Son? Otherwise, if any Tom, D***K, or Harry comes to challenge the Divine Son, wouldn't the Divine Son be driven crazy with worry every day? As the Divine Son's attendant, it is my duty to share his burdens. Enough with the nonsense. Come on, Yuan Zifeng, let me see what makes you, the servant of the Divine Son, so capable." Yuan Pujuan is at the 6th level of the Cave Heaven realm, but his true combat strength is absolutely capable of fighting against a Divine Power realm expert. Putting aside his apparent identity as the 7th-ranked member of the Yuan clan, the fact that he possesses a battle physique among the top 100 of the 3,000 physiques is enough to give him reason to be proud. With a single step, fists clasped together at the chest, a terrifying surge of energy erupted from the body, a manifestation that only occurs after one has reached an extremely profound level of understanding of the battle intent. Meanwhile, the blade light in Yuan Zifeng's hand also flowed with a powerful aura. He stepped forward, his aura as powerful as an ancient sword god, and the blade light roared out. It clashed fiercely with the battle intent emanating from Yuan Pujuan, going head-to-head. Instantly, a terrifying storm was stirred up in this space. Boom! Yuan Pujuan raised his arm, divine light swirling around it, battle intent gathering within, and unleashed a punch. A powerful aura and terrifying power exploded forth, creating a powerful gust of air. A suffocating pressure blasted out from it, hurtling towards Yuan Zifeng. Yuan Zifeng also exuded a fierce aura, his sword intent surging. Today, he would see just how powerful this battle body truly was. The heavens and earth were cleaved by a single blade, a perfect creation of nature. A terrifying blade intent flowed from the blade to its tip, gathering and taking shape there. A terrifying blade light crashed down upon Yuan Pujuan. Swords and fists clashed. A deafening explosion rang out, causing the entire space to tremble. At the point where the sword and fist clashed, 2 dazzling beams of light collided and exploded, the light so intense it pierced the eyes. Yuan Pujuan was actually forced back dozens of meters, blood trickling from his mouth, his face deathly pale. He was shocked. His punch contained the power of battle intent. Even a single punch was far beyond what a cultivator at the Cave Heaven realm could withstand. His strongest attack had actually been blocked and defeated by Yuan Zifeng? Impossible. You have no physical constitution. How can you withstand the battle intent of my battle body? Impossible. Yuan Pujuan roared furiously. Yuan Zifeng stood motionless, looking at Yuan Pujuan, and said, "Although I have no special physique, my understanding of the sword path since childhood far surpasses that of ordinary people. Your battle body can condense battle intent, while my sword intent has already reached a high level in the past few days, and I have now comprehended the sword momentum. My understanding of the sword path is no less than your battle body. In addition, my cultivation is 3 levels higher than yours. Defeating you is just a piece of cake. So, you lost. After saying this, he flew up to the main viewing platform without looking back, bowed, and said, "Divine child, I have not failed you, I have won." Zifeng did a good job. When we get back, I'll find you a few more sword techniques and methods for understanding them. You need to study them carefully and strive to master swordsmanship. Thank you, Divine Child. At this moment, Yuan Pejuan watched Yuan Zifeng on the main platform grow increasingly calm. A faint light suddenly emanated from his body, indicating a further advancement in his understanding of intent. He then said to Yuan Zifeng on the platform, "Yuan Zifeng, I have lost this battle. But after returning, I will go into seclusion to thoroughly comprehend the potential of my battle body. When I emerge from seclusion, I will challenge you again." He then flashed off the training platform. Seeing that Yuan Pejuan was not defeated by defeat, but instead inspired by it, Yuan Zhixian smiled slightly. This man has a good will. He can take things in stride and let them go. He is quite a character. If he doesn't perish in the future, he will be a core member of the Yuan clan and will have a place in it. Having said that, he flashed to the training platform and said in a deep voice to those around him, "The family sequence is the symbol of the family, representing the family in the world, and also serving as a role model for the younger generation. Yet you actually dared to play tricks on me, using the 7th sequence Yuan Pejuan as a pawn to test my strength. Aren't you dissatisfied with me as the Divine Child? Very well, I'll give you a chance. Come at me all at once. Then, now get down here, all of you." As the primordial yellow energy emerged, the world changed color. A figure enveloped in primordial yellow energy descended from the sky and landed on the training platform. He wore a long, dark yellow robe, exuding extraordinary nobility, like a celestial being who dared not look directly at him. His face was handsome, and a domineering and powerful aura of dark yellow filled the entire training platform, unpredictable and ever-changing. Xian Wang is the color of heaven and earth. Heaven is black and earth is yellow. The Xian Wang energy is the energy of heaven and earth, sweeping out unrestrainedly and enveloping the entire training platform. 2nd sequence, Yuan Chongkong. Yuan Chongkong possesses exceptional talent, ranking 2nd among the younger generation of the Yuan clan, 2nd only to Yuan Ruochu in combat strength. Rumor has it that his power is unmatched among those of the same rank. He is already capable of suppressing an entire era. Exclamations of surprise rippled through the crowd surrounding the training ground. Many eyes turned to Yuan Chongkong on the training platform, filled with admiration. Meanwhile, in the void above the platform, Yuan Zhixian stood with his hands behind his back, a smile on his face. Yuan Chongkong was born with the Xian Wang Undying body, ranking 13th among the 3,000 physiques. His cultivation had also reached the 5th level of divine power. Yuan Chongkong was full of confidence in challenging the Divine Child, believing that a 5-year-old was nothing to fear. Unfortunately, he did not know that Yuan Zhixian also looked down on him. Call out. A dazzling black and white light streaked across the sky and landed beside Yuan Chongkong. A terrifying pressure rippled outwards, making everyone present extremely uncomfortable. A figure emerged from the black and white light, handsome with unusually eerie black and white hair. Immediately, someone recognized the figure, a young man with long, black and white hair. The 3rd rank of the Yuan clan, Yuan Suyu. It is said that Yuan Suyu possessed both a light and dark body, ranking among the top 20 of the 3,000 physiques. He was born with dual attribute spiritual power. The light attribute grants him extreme speed and healing abilities, while the dark attribute boasts overwhelming attack power, making him incomparably domineering. Some claim that his speed is no weaker than that of the Kunping technique. His cultivation has also reached the 3rd level of the divine power realm. The Kunping clan, some say, in the northern sea there is a fish, its name is Kun. The Kun is so large that no one knows how many thousands of miles it spans. It transforms into a bird called the peng. The back of the peng is also of unimaginable size. This is the ancient, immortal race of the northern underworld. At its peak, this race boasted several great emperors. Ancient and powerful. The Kuanping technique is a secret method passed down through the Kuanping clan since ancient times. Its power is terrifying, and its speed is unparalleled throughout the 9 heavens and 10 earths, making it the fastest in the world today. Since Yuan Suyu's speed in obtaining light is no weaker than that of the Kuanping technique, doesn't that mean that Yuan Suyu is already invincible in this battle just because of his speed? Not to mention his extremely powerful dark attribute. Another gasp arose. Yuan Suyu stood with his hands behind his back, his face serious. He glanced at Yuan Chongkong beside him, his eyes filled with intense fighting spirit. Boom! A deafening sound suddenly rang out from the sky. Countless people looked up and saw a sky full of shining stars. A figure bathed in the light walked over and finally landed steadily on the other side of Yuan Chongkong and Yuan Suyu. Fourth sequence, Yuan Xingchen. Awakened to the celestial constellation physique from a young age, a peerless physique ranking among the top 20 of the 3,000 physiques, possessing the innate talent of a saint, his future achievements can be said to begin at the saint realm. The Great Emperor realm is a promising prospect. Just as Yuan Xingchen landed, a gentle breeze swept by, carrying countless fallen leaves, yellow, red, green, and purple, a vibrant and indescribably beautiful display. Immediately, countless eyes were drawn to a green figure slowly descending. A captivating natural aura descended, bringing expressions of delight to many. Even Yuan Chongkong, Yuan Suyu, Yuan Xingchen, and others standing on the stage had their eyes flicker and their expressions become slightly serious. A beam of light landed beside the three. The light dispersed, transforming into a slender figure, like a natural fairy descended to earth. Her long, black hair cascaded down her back, her beauty beyond compare. Yuanling Dream. Originally, Yuan Lingmeng was second only to Yuan Ruochu in cultivation among the top 10 ranks, having already reached the first level of the Tao body realm. She possessed a natural physique that ranked among the top 50 of the 3,000 physiques. She possesses an innate ability to manipulate the power of nature, able to utilize anything in nature. Moreover, in the early stages of cultivating a natural body, her innate cultivation speed is extremely fast. Could it be that she also intends to challenge the divine child? Isn't she supposed to be someone who doesn't compete with others? Exclamations of surprise rang out again. They hadn't expected Yuan Lingming to arrive as well. I didn't expect you to come. It seems we are destined to win this battle against the divine child. Yuan Chongkong then glanced at Yuan Lingmeng. It was as if in his eyes, even though Yuan Lingmeng had already reached the first level of the Tao body realm, he, Yuan Chongkong, could still defeat her. Yuan Lingmeng glanced at Yuan Chongkong and said calmly, I am different from you. You are dissatisfied with the divine child because he was born as a divine child and you are just jealous of him. As for me, I am just curious about the divine child. Whoosh! A fifth figure landed beside the four, the ninth in the hierarchy, Yuan Tianba. Possessing the Vajra indestructible body, ranked among the top 100 of the 3,000 physiques. His primary cultivation method was the Vajra Sutra. Yuan Tianba was a burly man with a shaved head and bulging muscles, exuding a powerful and oppressive aura. His imposing presence made him resemble a Buddha statue, suppressing heaven and earth. Thus, aside from those traveling outside the first sequence, the defeated 7th and 10th sequences, and the 5th and 6th sequences currently in seclusion, all the peerless geniuses of the Yuan clan's other sequences have arrived. As everyone says, these 5 people are all peerless geniuses, unmatched in their class. The younger generation of the Yuan clan in the audience were also full of passion, cheering continuously. This match will definitely be recorded in the history of the Yuan clan. 1 against 5 has never happened in the countless years of the Yuan clan. At this moment, Yuan Zhexian looked at the 5 people in front of him and said lazily, Come at me all at once, let me see if the 5 major sequences are worth my full effort. As he spoke, a dazzling light burst forth from his eyes, and a gigantic golden disc appeared in the sky, incredibly profound, emanating captivating runes. Its oppressive aura was powerful and terrifying. Double pupil technique, reversing divine light. Suddenly, 5 enormous beams of light erupted from the golden disk and shot straight toward the 5 major sequences. The 5 people who were originally standing together then separated and flew off in different directions. The 5 beams of light relentlessly pursued the 5 people. Suddenly, Yuan Changkong turned around in midair and unleashed a palm strike at the beam of light. Xianhuang Zentiandi, mysterious yellow suppresses heaven and earth. A huge, mysterious yellow palm appeared before the beam of light, and a terrifying aura collided with it. Boom! 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 The dark yellow palm collided with the golden light, creating a huge explosion that generated a terrifying shockwave that almost destabilized the space itself, making it seem as if it were about to shatter. Then Yuan Suyu also stretched his hands forward in midair. Darkness erosion. The surrounding space became pitch black and eerily strange. Golden rays of light shone into the dark space, yet there wasn't a single ripple. Gradually, the golden light merged with the pitch-black space and slowly disappeared. Meanwhile, Yuan Xingqian unleashed his technique, Starlight Annihilation, and countless shimmering stars appeared behind him, constantly flashing. Then a strange beam of light burst forth, its brilliance so dazzling that it was impossible to look directly at it. Whoosh! 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 The strange beam of light collided with the golden beam of light. It burst forth with tremendous light, illuminating the entire training ground so bright that everyone outside couldn't open their eyes. Yuan Lingming stood in midair, spinning a wreath in her right hand, and said with her small mouth, "Water element, penetrating water," with a crisp sound. Several streams of water energy appeared around Yuan Lingming and then converged at one point. From this convergence point, a water laser beam shot out, colliding with the golden light. A violent explosion followed. Yuan Batian also suddenly stopped, activated his Vajra indestructible body, and formed a light shield around himself. The golden light struck the light shield, producing a series of clanging and scraping sounds. Seeing that the 5 had easily withstood his attacks, Yuan Zhixian smiled slightly. Not bad, they have some skill, but that's enough for today. After Yuan Zhixian finished speaking, his eyes blazed with even brighter light. Looking up at the sky, a golden beam of light shot from his double pupils, instantly darkening the sky. An extremely powerful pressure descended from the heavens. A gigantic double-pupiled eye appeared in the sky, gazing down like the eye of heaven, surveying all things, utterly indifferent. The 5 major ranks on the platform, and the clansmen watching the challenge, instantly felt like ants. If that double-pupiled eye were to glance at them even once more, they would instantly die. Annihilation in a single glance, Yuan Zhixian murmured. A gigantic double pupil in the sky emitted starlight, its dazzling blue radiance illuminating the entire training ground. The immense pressure emanating from the giant pupil made everyone present feel as if they were being crushed by 1,000 mountains. The overwhelming pressure made it difficult for those outside the arena to breathe. The 5 major ranks on the field were already kneeling on one knee, struggling to hold on, sweat dripping incessantly onto the ground. Crack! As the pressure continued to increase, the surrounding space shattered like glass. Shattered space. No. No way. Only a reincarnation realm expert can shatter space, right? The divine child is only at the peak of body tempering. How is this possible? Could it be that the divine child's combat power is already comparable to that of a reincarnation realm expert? This is certainly not because Yuan Zhixian's combat power is comparable to that of the reincarnation realm, but rather because of the power of the double pupil. The double pupil itself possesses the ability to create heaven and earth, and a fully developed double pupil can even create a world, not to mention tearing apart space. At this moment, Yuan Zhixian took a step forward. The double pupils in the sky once again unleashed a powerful pressure, pressing down on the 5 major sequences. Asterisk pft. Asterisk the 5 major sequences coughed up blood. With another step, the pressure had completely overwhelmed them, leaving them lying haphazardly on the training platform, severely injured. Yuan Zhixian then said, "You are now severely injured, while I haven't even used 1/10 of my strength." Wow! They haven't even used a tenth of their strength, and the 5 major sequences are already powerless to fight back. The divine child is terrifying. Otherwise, how could I be worthy of being the divine son of my clan if I didn't have this strength? Truly worthy of being our clan's divine son. Unparalleled throughout the ages, unprecedented and unmatched. With this divine son present, our clan will undoubtedly achieve unparalleled glory in this era, sweeping aside all obstacles. The audience was also incredibly excited. They got more and more animated as they spoke, like they'd been injected with adrenaline. On the stage, Yuan Zhixian looked at the 5 severely injured members of the Great Sequence and murmured, "If I take another step, then after today, the Yuan clan will be reduced from 10 Great Sequences to 5. What do you say, should I take another step?" He finished speaking with a slight, harmless smile. Yuan Zifeng and Yuan Yenner, watching from outside the arena, immediately felt that someone was about to suffer. Because every time Yuan Zhixian smiled like that, someone was bound to suffer. The 5 sequences immediately felt a chill run down their spines, cold sweat pouring down their backs, because in their eyes, Yuan Zhixian's smile was even more demonic than the demons of the dark forbidden zone. Am I going to perish today? Of course, if you submit to me and follow my lead, I will forgive and forget your past transgressions, Yuan Zhixian continued before anyone could react. We are willing to submit to the Divine Son. At this moment, the 5 major sequences no longer possessed the unruly aura they had at the beginning. Now, they were all extremely frustrated. They had lost both their position and their army. They had wanted to establish their authority over the Divine Son, but instead of establishing their authority, they had to submit to him. Zifeng Yenner. Yuan Zhixian called out to the 2 outside the arena. Instantly, the 2 appeared on the stage, bowing and saying, "Yes, Divine Child, what are your orders?" "These 5 are yours. The temple is short-handed, and these 5 are just right. The men will clean the main hall, water the flowers, and plant the trees. The women will clean the rooms, do the laundry, and fold the blankets." "Huh!" the crowd below exclaimed. "No way. The 5 great sequences are being treated like servants by the Divine Child? Unbelievable. Utterly unbelievable. All right, this matter is settled. You may all leave. The 5 of you go with Zifeng and Yenner to the Divine Palace. I need to go to the ancestral land now." After saying that, he disappeared in a flash of golden light. Just before Yuan Zifeng and Yuan Pejuan's duel, the 9th ancestor of the family, the Supreme Elder, the Elder, and Yuan Sun, the grandfather of Yuan Zhixian, had already arrived and were watching everything from a hidden void. Haha. The Divine Child is only 5 years old, yet he can already overpower the 5 major sequences, and he hasn't even used 1/10 of his strength. This generation of Divine Child is probably unmatched in the entire Yuan clan. "No, in the entire 9 heavens and 10 earths," said an elder. "The Divine Child's talent is unparalleled, unprecedented in history, and 1 in 10,000 ages. This great era's Divine Child will surely lead the clan to a higher dimension, and perhaps even allow the entire clan to ascend to immortality," another clan elder said. At this moment, an elder of the Supreme Clan pondered for a moment, stroked his beard, and said, "The Divine Child's talent is indeed unparalleled throughout the ages, but I fear that some villains and old fogies may secretly make a move. They dare. Competition among peers is based on skill, and losing is one thing, but would a Divine Child lose? What a joke. That's impossible," said a senior elder. At this moment, Yuan Zhixian's grandfather said, "But if the older generation shamelessly makes a move in secret, I will definitely kill this person, destroy their lineage, and then extract their soul to burn them to ashes with netherworld fire." "Yes, that's right. Anyone who dares to lay a hand on the Divine Child will be annihilated by our clan, no matter where they are," said another elder. At this moment, the 9th ancestor also spoke up. "I will have Tianye company and protect the Divine Child, and I will not remain asleep in this life. In this life, I will protect the Divine Child." If the 9th ancestor protects the Divine Child, then the Divine Child is truly without any risk. "Then we will trouble the 9th ancestor," the crowd said, bowing slightly. All right, this matter is settled. Everyone, you may disperse, he said, as a spatial tunnel appeared beside him, and the ninth ancestor entered it. Ancestral Forbidden Zone. As soon as the ninth ancestor emerged from the spatial tunnel, he saw Yuan Zhixian arrive and greeted him with a smile. Immortal, you've done well. Although our clan is a forbidden family, even a towering tree needs its tender leaves to grow one by one. For them, being superior to others in the Yuan clan's hierarchy is already a source of arrogance. Arrogance is poison, only hastening one's demise. But what they don't know is that there are always people stronger than them, and heavens beyond heavens. In places the Yuan clan can see, the family can protect them. But in places unseen, who will protect them? Now, the ancient heaven-suppressing tablet has appeared, the heirs of various forces have emerged one after another, and even the offspring of emperors and ancient freaks have appeared. This is a golden age. You must shoulder everything for the Yuan clan. Do you understand? The immortal understands, no matter how powerful the successors of the various forces may be. But I am invincible. In this life, I will sweep aside all and lead my family to even greater heights. With that, his double pupils flashed, the divine radiance of his supreme bones shone brightly, and chaotic energy surrounded him. His aura was intense. He couldn't wait to meet the peerless geniuses and ancient prodigies of this golden age. At this moment, the ninth ancestor opened his left hand, revealing an ancient jade piece. He then said, "This ancient jade contains my sealed spiritual power and my soul imprint. Activate this jade when you are in the most danger. My spiritual power can withstand attacks from those up to the 9th level of Quasi-Emperor. The soul imprint is for sensing your location. After you crush the jade, I can immediately sense your location and then teleport to your side. Remember, only use this when your life is in danger." The ancient heaven-suppressing tablets only appeared during the Golden Age. When the Golden Age appears, the Imperial Road emerges. Each day, one of the 9 heavens and 10 earths will have an ancient heaven-suppressing tablet appear, and the location is random. Then, the values from the 3 realms will be combined to rank the top 100 each day. Finally, the 9 tablets from the 9 heavens will be combined into one ancient heavenly Tao tablet. This will rank the top 1,000 from the 9 heavens and 10 earths. This time, the ancient heaven-suppressing tablet from my Taiyuan heaven will appear in the territory of the Sun Dynasty in the northern region. You should bring along the family's available personnel. The clan elders will accompany you this time. In addition, Tianni, came the 9th ancestor's soft voice. Exist. A man dressed in a long black robe, appearing to be in his 40s, appeared at the ancestral land. He silently appeared before the 9th ancestor and bowed. Yuan Zhixian immediately used his double pupils to observe this man. However, this man gave him the feeling of a stone sinking into the sea, unfathomable. Immortal, this is Tianni, whose cultivation level is at the Great Sage Realm. He will be your protector on your travels from now on. Tianni greets the divine child. He glanced at Yuan Zhixian and bowed. You don't need to be so polite, senior. I'll be troubling you in the future. You're too kind, my lord. I will do everything in my power to protect you. Tianni, if the divine child suffers even the slightest harm within your power, you don't need to come back, understand? Looking at Tianni, the 9th ancestor spoke solemnly. Yes, 9th ancestor. Your subordinate will absolutely do everything in his power to protect the divine child, even at the cost of my life. Good. Go, you banished immortal. I'll be waiting for you to reach the top of the Gentian ancient brand ranking. We will certainly live up to the expectations of our 9 ancestors. Afterwards, Yuan Zhixian and Tianni left the ancestral land. The 9th ancestor glanced at the 3 jade coffins deep within the ancestral land and smiled. Then, the 3 jade coffins stirred slightly. The northern region spans hundreds of billions of kilometers. Legend has it that even a sage would need hundreds of thousands of years to fly from east to west across it. This gives you an idea of just how vast the northern region is. A sage's lifespan is only 5,000 years. A sage king's lifespan is 10,000 years. A great sage's lifespan is 50,000 years. A supreme sage's lifespan is 100,000 years. A quasi-emperor's lifespan is 200,000 years. And those who attain enlightenment through alternative means also have a lifespan of 250,000 years. The great emperor has a lifespan of 1,000,000 years, while immortals have transcended heaven and earth and have endless lifespans. As long as they do not perish, they can live forever. This is why beings of all races defy the heavens to become emperors or immortals. Those who fail to become immortals ultimately turn into dust. Only by ascending to higher realms can one have the chance to become an immortal and achieve longevity. The Sun Dynasty. Seated atop the imperial palace sat a man with a dignified face, solemn expression, and unparalleled authority, looking down upon the world below. He exuded an aura of superiority, wearing an imperial robe embroidered with 9 three-legged golden crows flying in the void, and boots with 9 crows on his feet. A huge three-legged golden crow was faintly visible on his back, and a blazing golden light emanated from the three-legged golden crow, which was sacred and powerful. The Sun Dynasty originated from the three-legged golden crow and rose to prominence in the ancient era, spanning dozens of eras. One era is 12 million years, and dozens of eras constitute one age. The eras are further divided into creation, mythology, immortal era, primordial era, ancient era, desolate era, and contemporary era. The earlier the era, the longer the duration. Legend has it that the mythology era spanned thousands of eras. The Sun Dynasty only produced 2 or 3 great emperors in dozens of eras, which shows how difficult it was to become one. Although there are only 2 or 3 great emperors, their foundation as an emperor-level immortal force is still extremely terrifying. At this moment, the Holy Emperor of the Imperial Palace addressed a young man below. Tru Yan, a handsome young man of about 15 or 16, with a tall and upright figure and an imposing presence, appeared. He wore an imperial robe embroidered with 6 three-legged golden crows in flight and bowed slightly. Father. Looking at Prince Jin Jinyang ahead, the Sun Emperor's solemn face revealed a satisfied smile. Prince Jin Jinyang was born with the Great Sun Divine Body, which ranks among the top 50 of the 3,000 physiques. Furthermore, he obtained the Sun True Fire and the essence blood of his ancestors in the land of inheritance, and his bloodline has already returned to its ancestral state by 50%. He was already one of the top geniuses in the entire 9 heavens and 10 earths. This time, the ancient heaven-suppressing tablet has descended upon the territory of my Sun Dynasty. Almost all the geniuses of the entire Taiyuan heaven will come, including the divine sons and holy sons of ancient clans, immortal lands, imperial clans, and holy lands. There are even peerless geniuses and unparalleled prodigies. Do you have confidence? Rest assured, Father, I will definitely strive to secure a top 3 ranking in this Gentian ancient token trial. I recently received ancestral inheritance in the land of inheritance, greatly enhancing my strength. I've heard that the top 100 in the Gentian ancient token trial receive divine rewards. The higher the ranking, the rarer the rewards. Moreover, the rewards are all peerless treasures. I certainly won't miss such an opportunity. Excellent. My son, your talent is unparalleled. You will surely reap great rewards this time, bringing glory to our dynasty. The 10,000 Mountains. The place where the ancient heaven-suppressing tablet descended. At this time, the 10,000 mountains were already overcrowded, with forces from all sides having arrived long ago. Look, a voice rang out. A huge warship appeared in the sky, with men, women, old and young on board. An ancient yellow character on the warship was particularly eye-catching. This is the ancient Huang family. Look, do you see that 12 or 13-year-old boy standing at the very front? That's the number 1 ranked holy son of the Huang family's 8 holy sons. He's also Huang Xiaoyu, the youngest son of the Huang family patriarch. I heard he's among the top 100 of the 3,000 physiques, possessing the extreme thunder physique. His strength is unparalleled, and he's participating in the trial in place of his brother. Huang Xiaoyu's elder brother, Huang Jingwang, possesses a physique ranking among the top 20, the innate emperor physique. Legend has it that those with the innate emperor body, who cultivate the emperor's path techniques, will become emperors upon mastery. Huang Jingwang is still in seclusion and did not participate in the Zhentian ancient token trial rankings. His younger brother, Huang Xiaoyu, is participating in his brother's place and also to test his own strength. Boom! On the other side of the sky, a huge mountain appeared, surrounded by purple clouds and mist. Inside the mountain were forests, ponds, buildings, and palaces. "This is Yaoqi Peak in the Yaoqi sacred land," someone said, pointing to the distant mountain peak. Legend has it that the goddess of the Yaoqi sacred land, Bai Lingxi, is an unparalleled beauty, a woman of breathtaking beauty. She is known as the most beautiful woman in Taiyuan heaven. Leading the group at Yaoqi's sacred ground was a beautiful young woman. She wore a purplish-red cheongsam, which accentuated her curvaceous figure and aroused lustful thoughts. Over this, she wore a layer of white gauze and a black silk shawl, exuding an air of elegance and nobility. Next to her stood Bai Lingxi. She was tall and slender with a graceful figure. She had a stunningly beautiful oval face, a complexion as white as jade, and skin as white as snow. Her long, jet-black hair cascaded down her shoulders like a smooth black waterfall. Her bangs swayed in the wind, partially obscuring her clear, bright eyes, which shone with a lotus-like purity, making her appear like a celestial maiden with unparalleled beauty. A loud, clear cry echoed through the sky as a giant phoenix flew in from afar, its powerful aura whipping up gusts of wind that knocked everyone present to the ground. This is the Phoenix clan residing in the ancient Wudong tree. The ancient Wudong tree is a towering tree that existed since the immortal ancient era, enormous and forming its own world. Standing atop the enormous phoenix is an old man who appears to be over 60 years old. This is the 10th elder of the Phoenix clan, a great sage in cultivation. I didn't expect him to come. Behind him is Feng Yutong, the Phoenix maiden of the Phoenix clan. She had long red hair, a stunningly beautiful face, delicate features, a striking fiery red mark on her forehead, and a pair of indifferent red eyes, as if everything around her was irrelevant to her. Her cold aura made people afraid to look at her for long. It is said that Feng Yutong is a blood phoenix with mutated bloodline, and her talent and natural beauty are already no less than those of the five-colored phoenix. That's terrifying. I heard that their Phoenix clan's patriarch is a four-colored phoenix, and his cultivation is already at the peak of the Supreme Saint realm. Doesn't that mean that Feng Yutong's talent and abilities are comparable to those of a great emperor? Doesn't that mean she can rival the top 30 of the 3,000 physiques? A hoarse cry rang out again, and a huge sphere of light appeared. Within the sphere, the figure of a three-legged golden crow flickered faintly, and a group of people stood on the back of the golden crow. Someone else said, "These are people from the Sun Dynasty." Then another person chimed in, "Of course, this is Sun Dynasty territory. And they're an emperor-level power, so of course they'll send people." Besides, Crown Prince Xinjiang is an unparalleled genius. He's definitely one of the most qualified candidates for the top 3. Other forces also arrived one after another. Ancient Su family, Tianxian's sacred land, Divine Swamp, the Eastern Temple, etc. A deafening roar drew everyone's attention back. 9 enormous dragons were pulling a palace through the sky. The enormous dragon, radiating a blue light, roared repeatedly, its voice echoing throughout the heavens and earth, as if asserting its dominance over this place. The terrifying pressure caused even the surrounding space to tremble. Those present, whose cultivation was weaker and who lacked the protection of powerful elders, were already pale from the dragon's oppressive force, some even losing control of their bladders. Yes, you read that right, it's incontinence. Even worse, the area around the base of its tail is emitting a foul odor. Azure sky-devouring flood dragons? There are 9 of them, and each one possesses the cultivation of a great sage. The Azure Sky-Devouring Flood Dragon Clan is a branch of the True Dragon Clan. Their strength ranks among the top in the branch of the True Dragon Clan. Furthermore, the clan has an ancestor who is a quasi-emperor level expert. Who is it? Who's so extravagant as to have 9 azure sky-swallowing dragons pulling a cart? That's outrageously wealthy, a chubby voice shouted. Nay, blind man. There he is. Suck, suck, suck. Where? Up there, another person said. In the very center of the palace, where the 9 azure dragons devoured the sky, a large plaque with a striking character Yuan, emitting bursts of golden light. This is the Forbidden Yuan clan. At this moment, the supreme elder of the Yuan clan led Yuan Zhixian out of the palace. This is Yuan Jiozhen, the supreme elder of the Yuan clan. An ancient being from a sacred land said, I didn't expect this old fellow to actually come. Back in his era, he was invincible among all the geniuses of his level. Now he's also at the supreme saint level. Tens of thousands of years have passed, and I thought he had already passed away. I didn't expect him to still be alive. He's truly an immortal old man. The child behind him seems to be the Qilin child born in the Yuan clan 5 years ago. Looking at his profound aura and the manifestation of the great Tao around him, the Yuan clan has truly produced another invincible figure. In the previous generation, Yuan Chongqing alone overwhelmed the geniuses of that time. If it weren't for the scarcity of spiritual energy in the world back then, unsuitable for achieving Tao, the Yuan clan would probably have another great emperor now. Truly, like father, like son. I feel this child is even more powerful than his father. I wonder what kind of physique he has. Bite. This system kindly reminds you, host, not to forget about winning first place in the Zhantian Ancient Item Competition. 2 years later, the system beeped again. Huh? Tongzi, I thought you'd disappeared. Turns out you're still here. Host, this system, oops, no, this system isn't a dog. How could it disappear? This system is just reminding you in case you forget your mission. There's something I was planning to tell you after you completed your first mission, but it's okay to say it now. This system now has a hidden mission. Are you interested, host? If you'd like, you can complete both missions together for great rewards. What is it? Tell me. No, no, no. The system will only release content after the host accepts the task. However, you can also choose to refuse. Master, if I refuse, will I suffer any loss? Yuan Zhixian asked. There will be no loss, the system said. Another hidden quest. There's no penalty for refusing. Is this damn system trying to trick me? Yuan Zhixian pondered for a moment before saying. This dog-like system. Oops, no, I mean, this system would never betray the host, no matter how treacherous the world may be. You're my sugar daddy. How could I possibly betray you? Then call me dad, and let me hear it. I'm so frustrated. The system was also in turmoil. See? You said I'm your sugar daddy and won't rip you off, and all I did was let you call me daddy, and you're already upset? Fine, I won't do any more of your tasks from now on, that's it. I won't do any missions, I just want to play. How is it? How is it? Hit me then, you idiot, Yuan Zhixian said happily. Countdown 10 seconds, system is automatically destroying. Stop, 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 I was just joking. Why are you making such a fuss about automatic destruction? Seriously. Fine, I accept it. Yuan Zhixian said speechlessly, this dog of a system is really cunning. The host is just being a jerk, forcing me to use my ultimate move before he'll give in. Yuan Zhixian's expression was as if he had just eaten an orange eye. Ding. Hidden quest activated. The host must unlock the Heavenly Tao Ancient Card Eternal Ranking and obtain first place. The Eternal Ranking? First place? Wasn't the previous task about getting first place? What's this first place all about? Are you G messing with me? The first mission was to achieve first place in the combined ranking of the Zhantian Ancient Pai Gao, while this hidden mission is to reach the eternal ranking of the Tian Dao Ancient Pai Gao. The eternal ranking of the Heavenly Tao Ancient Tablet can only be opened by forbidden prodigies who are unparalleled throughout the ages. The conditions for its opening are extremely stringent. This ranking is a record of all forbidden prodigies and supreme powerhouses from ancient times to the present. Every ranked individual is an unparalleled and invincible being throughout history. The lowest among them all possess the cultivation of a great emperor, and the highest-ranking individuals have already attained immortality. Immortal. Breaking these records of those who have become immortals should be quite good, Yuan Zhixian said with a smile. That's what makes it interesting and challenging. If I can't even defeat them, how can I possibly dominate the ages and achieve unparalleled feats? 10,000 great mountains. Huang Xiaoyu looked at Yuan Zhixian in the distance and said to the Huang family members, "Is this the divine child of the forbidden Yuan clan? He's clearly just a little brat, not even fully grown, and he's here to try his luck." The Huang family elder glanced at Huang Xiaoyu and said, "Holy Son, this Yuan clan's divine son should not be underestimated. Each of the Yuan clan's 10 great sequences is an unparalleled genius. Yuan Ruochu, the first of this generation, is an unparalleled prodigy possessing the reincarnation body. Even such a prodigy didn't become the Yuan clan's divine child, demonstrating just how terrifying Yuan Ruochu's talent is. The Holy Son must not be underestimated." Huang Xiaoyu pursed his lips in disdain upon hearing the elder's words. Meanwhile, everyone on the Yaoqi Holy Land side also looked at Yuan Zhixian, with Bai Lingxi's gaze filled with curiosity. When she came out, her master, the Holy Lord of Yaoqi, repeatedly told her not to have any conflict with Yuan Zhixian, and that it would be best to get closer to him. Bai Lingxi, still puzzled, asked the Holy Master of Yaoqi why. The Holy Master of Yaoqi replied with a sorrowful expression, "Because he is his son." Back then, he was incredibly powerful and valiant. He was invincible among his peers, suppressing countless geniuses. As his son, I believe he is certainly no less capable than him. Thinking of the complex expression on her master's face when he spoke of Yuan Chongqing and Yuan Zhixian, she was suddenly filled with boundless curiosity about Yuan Zhixian as well. The Phoenix clan members remained silent after the Yuan clan made their appearance, all looking at their own Phoenix maiden. At this moment, Feng Nu also had a cold expression and glanced at the Yuan clan without saying a word. On this side of the Sun dynasty, Crown Prince Jinyang looked at the Yuan clan members with a solemn expression, especially at the Yuan clan's divine son, Yuan Zhixian. Recalling an event from the past, when he was 7 or 8 years old, he went on a journey and met Yuan Ruochu, who was also 7 or 8 years old at the time, in a secret realm. At that time, he possessed the Great Sun divine body and felt that he could overpower his peers. Upon seeing the Yuan clan, he intended to intimidate them, but unexpectedly, he was defeated by Yuan Ruochu in less than 10 moves. After returning to the imperial court, he devoted himself to seclusion and cultivation for 2 years, resulting in a significant increase in his cultivation level. When he was 10 years old, he encountered Yuan Ruochu again during a trip. Without saying a word, he immediately attacked. This time, even more tragically, he was defeated in 8 moves, and Yuan Ruochu left gracefully. From then on, Yuan Ruochu became an indelible shadow in Jin Jinyang's heart. If he didn't defeat him, Yuan Ruochu would eventually become his inner demon, and in severe cases, it might even prevent him from improving his cultivation level. Such strength is enough to make Yuan Zhixian not a divine son, but only a first-order prodigy in this generation of the Yuan clan. This shows that Yuan Zhixian's talent is even stronger than Yuan Ruochu's. Cousin. At that moment, a voice rang out and a beam of light landed beside Yuan Zhixian. The light dissipated, revealing a beautiful figure. She was 15 or 16 years old, with fine, jet-black hair that cascaded over her shoulders, giving her a delicate and graceful appearance. Her fair skin was smooth as jade. Her bright eyes are captivating, her high nose bridge and 2 dimples evenly distributed on either side of her cheeks, and her natural expression in every smile and frown make her beautiful and charming, like a fairy who has stepped out of a painting. You are Muyao's cousin. Yu Muyao, the current goddess of the Taiyu Heavenly Jade clan, possesses a powerful dream body, ranking among the top 50 of the 3,000 bodies. The dream body possesses extremely strong mental power. Its secret illusion techniques can blur the lines between dreams and reality. She is the daughter of the Jade clan's Patriarch. Yuan Zhexian's mother, Yu Lingqing, was the previous goddess of the Yu clan, and the current head of the Yu clan is Yu Lingqing's older brother. The head of the Yu family also has a son, who is also Yuan Zhexian's cousin. The Yu clan's divine son is already 18 years old this year. The Jade clan is also an immortal imperial clan, though slightly weaker than the Yuan clan on the surface. However, it is still one of the most powerful families in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Cousin, what's wrong? Don't you recognize your older cousin? I visited you at the Yuan clan when you were little. I remember. How could I not remember? You almost flicked my little ding-ding when I was little. If my mother hadn't been quick enough to grab me, I would have been the one to suffer your mischievous hand. Yuan Zhexian said with a hint of frustration. But outwardly, she smiled slightly and said, "Of course I remember." Cousin, what brings you to Taiyuan Heaven? Are you here for the trial too? No, I came to see you. The old man said this trial is a tremendous opportunity that I must participate in. I don't want to be on the list and have everyone know about it. Hey, I heard you're here too. I begged the Supreme Elder to let him cross the heavens and secretly help me slip away. At this moment, the Supreme Elder of the Jade clan also arrived. Looking at Yuan Zhexian, he placed his right palm upright in front of his chest and nodded, saying, "Greetings, divine child. My mother was the previous goddess of the Jade clan. I also have half Jade clan blood, so I'm considered half a member of the Jade clan. Elder, there's no need for such formalities." Oh? You old codger, why did you finally decide to come out this time? Weren't you waiting to pass away in the Jade clan? Yuan Jiuzheng said, looking at the Jade clan's Supreme Elder. Why can you old codger, come but I can't? Besides, you haven't even passed away yet. How could I bear to pass away? I brought my clan's goddess to see the divine son, and I was also curious about the Yuan clan's divine son. We also wanted to strengthen our relationship. What's wrong? Others may not know this child, but we certainly do. With this child's terrifying talent and physique, he could easily be our clan's imperial heir. Don't forget that his mother was the previous goddess of our clan, and our patriarch is his maternal uncle. What? Imperial son? Twin positions? Bullshit. The banished immortal is clearly the divine son of my clan, you shameless old b*********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** said angrily. What? You're not convinced? Want to have a fight? The Jade Clan's supreme elder said, not to be outdone. Both were unparalleled geniuses in their youth, invincible among their peers. They have been fighting since their youth, with each battle resulting in wins and losses, making them evenly matched. However, their friendship began as a series of conflicts, and they gradually evolved from initial rivals into close friends. Now, they enjoy playfully bickering when they meet. Just as the two were glaring at each other, the Gentian ancient token suddenly shone brightly. What is this? The trial has begun. Afterwards, everyone gathered their respective prodigies and flew towards the Gentian ancient tablet to prepare for the trial. The ancient tablet that pacifies the heavens in the void exudes an ancient aura. Its surroundings radiate light, which slowly converges into a massive vortex gate. The outer ring of this vortex gate glows with 7 colors, while the interior remains dark and gloomy, obscuring its contents. Sui is here, someone shouted. The Su family is also an immortal power, a family with the potential to become a quasi-emperor. The Su family is a family specializing in swordsmanship, and Sui is the holy son of the Su family in this generation. He possesses the Azure Lotus sword body, ranking among the top 100 of the 3,000 physiques. The sword is the blade of the heart. It can be used to kill or to protect. The choice between killing and protecting lies in a single thought. Sword cultivators are among the most powerful in the world. Even the Su family patriarch, with his peak quasi-emperor cultivation, could severely injure an ordinary great emperor with a single, desperate strike. This is the power of sword cultivators. Therefore, ordinary imperial families would not easily offend the Su family. At this moment, Sui was the first to enter the inner world of the Gentian ancient tablet to begin the trial. Meanwhile, outside, a massive light screen appeared in front of the ancient heaven-suppressing tablet. The screen displayed the scene of Sui within the ancient heaven-suppressing tablet's inner world. Yuan Zhixian was also stunned by the scene. His mind immediately recalled his time on Earth. When live streaming was all the rage, it was something very similar. He never expected that after 5 years in this world, he would witness an otherworldly version of live streaming. Interesting. Very interesting. Within the inner world of the Zhantian ancient tablet, the surrounding space was a hazy gray, creating an oppressive atmosphere. At the very center of this inner world stood a massive trial stone, made of some unknown material, several tens of meters high. As Sui approached the trial stone, a voice devoid of any emotion rang out. Please note, trial participants, the trial stone will emit different colors of light depending on the level of cultivation you are testing. Red represents the body-tempering realm, yellow represents the blood transformation realm, and blue represents the cave heaven realm. Each time a color is displayed, the trial participant's cultivation level will be suppressed to the level indicated by that color. Does the trial participant understand? Understood. Sui nodded in reply. Then, the trial stone emitted a blood-red light. Suyi's cultivation was then suppressed to the peak of the body-tempering realm. At this moment, an ancient long sword appeared in Suyi's right hand. His spiritual power surged, and he suddenly swung it forward, unleashing a powerful sword light that shot rapidly towards the trial stone. This was already Suyi's most powerful move during the body-tempering stage. Bang then. Trial participant Sui, body-tempering realm, 180,000 gene. That emotionless voice rang out again. The outside world was in an uproar. Wow! 108,000 gene. No wonder it's the Azure Lotus sword body. An ordinary person at the peak of the body-tempering realm only manages around 10,000 gene at full strength. You must know that cultivators are now divided into ordinary people, geniuses, prodigies, monsters, peerless prodigies, peerless monsters, and the most powerful eternal monsters. And Sui has already reached the level of a peerless prodigy. As long as he doesn't perish, at the very least, he will become a saint-level figure in the future. The trial stone then began to emit a yellow light again. Look, the Blood Realm trial has begun, someone outside suddenly shouted. At this moment, Suyi's body also underwent a change. His cultivation level, originally at the peak of the body-tempering realm, suddenly surged to the peak of the blood transformation realm. With this surge in cultivation, Suyi's aura also increased dramatically. 9 Azure Lotus leaves suddenly appeared around him, slowly transforming into 9 light swords. The light swords stood upright and rotated around Sui. Then, Sui uttered, Azure Lotus secret technique, Lotus Leaf Sword Art. As he spoke, the 9 light swords hurtled towards the trial stone. Boom! Trial participant Sui, blood transformation realm, 1.8 million gene. As soon as he finished speaking, the trial stone emitted a blue light again. Suyi's cultivation then reached the peak of the cave heaven realm. He then sat cross-legged in midair, his hands constantly forming hand seals. His spiritual power and aura increased simultaneously, and 8 cave heaven seals appeared, rotating continuously behind him. Trial participant Sui, 8th cave heaven realm. 8 grotto heavens? An ancient being from an immortal holy land looked at these 8 grotto heavens and said, "This child truly deserves to be a future supreme saint. If such talent were in my holy land, granting him the position of saintly son would not be unreasonable." The Su family was thrilled to see their holy son's extraordinary talent. He would undoubtedly become a core member of the family in the future, a true saint. After Sui emerged, Huang Xiaoyu flew to the vortex gate as well. He glanced at Sui and teased, "The future great sage, not bad at all." Sui glanced at Huang Xiaoyu indifferently and said, "Are you a chatterbox?" After saying that, he ignored Huang Xiaoyu and returned to his own family's camp. Huang Xiaoyu was immediately furious. He then went inside. The same gray, gloomy space, the same testing stone. As the trial stone emitted a red light, Huang Xiaoyu's cultivation level also dropped to the peak of the body-tempering realm. Extreme Thunder Body, a body of lightning. possesses powerful lightning attack capabilities, and is extremely destructive. Huang Xiaoyu's aura surged dramatically, with faint purple lightning crackling around him. As his aura increased, the surrounding lightning also gradually brightened and intensified. With a deep roar from Huang Xiaoyu, purple lightning flashed rapidly toward the trial stone. Boom! After a deafening clap of thunder, that cold voice reappeared. Trial participant Huang Xiaoyu, body tempering realm, 180,000 gene. Wow! This. Another future saint. 2 future saints now. This trial with the ancient heaven-suppressing tablet was definitely worthwhile. At this moment, the trial stone turned yellow again. Huang Xiaoyu's cultivation level also changed from the body-tempering realm to the peak of the blood-moving realm. Without hesitation, Huang Xiaoyu immediately channeled his spiritual power, his hands forming hand seals. The terrifying lightning around him slowly coalesced into a massive ball of lightning, shimmering with purple light. Its terrifying aura seemed capable of obliterating anyone with a single touch. Freeze! As Huang Xiaoyu uttered that word, the purple lightning ball flew towards the trial stone. Boom! 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 After a series of explosions, a cold voice rang out. Trial participant Huang Xiaoyu, blood transport realm 1.85 million gene. What? This guy is actually stronger than Sui. The people outside were also discussing it animatedly. Just then, the trial stone emitted a blue light again, and Huang Xiaoyu's cultivation level rose to the peak of the cave heaven realm. He then sat cross-legged and used his cultivation technique to bring his spiritual power to its peak. As his spiritual power continued to increase, 8 rotating cave heavens appeared behind Huang Xiaoyu. Trial participant Huang Xiaoyu, Cave Heaven Realm, 8th Cave Heaven. The crowd outside erupted in excitement again. Another peerless genius from 8 different grotto heavens. And his talent is even slightly stronger than Su Yi's. The Huang family elder smiled with satisfaction and said, "The Holy Son's talent in this trial is already unparalleled, making him a future supreme figure of the family." His elder brother, the family's divine son Huang Jingwang, possesses the innate emperor physique, making him even more terrifying than his younger brother. If his brother hadn't been in seclusion for so long, he would definitely have been able to compete for the top spot if he had participated in this trial. Then, Bai Lingxi from the Yaoqi Holy Land glanced at the Phoenix clan's Phoenix maiden and smiled gently, saying, "Sister, shall we go first?" The Phoenix maiden coldly replied, "It doesn't matter who goes first." "Then I'll go first." After saying this, Bai Lingxi flashed to the vortex gate and walked straight in. Within the inner world, as Bai Lingxi arrived, the trial stone began to glow red. Bai Lingxi's cultivation level was also lowered to the peak of body tempering. At this moment, Bai Lingxi formed a hand seal, and a mysterious and ancient white aura appeared around her. As Bai Lingxi finished forming the hand seal, this white aura transformed into a crescent moon, which emitted a faint white light and hung above her inner world. This is the inherited cultivation method of the Yaoqi Holy Land, the Queen Mother's Scripture. It is said that the Queen Mother Scripture is the peerless cultivation method of the Queen Mother of the West, the ancestor of the Yaoqi Holy Land. When cultivated to a certain level, it can give rise to the extraordinary phenomenon of the paradise on Earth. The white aura is the aura of evolution, which is said to evolve everything. Moreover, only those who hold the position of the Holy Lord of Yaoqi can cultivate this method. "Hurry!" Bai Lingxi shouted. The white crescent moon spun rapidly, flying towards the trial stone. Bang! The white explosion disappeared. A cold voice rang out. Trial participant Bai Lingxi, body tempering realm, 300,000 gene. The moment the number was announced, the people outside erupted in uproar. 300,000 caddies. This. The goddess of Yaoqi is terrifying. This is the talent of an unparalleled prodigy. Not only is the goddess's appearance breathtakingly beautiful, but her talent is also unparalleled. Who could be worthy of such a peerless woman? Outside, the people were still discussing heatedly. Inside, Bai Lingxi was already waiting for the second round of trials with the trial stone. At this moment, the trial stone changed from red light to yellow light, and Bailingsi's cultivation level also rose to the peak of the blood-moving realm. Buzz. Buzz. Bailingsi slowly floated in midair, her hands rapidly forming hand seals and circulating the Queen Mother Sutra. Her aura increased continuously with the speed of the hand seals, and the powerful aura condensed into a stream of air that spread outwards. Boom. Boom. At this moment, two white streams of evolved energy appeared around Bailingsi, swirling around her. Bailingsi pointed her slender finger forward, and the two streams of white evolved energy gathered at her fingertip, then burst forth with white light. With a flick of her finger, the white light transformed into a giant white dragon that rushed toward the trial stone. After a dragon's roar, that voice rang out. Trial participant Bailingsi, blood transformation realm 3.1 million gene. Meanwhile, Yuan Zhixian, hearing these numbers, looked at Bailingsi on the screen, lost in thought. Her talent is quite good, probably comparable to Xingqian Suyu and the others. I heard someone say that the Holy Lord of Yaoqi Holy Land had a rather unusual relationship with my father back then. If I take this Yaoqi goddess as my maid, and the Holy Lord of Yaoqi comes knocking, I wonder what expression my father will have on his face. Just thinking about it makes me happy. Playing pranks on my dad is endlessly fun. Within the inner world, as the second round of trials concluded, the final round began, and the trial stone emitted a blue light. Bailingsi stood in the void, her long dress fluttering without wind, her breathtaking beauty appearing incomparably sacred, inspiring awe and reverence. At this moment, Bailingsi's cultivation level had also risen to the peak of the cave heaven realm, and her aura had increased exponentially, becoming exceptionally powerful. As her aura continued to increase, the cave heaven seals behind her slowly appeared, only stopping after the ninth one. Trial participant Bailingsi, Ninth Heaven Cave Realm. 9 heavens? It's actually the 9 heavens, the 9 heavens symbolizing unparalleled geniuses. The goddess's talent is terrifying. Perhaps countless years later, the Jade Pool Holy Land will produce another unparalleled empress. Someone in the crowd exclaimed. And the beautiful woman leading the Yaoqi Holy Land, with a slight upturn at the corners of her lips, exuded an indescribable charm that captivated all who beheld her. The goddess was an unparalleled prodigy of this era. Our Yaoqi Holy Land could certainly contend for the throne in the future. Phoenix Clan's Phoenix Maiden, Feng Yutong, smiled slightly upon seeing Bailingsi's exceptional talent. And you have to admit, her smile was no less charming than Bailingsi's. Even her usually cold face showed a rare hint of a smile. Just then, the voice of the Phoenix Clan's 10th elder rang out, Yutong, it's your turn. Feng Yutong remained silent, flying straight towards the vortex gate. Upon entering the inner world, the trial stone emitted a red light. Feng Yutong's cultivation level rose to the peak of the body-tempering realm. Then, Feng Yutong formed a hand seal, and a small halo appeared before her, radiating a blood-red light. Go! With a delicate shout from Feng Yutong, a blood-red phoenix, 7 or 8 meters tall, flew out from within the halo. The blood phoenix spread its wings and cried out as it crashed into the trial stone. Bang! After that, the cold voice rang out again. Trial participant, Feng Yutong, body-tempering realm, 350,000 gene. Then the trial stone emitted a yellow light again, and Feng Yutong's cultivation level rose to the peak of the blood transformation realm. Her aura surged once more, and a blood-red moon appeared behind Feng Yutong, its blood-red light illuminating the entire inner world, making it appear exceptionally eerie. Blood moon power. Feng Yutong uttered softly, and a black and red light condensed in the center of the blood moon. The black and red light grew brighter and brighter, and then shot out a black and red beam of light, which shot straight toward the trial stone. Buzz. The light faded, and the sound returned. Trial participant Feng Yutong moved 3.6 million gene of blood realm. Then the trial stone began to glow blue again, and Feng Yutong's cultivation level rose to the cave heaven realm. Feng Yutong stood there, her beautiful face radiating composure, as if nothing mattered. Then she formed hand seals, and 9 blood-red cave heavens appeared behind her, emitting a red glow. Trial participant Foam Yutong, 9th Cave Heaven Realm. Outside, the 10th elder of the Phoenix clan stroked his beard and laughed, haha, as expected of our clan's Phoenix maiden. This mutated bloodline truly possesses the potential of an unparalleled prodigy. Upon returning, we must ensure the clan leader opens the Nirvana grounds so the Phoenix maiden can learn the Nirvana secret technique. Once she masters the Nirvana secret technique, her strength will surely increase exponentially. Haha. At that moment, a massive fireball shot down from the entrance of the vortex gate, the powerful heat causing everyone present to retreat. After the fireball dissipated, a figure appeared. This is Prince Jinyang, a descendant of the 3-legged golden crow, the Phoenix clan members said, looking at Prince Jinyang. A descendant of the 3-legged golden crow? A being of extreme fire, just like our ancestor, and the 3-legged golden crow was also one of the 10 emperors of the ancient heavenly court. I'd like to see how this descendant of the 3-legged golden crow compares to our Phoenix maiden. Prince Jinyang walked straight to the trial stone, and as the stone turned red, his cultivation level plummeted to the peak of body tempering. He then gathered all his spiritual power, and golden light radiated from his body, forming a 3-legged golden crow in midair. The crow opened its massive beak, and a scorching stream of fire shot out. The powerful flames made even those watching from outside feel the oppressive heat. After the sparks flew, the sound rang out again. Trial participant Jin Jinyang, Body Tempering Realm, 360,000 Jin. After the voice disappeared, the trial stone turned yellow again. Jin Jinyang's cultivation increased once more, and then he unleashed an even stronger aura. He slightly raised his right hand, gathering a ball of golden energy in his palm. Then, he squeezed it tightly, and the golden energy emitted a strong heat light. The temperature of the space illuminated by the heat light became extremely terrifying, as if it could melt everything. After the light faded, trial participant Jin Jinyang has amassed 3.8 million Jin of blood transformation realm material. The indifferent voice appeared once more, and after it faded away, the trial stone emitted a blue light. Jin Jinyang's cultivation level also rose to the cave heaven realm. At this moment, Jin Jinyang stood in the void, his hands clasped together, his fingers interlaced. His entire body was surrounded by the true fire of the sun, as if the Fire Emperor had been reborn. 9 fiery cave seals appeared behind him. Those watching from the outside were numb to the scene. An ancient being remarked, "This world has far too many peerless geniuses and peerless prodigies. Several have already appeared, and who knows how many more are yet to emerge. In my time, it was considered quite good if there were 1 or 2 peerless geniuses every day across the 9 heavens and 10 earths. This world is truly a golden age." At this moment, Yuan Zhixian also moved, slowly floating up. A smile graced his youthful yet handsome face, his clothes fluttering without wind. He strode through the void step by step, his body radiating dazzling golden light, a terrifying aura permeating the air, and the sounds of the great Tao resounding throughout the heavens and earth. His pair of double pupils, like the brilliance of the universe's stars, were mysterious and powerful. His presence gave everyone a suffocating feeling, as if they had fallen into the depths of the boundary sea. That's double pupils? The Yuan clan's divine son is actually a double-pupiled one? The one with the legendary double pupils who has never suffered a defeat? No. If double pupils alone aren't enough for him to become the Yuan clan's divine son, he must have some other physique. Otherwise, Yuan Ruochu, the first-ranked member of the Yuan clan, would have already ascended to the position of divine son. His reincarnation body is a heaven-defying physique that appears only once every few eras. Arriving at the entrance to the Whirlpool Gate, Yuan Zhixian slowly and leisurely walked inside. Inside the inner world, the trial stone sensed someone entering and began to emit a red light. Yuan Zhixian looked up at the trial stone, activated the eternal immortal scripture, and began to channel terrifying spiritual power into his right fist. Then, he unleashed a punch that froze the space around him. There were no fancy moves, no superfluous actions, just a single punch. Boom! After the punch, the trial stone trembled violently. At this moment, the indifferent voice was no longer indifferent. Instead, it said in surprise, You are. Announce the results. Ancient heaven-suppressing tablet, Yuan Zhixian said to the sky. I never expected you to appear at this grand event, the voice said in surprise. Trial participant Yuan Zhixian, body tempering realm, 5 million gene. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd outside. 5 million gene. This. Even the pinnacle of the body tempering realm only yields 1 million gene. Even the most monstrous genius of all ages couldn't possibly be that powerful. This was beyond terrifying. It was utterly unbelievable to them. At this moment, the trial stone emitted a yellow light. Yuan Zhixian smiled faintly. His whole body flashed with golden light, and his suppressed cultivation level soared like a rocket. He progressed through the blood transformation stages 1, 2, 3, until he reached the peak of blood transformation. Then, Yuan Zhixian continued to gather power in his right fist, but this time it was different. This time, Yuan Zhixian silently channeled the power of his double pupils, the power of his supreme bone, and the power of his chaotic body, combining the three powers into one. The terrifying aura caused the world outside to change color, as if it were the end of the world. As before, there were no flashy moves, no superfluous actions. He simply unleashed a punch. Crack, 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 crack. Cracks quickly covered the entire surface of the trial stone. Then, with a loud bang, the trial stone shattered. At this moment, the voice also said helplessly, You, sigh. Trial participant Yuan Zhixian, moving blood realm 100 million gene. The people outside were speechless with astonishment, their mouths agape. The once noisy environment had become eerily quiet. The faint sound of the wind could be heard. After everyone calmed down, the voices trembled as they stammered, 100 million? I'll F **** you, someone blurted out. At this moment, another person excitedly spoke in their local dialect. Oh dear, this is truly unfathomable. You can't judge a book by its cover. I never imagined that a 5-year-old child, 100 million gene? Did you see that? Who would believe it? He didn't even play around with it. Let me tell you, could he really do that? I'm truly a fool. That's it, my brain is buzzing right now, filled with stars, really. Although the trial stone had shattered, the trial must continue. The voice sounded quite frustrated at this point. At this moment, Yuan Zhixian stood in the void. One hand was behind his back, and the other hand was formed into a mudra and held in front of his chest. Suddenly, an unparalleled aura emanated from his body. A golden halo appeared beneath his feet, profound and mysterious. The terrifying aura caused the surrounding space to tremble. His cultivation, which had been suppressed to the peak of the blood transformation realm, was once again enhanced. First level of the cave heaven realm, second level, third level, ninth level. It only stopped at the peak of the cave heaven realm. Then, one cave heaven realm after another slowly emerged on his back, 1, 2, 5, until the 18th one. Trialist Yuan Zhixian, the 18 cave heavens of the cave heaven realm. Those outside were completely outraged. What was this? A prodigy of all ages? The reincarnation of the heavenly emperor? Or the child of heaven? Whether it was Huang Xiaoyu, Jin Jinyang, Bai Lingxi, or even the extremely aloof Feng Yutong, everyone was now in a state of utter shock. Only the Yuan clan and the Yu clan were filled with excitement, their eyes blazing with fervor and reverence as they gazed at Yuan Zhixian on the screen. At this moment, a supreme being from a holy land spoke. I remember now. After the creation of the world, there was a type of person who seemed to be the child of the great Tao. They possessed the talent and strength to dominate an entire era, even several eras, invincible in the world. Such people were born to be superior to all others. After the creation of the world, such people were called forbidden prodigies. After completing his trial, Yuan Zhixian left the inner world and returned to the area where the Yuan clan resided. The Supreme Elder Yuan Jiuzheng and the Supreme Elder of the Jade clan, seeing Yuan Zhixian return, were overjoyed, their faces beaming with smiles. They said, "Truly worthy of being our clan's divine son. A forbidden prodigy excellent. Haha, this generation's divine son is invincible under heaven, suppressing all enemies." Then, smiling, he addressed the Yuan clan members behind him. "You should also go and undergo the trial. Let the world know just how powerful this generation of our clan's unparalleled geniuses are." After that, the rest of the group flew one after another toward the Vortex Gate. Trial participant Yuan Chongkong, Body Tempering Realm, 580,000 gene. Trial participant Yuan Changkong has amassed 6.2 million gene of blood transformation realm material. Trial participant Yuan Chongkong, 10 cave heavens of the cave heaven realm. Trial participant Yuan Suyu, Body Tempering Realm, 460,000 gene. Trial participant Yuan Suyu, Blood Transformation Realm, 4.9 million gene. Trial participant Yuan Suyu, 10 cave heavens of the cave heaven realm. Trial participant Yuan Xingchen, Body Tempering Realm, 400,000 gene. Trial participant Yuan Xingchen, Blood Transformation Realm, 4.3 million gene. Trial participant Yuan Xingchen, Cave Heaven Realm, 10th Cave Heaven. Trialist Yuan Lingmeng, Body Tempering Realm, 380,000 gene. Trialist Yuan Lingmeng, Blood Moving Realm, 4 million gene. Trialists Yuan Ling Dream, Cave Heaven Realm, 9 Cave Heavens. Trial participants Yuan Batian possessed 370,000 gene of Body Tempering Realm, 3,900,000 gene of Blood Moving Realm, and were at the 9th Heaven Cave Realm. Wow! The crowd outside was also stunned by the innate talents of the Yuan clan. Every one of them was an unparalleled prodigy. This generation of the Yuan clan is truly terrifying. Could it be that the Yuan clan will be the most revered race in the 9 heavens and 10 earths in this lifetime? An ancient being said. Then another ancient being continued his words. The Yuan clan has a profound foundation, standing proudly in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Their origins predate even the creation of the world. Such a clan, if not the most revered in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, is at least one of the most powerful clans in the world today. A loud bell rang out and a voice announced, "The Taiyuan Heaven trial has ended." Just as the trial ended, the voice continued, "The trials of the 9 heavens and 10 earths are complete. The ancient heaven-suppressing tablet has returned to its original state." As the voice faded, the ancient heaven-suppressing tablet slowly floated in the void, then disappeared into a vortex. What? That's it? It's over already? What happened to the promised reward? Why isn't it there? The crowd chattered amongst themselves. No. Look. That vortex is still slowly growing. As the enormous vortex in the sky slowly grew larger, clang, clang, clang. This time, 3 bell tolls rang out, and then an ancient tablet several times larger than the Zhantian ancient tablet slowly descended from within the vortex. The tablet shone brightly, and an ancient and mysterious aura emanated from it. Tiandao Ancient Brand. This is the Heavenly Dao Ancient Tablet, formed by combining 9 heavenly suppressing ancient tablets from the 9 heavens into one. The Heavenly Dao Ancient Tablet will announce the rankings of the top 1,000 prodigies and geniuses immediately after its appearance. An ancient being who had been asleep for several epochs and had just been unsealed and reborn said excitedly. Several epochs ago, in his youth, he had also experienced the Heavenly Dao Tablet being revealed and reborn. At that moment, a deep and ancient voice resounded throughout the heavens and earth, and could be heard by everyone in the entire world. Taikushin, Li Dehai. Age 16, ranked 1000th. The reward is an endless ocean of cultivation techniques. Taiyuan Heaven Sui. At 16 years old, she ranked 738th. Reward, Dao Body Weapon, Weapon of the Dao Body Realm, Kinglin Sword. Taiyuan Tian, Huang Xiaoyu. Age 13, ranked 720th. Reward, Dao Body's Secret Technique, Thunderous Flash. Tian Chitian, Wang Xian. Age 15, ranked 500th. The reward is the Dao Body Weapon, the Azure Nether Blade. Taiyuan Tian Yuan Di. Age 15, ranked 119th. Rewards: Reincarnation Secret Technique of the Reincarnation Realm, Earth Collapse and Cracking. Taiyuan Tian, Bilingsi. Age 15, ranked 103rd. Rewards: Reincarnation items from the Reincarnation Realm, and spiritual energy. Taiyuan Tian, Feng Yutong. Age 16, ranked 100th. Reward: Saintly Figure, Creation Blood Fusion Pill. Taiyushan, Zijinjiyu. Age 14, ranked 96th. Reward: A Saintly Figure, the Essence of the Moon. Taiyuan Heaven, Golden True Yang. Age 16, ranked 95th. Rewards: Sage's Secret Methods, Solar Eclipse. Taiyuan Heaven, Yuanba Heaven. Age 15, ranked 92nd. Rewards: Sage's Weapon, Black Tortoise Armor. Taiyuan Heaven, Yuanling Dream. Age 15, ranked 88th. Rewards: Sacred Objects, Natural Sacred Fruits. Taiyuan Tian, Yuan Pijuan. Age 16, ranked 80th. Rewards: Sage's Secret Techniques and Wrathful Battle Across the 8 Desolations. Taiyuan Heaven, Yuang Xingchen. Age 16, ranked 50th. Reward: The Great Sage's Item, the Star Observation Diagram. Primordial Heaven, Primordial Holy Sun Juwenchuan. Age 16, ranked 17th. Rewards: Quasi-Emperor Weapon, Xian Yuan Spear. Taiyuan Tian, Yuan Chongkong. Age 16, ranked 11th. Reward: Quasi-Emperor Weapon, Azure Heaven Black Yellow Halberd. At this moment, everyone in the entire 9 heavens and 10 earths held their breath, eager to see who the top 10 peerless geniuses were. Then, that ancient and weathered voice rang out once more. Tai Chitian, Immortal Ancient Qin Family, Divine Child Qinhaoren. Age 11. Taichin Tianjin Tiangu brand ranked 1st, and Tiandao Tiangu brand ranked 10th. Gifted with extraordinary talent, a prodigy of all time. Evaluation: unrivaled in combat power, invincible among those of the same rank, possessing the potential of an emperor. Rewards: Imperial Weapon, Ascension Sword. If, according to Earth's logic, quasi-imperial weapons are equivalent to machine guns, then imperial weapons are definitely nuclear missiles. The difference is enormous. Taishao Heaven, Immortal Ancient 10,000 Spirits Mountain, Divine Sons and Outstanding Ancient People. Age 13. Taishao Tianjin Tiangu brand ranked 2nd, and Tiandao Tiangu brand ranked 9th. Gifted with extraordinary talent, a prodigy of all time. Comment: At the age of 6, he encountered an unparalleled opportunity and obtained the Supreme Emperor Dao fruit, from which his cultivation soared to the heavens, making him a potential great emperor. Reward: Great Emperor's Law, all spirits suppress heaven. Primordial Heaven, Immortal Ancient Heavenly Mysterious Holy Land, Divine Child Xian Lingshao. Age: 14. Taichu Tianjin Tiangu Pai ranked 1st, and Tian Daogu Pai ranked 8th. Gifted with extraordinary talent, a prodigy of all time. Comment: Born with forbidden magic domains. From childhood, he inherited imperial weapons from a sacred land to protect him. Rewards: Emperor's Law, 10 Directions Imprisonment. Taiyu Heaven, Immortal Ancient Heavenly Dynasty, Crown Prince Yu Huaji. Age 14. Taiyu Tianjin Tiangu brand ranked 1st, and Tiandao Tiangu brand ranked 7th. Gifted with extraordinary talent, a prodigy of all time. Comment: Born with auspicious purple clouds stretching for miles. Exceptionally gifted, with unparalleled talent. Reward: Imperial Weapon, Purple Gold Sky-Piercing Spear. The Supreme Emperor Heaven, the Immortal Ancient Imperial Clan, Wang Tung, the Divine Sun. Age 11. Taihuangshan's Henshin Gupai ranked 1st, and Tiandao Gupai ranked 6th. Gifted with extraordinary talent, a prodigy of all time. Comment: The successor of the chaotic emperor, the chosen one of destiny. Rewards: Emperor's Law, Starry Sky / Technique. Taiching Heaven, Mythical land, Shangqing sect, divine child Dao without Dao. Age 15. Taiching Tianjin Tiangu brand ranks 1st, and Tiandao Tiangu brand ranks 5th. Gifted with extraordinary talent, possessing an innate Taoist physique, a prodigy of all ages. Comment: Heaven's way is in action, yet through inaction, nothing is left undone. This is the quality of a great emperor. Rewards: Imperial Objects, 9-turn Golden Elixir, Great Emperor Scripture, Supreme Scripture. Taisher Tian, Mythical Land, Sword Sect, Sword Master, Sword Azure Sky. Age 13. Taisher Tianjin Tiangu Pai ranks 1st, and Tian Daogu Pai ranks 4th. Gifted with extraordinary talent, possessing an innate sword physique, a prodigy of all time. Comment: With a sword pointing to heaven and earth, one strike can shatter all laws. Immortality is within reach. Rewards: Emperor's Law, Sword-drawing heaven-slaying technique, Emperor's Weapon, Heaven-defying Emperor's Sword. Tai Xiaotian, Mythical Ji Family, Divine Sun Ji Jing Tian. Age 15. Taixioshan's Henshin Ancient Brand ranks 1st, and Jintian Ancient Brand ranks 3rd. Gifted with extraordinary talent, possessing an ethereal body, a forbidden prodigy. Comment: Possesses an eternal physique, with the potential to become an immortal. Rewards: Emperor's Law, Void Exile. Emperor's Weapon, Void Refining Pot. Emperor's Object, Shilin Immortality Elixir. Tai Tian, the Tai Clan of Creation, Goddess Tai Chi Cheng. Age: 8 years old. Tai Tianjin Tiangu brand ranks 1st, and Tiandao Tiangu brand ranks 2nd. Gifted with extraordinary talent, a forbidden prodigy. Comment: Possibly a reincarnation of an immortal, possessing unparalleled beauty and unmatched combat prowess. A peerless figure, difficult to rival throughout history. Rewards: Emperor's Law, World in the palm of your hand, Emperor's Weapon, Stone of 7 Emotions and 6 Desires, Immortal Item, Purple Lotus of Creation. Taiyuan Heaven, Forbidden Yuan Clan, Divine Child Yuan Zhixian. Age: 5 years old. Taiyuan Tianjin Tiangu brand ranks 1st, and Tiandao Ancient brand ranks 1st. Gifted with extraordinary talent, double pupils, supreme bones, chaotic body, a forbidden prodigy. Comment: Ineffable, incomparable, invincible. Rewards: 9 secrets, Secret of Fighting, Secret of Approaching, Secret of All, 6 Paths Reincarnation Fist, 3 drops of Heavenly Essence Blood. As the rankings of the Heavenly Dao Ancient cards were announced, the crowds across the 9 heavens and 10 earths began to stir. There was melancholy, excitement, gonkai, deep emotion, and even anger. Supreme Emperor. Wang family. At this moment, the head of the Wang family laughed and said, "My son not only inherits the legacy of the chaotic Heaven Emperor, but is also the chosen one of destiny. My son Wang Tong possesses the potential to become an emperor. He will surely become emperor in this generation." Tai Chintian. Qin family. An emperor-level weapon? I never expected Qin Haoran's ranking reward to be an emperor-level weapon. You must know that in battles between people of the same level, not only do cultivation levels, techniques, and secret methods matter, but weapons are also crucial to victory. If you're better than others in any aspect, you have an absolute advantage. Therefore, Qin Haoran is already unparalleled in combat power, invincible among his peers, and possesses an emperor-level weapon. There are probably few in the younger generation who can compare to him. Taiching Heaven. Shangqing Sect. In the Shangqing Imperial Palace, all the high-ranking officials were gathered. "Master," one official said, "the divine child of this heavenly Dao ancient tablet is actually one of the top 5 eternal prodigies. Moreover, the heavenly Dao ancient token rewards the 9-turn golden pill, a peerless treasure that can unleash the body's potential. Its effects are greatest as one's cultivation level progresses." Then, turning to Dao Wudao behind him, he said, "After the divine child takes this pill, quickly go into seclusion to regulate your breathing and then tap into the greatest potential of your innate Dao body." Taisher Tian. Sword Sect. At this moment, Jian Wushuang carefully observed the heaven-defying Emperor Sword. This peerless emperor sword was forged from innate divine iron born in the mythical era. The sword aura emanating from the sword itself was so powerful that even the saintly elders of the sword sect had to use their spiritual power to form a shield to resist it. The sword sect master then waved his hand, and the invisible pressure dissipated in the hall. He then said, "Wu Shuang, this great era has seen the emergence of countless peerless geniuses and prodigies, even forbidden geniuses. You must be prepared." The sword sect master looked at Jian Wushuang and said, "Yes," Jian Wushuang replied calmly, then continued to observe the emperor sword. Tai Xiaotian. Ji family. Haha. Forbidden prodigies. What about Yuan Chongqing? My son and your son are both forbidden prodigies. Your son is destined to be a stepping stone for my son's future. The Great Emperor's secret technique, Void Exile, is a top-tier secret technique that even our ancestors never possessed. There's also an emperor weapon. Most importantly, there's the Qilin Immortality Elixir. This is a heaven-defying elixir that can allow a great emperor to live another lifetime. There are very few forces in the entire 9 heavens and 10 earths that possess this elixir. Tai Tian. Tai clan. I never imagined that Qincheng was actually a forbidden prodigy. The rewards she received, the imperial law and the imperial weapon, are quite good and suit her well. But what is that creation Purple Lotus? I'm rather ignorant about it, said one of the elders. At this moment, an old man slowly walked in. The old man's aura was simple and natural, just like an ordinary person. His eyes were bright and piercing, as if he could see through everything. This was the 5th ancestor of the Tai clan, an invincible figure from several eras ago. Then, the 5th ancestor of Tai spoke in a weathered voice. The celestial creation, the Purple Lotus, has 3 great effects. Its leaves can bring the dead back to life. Its body can grant the user an extraordinary phenomenon. And its lotus seed can nurture all things. Each of its 3 seeds can help one break through to the peak of their cultivation realm without any side effects, including breaking through to become a quasi-emperor. A collective gasp filled the air. If the reward for second place was so incredible, how terrifying must the heavenly Tao essence blood of the Yuan clan's divine son be? Then the 5th ancestor said, "Speaking of the Yuan clan's divine child, I remember now, Qincheng. When the Yuan clan's divine child was born, the 9th ancestor of the Yuan clan and I discussed arranging a marriage between you. Once you come of age, let's get married." What? Tai Qincheng said in disbelief. 5th grandfather, how could you do this? You arranged this marriage for me without my permission. I've never even met him, and I have no feelings for him. This marriage is invalid. I don't agree to it. The 5th patriarch then smiled and said, "I saw that child when he was born. He was chubby and fair-skinned, quite adorable. Besides, you can cultivate feelings over time. Aren't feelings always born over time? You. Tai Qincheng was so angry she almost fainted. She stomped her foot and said angrily, "Whoever wants to get married can go ahead, I'm not going." Then she turned and walked out without looking back. In Taiyuan heaven, everyone stared at Yuan Zhixian, dumbfounded, their eyes filled with fear. Double pupils, supreme bones were one thing, but he also possessed the number 1 ranked chaos body. The chaos body, that's the number 1 physique among the 3,000 physiques. Since the birth of heaven and earth, only one chaos body has existed since the creation of the world. Moreover, at that time, the chaos body was absolutely one of the most invincible and powerful beings. The creation era, the time when heaven and earth were first created, was a time when emperors were everywhere, quasi-emperors and saints were as common as dogs, and even immortals existed. It was absolutely the most brilliant era. If it weren't for the great calamity that claimed the lives of 95% of the powerful beings, we might be living in a completely different era now. This Yuan clan's divine son actually possesses 3 of the top 10 physiques, including the number 1 chaos physique. How are we supposed to play this game? How are we supposed to earn a living? What a load of crap, the crowd exclaimed, cursing as they realized what was happening. I only wanted to display my double pupils and supreme bones when I walked the world. I never expected that this ancient heavenly Tao tablet would actually expose my chaotic body constitution. I wanted to be a sixth man, able to ambush people at crucial moments, but now I'm out of luck. How frustrating. Yuan Zhixian thought to himself, pouting. At this moment, the heavenly Tao ancient tablet once again erupted with golden light, and its sound resounded throughout the 9 directions. The immortal Yuan, possessing unparalleled talent and extraordinary abilities, has entered the eternal ranking. Tae, with her unparalleled talent and forbidden genius, has entered the eternal ranking. Ji Jingtian possesses unparalleled talent and has entered the eternal ranking. As soon as he finished speaking, a huge golden list appeared in every one of the 9 heavens. Look, what's that? The eternal ranking. It is said that a legend has been passed down from ancient times. The eternal ranking will only appear when a forbidden demon appears in the world. Moreover, this eternal ranking records the ranking of forbidden demons below the level of immortals throughout history. Emperor Shenyu is ranked 100th. The Emperor of all things ranks 81st. Lei Di ranked 64th. Emperor Yao Guang ranks 45th. Empress of the mortal world ranks 27th. The Great Emperor of the Azure Heaven ranked 19th. The Purple Star Emperor ranks 10th. The Great Emperor Shutian ranks 9th. The Azure Emperor ranks 8th. The Heavenly Emperor ranks 7th. Demon Ancestor ranked 6th. The Heavenly Emperor of the Ancient Heavenly Court ranked 5th. Emperor of Reincarnation ranked 4th. Emperor Yi ranked 3rd. Chaos Emperor ranked 2nd. Human Ancestor ranking 1. Those on the list are all accomplished emperors. Some have become immortals, while others have perished or reached the end of their lives. Unless someone surpasses them and pushes them out of the top 100, their names will endure forever. At this moment, the heavenly Tao ancient tablet emitted 3 golden rays that descended from the sky, shining upon Taiyuan Tianyuan Zhixian, Taiye Tian Taiye Qingcheng, and Taishao Tianji Jingtian. The 3 then disappeared into the eternal ranking. Once the 3 entered the eternal ranking, their names on the ranking would flash golden light periodically. This signified that they were continuously challenging and successfully defeating ranked individuals, and then continuing their challenge upwards. Ji Jingtian then arrived at the inner world ranked 87th. The 87th on the eternal ranking is the Tai by Sword Emperor. This person achieved enlightenment in the ancient era and is an unparalleled sword emperor, possessing the 8th innate sword body among the 3,000 physiques. Suddenly, a man dressed in white with black hair, flowing freely without wind, handsome and with an otherworldly air, appeared before Ji Jingtian. Looking at Ji Jingtian, he said, 15 years old, 6th level of divine ability. Young man, you're quite impressive. Being here shows your talent has been recognized by the eternal ranking. Within the eternal ranking, our levels are equal. Come on, little guy, let me see your strength. After he finished speaking, a terrifying sword aura erupted, and countless sword lights appeared behind him, aimed at Ji Jingtian. Then, the purple light around Ji Jingtian intensified, and his body became as if transparent, appearing and disappearing. With a shout from the Tai by Sword Emperor, countless sword lights rushed towards Ji Jingtian. However, Ji Jingtian calmly formed his hand seals, and at that moment, the countless sword lights pierced through Ji Jingtian's body as if they were passing through air, failing to hit him. Huh? You are a void body? No wonder you're recognized by the eternal ranking. Haha, not bad. It's been countless years since I fought someone with a 3,000 body. And it's the 5th level void body. Let's see who's stronger at the same realm and level. Then the sword energy intensified, forming a giant white sword. The sword stood horizontally, emanating a terrifying aura from the void. Sword of Heaven. The Tai by Sword Emperor let out a soft shout. The white giant sword, with its powerful aura, rubbed against the space, generating a dazzling white light as it flew towards Ji Jingtian. At this moment, Ji Jingtian finished his hand gestures. The Great Void Scripture appeared before Ji Jingtian, creating a massive void vortex. The white great sword then collided with the void vortex, colliding repeatedly. The white greatsword radiated white light as if it wanted to pierce through the void vortex, while the void vortex continued to spin as if it wanted to devour the white greatsword. At this moment, the Taibai Sword Emperor mobilized his spiritual power and gathered it in his right hand, pushing it forcefully. The white giant sword also suddenly thrust forward, and Ji Jingtian also mobilized his spiritual power, rapidly forming hand seals. The purple void vortex spun even faster. The continued collisions and powerful auras caused a violent gust of wind to violently shake the inner world. Bang! After a loud noise, Taibai Sword Emperor staggered back 3 steps, while Ji Jingtian staggered back 8 steps. The Taibai Sword Emperor looked at Ji Jingtian and said, "In my past life, I suppressed all the geniuses and prodigies, dominating the world. No one could last 10 moves against me, yet you can actually hold your own against me. That's truly impressive. If you had been born in my time, perhaps you would have been my greatest rival. Alas, what a pity. Senior, as the saying goes, the new generation surpasses the old, and new people replace the old. Further words are pointless. Let's continue." As Ji Jingtian spoke, his aura reached its peak, and he raised his hands to draw clockwise circles forward. Then, a purple halo appeared in front of him. At the center of the halo was the Void Refining Pot, an imperial weapon awarded by the Heavenly Dao Ancient Token. He then raised the halo above his head with his right hand, pointing it upwards. The halo then transformed into a massive, intricately patterned purple halo, while the Void Refining Pot also emitted a purple glow, as if it were about to refine everything. Seeing this, the Taibai Sword Emperor stood in the void, his aura surging. A flash of white light appeared in his right hand, and an unparalleled imperial sword materialized in his grasp. As soon as the Emperor's sword was drawn, a terrifying sword aura appeared around it. Then, the sword pointed to the sky, and a white light shot from the tip of the sword into the sky, forming a huge sphere of light that emitted white light with a touch of gold. Both sides have now unleashed their strongest attacks. Ji Jingtian spoke first, Void Exile. After speaking, the halo erupted with light, and enormous energy converged towards the Void Refining Pot. Then, the Void Refining Pot, along with the purple halo, transformed into a circular spatial rift. Like something from another dimension, it pulled towards the Taibai Sword Emperor with a powerful suction force. At this moment, the enormous white gold-edged sphere of light belonging to the Taibai Sword Emperor had also formed. Secret technique, swords fall. The Taibai Sword Emperor roared at Ji Jingtian, followed by a white sword light shooting towards him. Boom! Boom! The sword light collided with the circular spatial rift, unleashing a dazzling burst of light. The space itself trembled precariously, seemingly about to shatter, as the two terrifying energies surged together. As the light faded, the Taibai Sword Emperor's face turned pale, while Ji Jingtian had a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. He was clearly injured. "You've lost," said the Taibai Sword Emperor calmly. Ji Jingtian stared blankly at the Taibai Sword Emperor, seemingly deep in thought. After a long while, he said, "Senior, I have lost. This battle has made me realize my own shortcomings. I will go into seclusion upon returning to make up for them." Then he bowed slightly. Seeing this, the Taibai Sword Emperor smiled slightly and said, "This child is teachable." Then his figure slowly disappeared. Subsequently, Ji Jingtian's name on the eternal ranking remained at number 88. The people of the 9 heavens were astonished. Is this Ji family's divine son really that powerful? He's the strongest forbidden prodigy in all of history, and he's even on the list, ranked 88th. This Ji family's divine son must have a chance to become an emperor in this lifetime. Another stubborn person retorted, "Emperor Cheng? You seem to have forgotten that the Heavenly Dao Ancient Tablet has a first and second place. The final rankings for the challenges against the Goddess of Allure and the Divine Son of the Yuan clan haven't even been released yet. Besides, the Eternal ranking is full of participants under the age of 16. How could anyone under 16 not participate? Or anyone over 16? You should know that the Heavenly Dao Ancient Token doesn't appear in every era. It only appears during the Golden Age, understand? You bumpkin. Meanwhile, Tai Chi-chung also arrived at the inner world, ranked 48th. The Nine-Tailed Empress is the supreme god of the Qingqiu clan, one of the royal families of the demon race. She attained enlightenment at the end of the immortal ancient era. Later, during the immortal ancient emperor war, she fought against 5 supreme gods alone, sacrificing her life essence and lifespan. Before dying, she severely injured 3 and took 2 away. Even before becoming an emperor, she was a forbidden prodigy, unparalleled throughout the ages, with unmatched beauty and grace. People of her time even said that if the Nine-Tailed Empress hadn't perished, the world would have gained another mythical emperor, perhaps even an immortal. But alas, it was all for naught. With the arrival of Tai Chi-chung, a stunningly beautiful woman appeared, with a captivating figure, fair skin, and silky black hair. Her alluring, large eyes seemed capable of bewitching the soul, especially her snow-white breasts, which appeared to burst forth, making her clothes look like they were about to burst. Looking at Tai Chi-chung's charming smile, she said, "What a beautiful little sister. She'll probably be even more beautiful than her older sister when she grows up." Senior, I am Tai Chi-chung, here to advance my ranking. I hope you will not hold back and will fight with all your might, Tai Chi-chung said calmly. What are you calling me, senior? Call me older sister. The Nine-Tailed Empress pouted her alluring lips and said with displeasure. Oh, sister. Tai Chi-chung was taken aback at first, then called out softly. Everyone who can advance their ranking on this eternal ranking is a forbidden prodigy, and the fact that you've made it this far demonstrates the extraordinary level of your talent. My sister was once a forbidden prodigy just like you, and she rose through the ranks to her current position. After becoming empress, she perished in a great battle. After saying this, the Nine-Tailed Empress's mood suddenly dipped. But she immediately recovered and said, "Everyone has their own destiny. So let's begin now, Sister Chi-chung." After speaking, a palm leaf fan appeared in her hand. Be careful, little sister. This is my imperial weapon. With a gentle wave of her right hand, a breeze wafted through her inner world. A gentle breeze carried a delicate fragrance. Before Tai Chi-chung could even react, the scent caused her heart to race, her mind to wander, and then she was completely paralyzed. Just then, relying on her willpower, Tai Chi-chung slightly moved 2 fingers, summoning the imperial weapon, the 7 Emotions and 6 Desires Stone. The 7 Emotions and 6 Desires Stone flew to Tai Chi-chung, emitting bursts of light, and slowly began to move. Only then did Tai Chi-chung break the Nine-Tailed Empress's secret technique. Then she calmed her mind. Wow, that's pretty impressive, Sister Chi-chung. My enchanting fan, combined with my enchanting sutra, creates a secret technique that can bewitch people and disturb their minds. This technique catches people completely off guard. Even a stronger opponent than me would be at my mercy if caught in this secret method. You actually managed to break it. Impressive. However, the next move won't be so easy. Bewitching the 9 heavens. With a delicate shout from the Nine-Tailed Empress, 6 figures appear in the sky who look exactly like her, except that each of them holds something different. Some hold swords, some hold pipa, some hold flutes, some hold shao. They circle and fly around Tai Chi-chung. Tai Chi-chung frowned slightly as the 6 people danced and played their instruments. An even more terrifying allure washed over her. At this moment, a few beads of sweat appeared on Tai Chi-chung's smooth and bright forehead. She knew that if this bewitching spell was not broken, she would not be able to fight with peace of mind. At this moment, she was already in a state of confusion and panic. Then, the sound of the 6 Taoists' performance transformed into countless powerful sonic waves that flew towards Tai Chi-chung. At this moment, she could only instinctively try to avoid these sonic waves. Then, seizing the opportunity, she sidestepped and hid behind the Nine-Tailed Empress. At this moment, Tai Chi-chung suddenly manipulated the 7 Emotions and 6 Desires Stone, which landed in front of the Nine-Tailed Empress. A beam of 7-colored light shone on the Nine-Tailed Empress's face, and she stood frozen in place. Then, The 6 figures in the sky showed expressions of anger, worry, contemplation, grief, fear, and surprise, respectively, and their performance stopped. They stood in the void. The 9-tailed empress came to her senses and looked at Tai Chi-chung and the 7 emotions and 6 desires stone beside her in surprise. She then said, "What an impressive imperial weapon. It can actually control people's 7 emotions and 6 desires. It can even control my 6 illusory avatars, and you must know that these avatars have no thoughts or feelings. Sister Chi-chung, this thing is more powerful than my enchanting fan and enchanting sutra. If you combine the Emperor's weapon with my enchanting sutra, there are probably very few people in this world who can rival you. Now, watch my final move." 9-tailed seal. After he finished speaking, a giant white 9-tailed fox appeared in the void, its 9 enormous tails plunging from the sky straight into the ground. Then a square light shield appeared inside the 9 tails, isolating Tai Chi-chung inside, like a small space. "My sister Chi-chung, this seal will cause your spiritual power to drain away rapidly and be used by me. Furthermore, any of your attacks will be useless within the seal. They will only accelerate the depletion of your spiritual energy." Without further ado, Tai Chi-chung raised her right hand and softly uttered, "World in the palm of your hand." At that moment, a giant golden hand appeared beneath the 9 tails, palm facing up and grasping the 9 tails, sealing them away. The world in the palm of his hand was tightly gripped, while the 9-tailed fox firmly withstood the pressure from the world in his hand. The 2 sides were evenly matched, and neither could do anything to the other. At this moment, the 9-tailed empress flew above the 9-tailed white fox, manipulated her techniques, and tried to seal the 9-tailed fox away from Tai Chi-chung's grasp. Tai Chi-chung also rapidly channeled spiritual energy into her right hand. Terrifying spiritual energy surged wildly into her right hand. Then Tai Chi-chung softly shouted, "Shatter." With a forceful grip, a giant golden hand also clenched. Crack! The sound of shattering glass rang out. Then came a huge explosion. The terrifying shockwave caused cracks to appear in the inner space. Bang! After the explosion, Tai Chi-chung was completely drained of her spiritual energy and had no strength left to fight. The 9-tailed empress was in a similar state, panting heavily, her snow-white breasts heaving as if they were about to burst out. At this moment, the 9-tailed empress, her face pale, looked at Tai Chi-chung and said, "Sister Chi-chung, how about we fight to a draw? Neither of us is strong enough to fight anymore." "All right, sister, let's call it a draw," Tai Chi-chung replied weakly. Then, the 9-tailed empress slowly walked up to Tai Chi-chung, her slender fingers touching Tai Chi-chung's forehead, and said, "I am a fallen person, so consider this enchanting scripture a gift from me. I hope it will be of help to you in the future. This battle is a draw, and you will take my place in the rankings. I will also disappear from the world. I hope that if you encounter any younger members of the Qingqiu clan in the future, you can help me out." After saying this, his figure slowly faded away. Then the 9-tailed empress smiled, a smile that bewitched all beings. Fortunately, the eternal ranking left a soul imprint on us back then. That's how I met you. If we had lived in the same era, we would definitely have been best friends, and perhaps I wouldn't have perished. Sigh. I'm leaving now, my dear sister. The path to immortality is long and uncertain. Please take care of yourself. May you live a long and prosperous life in the future. After speaking, the 9-tailed empress's figure dissipated, turning into specks of starlight. Tai Chi-chung silently watched the spot where the 9-tailed empress disappeared and said, "I will, sister." After saying that, she transformed into a golden light and flew away. The inner world of the eternal ranking. Yuan Zhixian swept through the ranks of predecessors on the eternal ranking until he defeated the 11th-ranked Supreme Expert, a Supreme Expert who had attained enlightenment in the mythical era. The primordial Holy Spirit was born at the end of the creation era. At the time of its birth, it already possessed the cultivation of a saint. However, in an era where immortals also existed, Great emperors were everywhere, and saints and quasi-emperors were as insignificant as dogs. It was far too weak. Therefore, it remained in its birthplace after its birth, not daring to appear in the world, until the great calamity of creation ended and the mythological era began, at which point it slowly began to show its talent. Its innate talent is comparable to the top 10 of the 3,000 physiques. However, it couldn't withstand Yuan Zhexian's abnormal attacks and was eventually pushed down in the rankings by Yuan Zhexian. After defeating the innate Holy Spirit, he intended to wait in place for the guiding light to send him to the inner world of the 10th-ranked being. At this moment, the voice of the eternal ranking rang out again. Yuan Zhexian of the Forbidden Yuan clan, due to your special physique, heaven-defying talent, and invincible combat power, you have swept through the top 90 of the eternal ranking. You can choose any of the top 10 on the leaderboard to challenge. After defeating them, you can move on to the next one. You can also continue challenging from the 10th place onwards. Let me first introduce you to the top 10 strongest individuals on the eternal ranking. Then you can decide. 10th place, Emperor Ziwei, a human who attained enlightenment in the immortal ancient era. The creator of the Zhoutian star array, which can kill immortals. Born with imperial talent, he reached the peak of the mythical emperor realm. 9th place, Emperor Shutian, a primordial human. He attained enlightenment during the creation era. His main cultivation technique, the 8-9 arcane arts, is one of the 3,000 physiques, making him physically invincible. He reached the peak of the mythical emperor realm. 8th place, Azure Emperor, a primordial spirit, a demon race. He attained enlightenment in the early mythical era. A half-step chaos body, his main cultivation method is the Chaos Azure Lotus technique, and his cultivation level is at the peak of the mythical emperor realm. 7th place, Emperor Tianji, a human who attained enlightenment in ancient times. Originally immortal, he later came into contact with the art of divination. He created the path of heavenly secrets, repeatedly deciphering heavenly secrets. However, the art of heavenly secrets was truly a heaven-defying technique, and he was punished by the heavens, thus perishing. His cultivation level was that of a quasi-immortal. 6th place, Demon Ancestor. A being who created all living beings, attaining enlightenment during the creation era, the first great emperor of the demon race, and the ancestor of all demons. Later killed by the human ancestor. His cultivation level was quasi-immortal. 5th place, the heavenly emperor of the ancient heavenly court, a human who attained enlightenment in the primordial era. Due to a chance encounter with a complete immortal scripture in his childhood and his innate solar physique, he rose to prominence in the primordial era, becoming invincible. He dominated several eras, establishing the heavenly court to protect the human race. He is the heavenly emperor of the heavenly court. His cultivation level is that of a quasi-immortal. 4th place, Emperor of Reincarnation, human race. He attained enlightenment in the mythological era, the creator of the 6 paths of reincarnation scripture and the 6 paths of reincarnation fist, possessing an innate reincarnation body. His attack power is invincible, and he protected the human race, suppressing 10 lands for several eras. His cultivation level is quasi-immortal. 3rd place, Emperor Yi Tian, human race. He attained enlightenment at the end of the creation era, protected humanity for decades, and lived 9 lifetimes in reverse to suppress all enemies in the world. His physique is the innate sacred body Tao embryo. His cultivation level is above that of an immortal. 2nd place, the Chaos Emperor, human race. He attained enlightenment in the mid-era of creation, the first human to possess a chaos body, born with the ability to perceive the origin of the Tao. He could manipulate chaotic energy to fight enemies, annihilating all attacks, and could evolve countless anomalies. After his birth, his combat power was unparalleled, invincible among those of the same level. He slaughtered so many that no one in the world dared to claim supremacy. His cultivation was above that of an immortal. 1st place, Ancestor of Humanity, a primordial human race. He attained enlightenment during the creation of the world. He was the first great emperor of the human race, and also the first primordial holy body Tao embryo. In the beginning of time, the primordial demon race and primordial ferocious beasts were extremely powerful and roamed the world, while the primordial human race was still very weak. The demon race and ferocious beasts fed on humans, absorbing their essence and blood to increase their own cultivation. The progenitor of humanity was born against all odds, advancing triumphantly all the way, constantly teetering on the edge of life and death in order to continue the human race. Later, relying on his powerful innate sacred body and Tao embryo, his indomitable will, and the power of all living beings, he became an unparalleled powerhouse who overpowered the demon race and ferocious beasts, defying the heavens to become an emperor. He protected humanity for countless eras and later created numerous supreme cultivation techniques for the human race. He disappeared only after humanity gradually grew stronger and more powerful individuals emerged. His cultivation level is unknown. Yuan Zhixian stood in the void, silently watching the information about the 10 supreme experts that kept appearing. His mind raced as he considered who to challenge. When he saw the Chaos Emperor, his body involuntarily released chaotic energy as he stared intently at the information about the Chaos Emperor. After the introduction of the Chaos Emperor, I was about to challenge him. After all, he was the first Chaos body in the world, and if I could fight him, I would surely have a very deep understanding of my own Chaos body. Perhaps we can discover even more combat styles and secret techniques of the Chaos entity. Then the voice introduced the information about the Taoist ancestor, and Yuan Zhixian stopped. After he saw all the information about the ancestor of mankind, I couldn't help but feel respect for this human progenitor, who, despite the relative weakness of the human race, was able to slay demons and fierce monsters, ultimately defying the heavens to become an emperor. He relies on constantly pushing his own limits, and his ranking is even higher than that of the Chaos Emperor. So, does this mean the ancestor of humanity was even stronger than the Chaos Emperor? Respect is due, but Yuan Zhixian still harbors an invincible mindset. Whether it was the ancestor of humanity or the Chaos Emperor, Yuan Zhixian firmly believed that he could absolutely defeat them. Then Yuan Zhixian spoke softly to the voice. I've made up my mind. I'm going to challenge the ancestor of humanity. The voice exclaimed in surprise, You are the first person to defy the odds and sweep through the top 90. From ancient times to the present, has anyone else been able to consistently challenge for a place in the top 10 like you? And the ancestor of humanity was also an unparalleled figure. His combat strength is an unknown quantity. Even someone like the Chaos Emperor was defeated by the ancestor of humanity. Are you sure? There's always someone stronger, and there's always a higher mountain to climb. Only by challenging the strongest can you continuously break through your own limitations. So what if he was the ancestor of humanity? Although he made enormous contributions to the continuation of humanity and is a respectable figure. However, I also want to know how strong the ancestor of humanity, ranked first on the eternal ranking, is. I am invincible. I am unparalleled throughout eternity. After Yuan Zhixian finished speaking, the voice remained silent, and then suddenly a sound of the great Tao resounded in the sky. Countless golden lotuses of merit floated down. Then a man dressed in a golden imperial robe, appearing to be around 40 or 50 years old, appeared. This man had an extremely majestic face, looking down upon the world as if he were the creator of all things and living beings, exuding an aura of supreme authority that made people dare not look him directly in the eye. They descended from the sky step by step, each step generating a golden lotus flower. He then approached Yuan Zhixian from a short distance away, a slight smile appearing on his usually imposing face. He said, Not bad, Junior. Your courage to challenge me shows that your talent surpasses even the most forbidden prodigies, and you are incredibly confident. Tell me your name, little one. I am a member of the Yuan clan, a banished immortal of the Yuan. A member of the Yuan clan. Countless years have passed, and I never expected that it would be a member of the Yuan clan who would challenge me. Oh, Senior, do you know anyone from my Yuan clan? The ancestor laughed and said, "Haha, it cannot be said, it cannot be said." At this moment, in several unnamed spaces, some were shrouded in celestial mist, some were filled with soaring purple aura, some were permeated with chaotic energy, and some held profound and mysterious laws of reincarnation. Then, 7 figures simultaneously opened their eyes, each shooting out golden light that pierced through space and time. With a thought, the 7 figures appeared simultaneously in the River of Time. The River of Time. It is an extremely mysterious place. The River of Time is not just a river. It symbolizes the flow and change of time. Through this river, people can glimpse the future and also review past events. 7 figures arrived one after another at the River of Time. The Chaos Emperor spoke first, saying, "You should all have sensed it. The soul imprints we left on the eternal ranking have flickered. This indicates that a monstrous genius, whose talent rivals ours, has appeared in this world. Moreover, I sense the aura of the ancestor of humanity. Could it be that this monstrous genius intends to challenge the ancestor of humanity?" Then, Emperor Yi Tian smiled and said, "From ancient times to the present, no one has ever successfully challenged the ancestor of humanity." He then glanced at the Chaos Emperor beside him. But the fact that such a person dares to take on this challenge shows that he is extremely confident in his own invincibility. We certainly want to see someone like him. Then the Samsara Emperor spoke up. Regardless of the circumstances, the battle between such a heaven-defying being and the ancestor of humanity can only be described as unprecedented. Let us wait and see. The ancestor looked at Yuan Zhixian and said, "To be fair, I will suppress my cultivation to be the same as yours." He flashed with golden light, his cultivation suppressed to the peak of the cave heaven realm. Then he said, "Come, Junior, let me see the true strength of this heaven-defying prodigy." Without haste, he flew into the void. His aura surged forth, terrifying currents of energy spreading outwards with each breath. Sand and stones flew, and a fierce wind arose. Then, the ancestor of humanity extended a single palm forward and said, "Seal of the Human King." A gigantic golden handprint appeared in the void. Its aura was immense, its pressure terrifying. The very space trembled. Everything seemed insignificant before this golden handprint. Yuan Zhixian smiled faintly at the terrifying handprint. Then his eyes focused, and he stretched out one hand, softly uttering, "The Wheel of Reincarnation." Suddenly, the enormous handprint was isolated by a faint purple light in the void. Then, the enormous handprint seemed to be frozen in the void by the purple light, remaining motionless. "Freeze!" Then Yuan Zhixian gave a soft shout. The enormous handprint was instantly bounced back towards the ancestor of humanity. Interesting. Then, the ancestor of humanity waved his hand, and the enormous golden handprint turned into starlight and disappeared into the sky. In the instant the handprint disappeared, Yuan Zhixian appeared in front of the ancestor of humanity in a flash and threw a punch forward with his right hand. Before the ancestor could even react, his body instinctively crossed his arms in front of his chest, and he was sent flying backward through the void. After stabilizing himself several hundred meters later, he looked to his side and saw a dark, gaping hole. Yuan Zhixian's punch was terrifying. Its immense power pierced through the very fabric of space. Even the inner universe couldn't withstand the force and was shattered. The 7 figures on the river were also stunned by this punch. Chaos, when you were this kid's age, could you have delivered such power with a single punch?" The Chaos Emperor replied, equally shocked, "Even if I were a chaos body, it's absolutely impossible for me to have such power with a punch at his age. And why do I feel a strange sense of familiarity with this kid? Could it be your illegitimate child?" Emperor Ziwei laughed loudly at this moment. "Impossible. I, the Chaos Emperor, have lived my entire life as a solitary figure, a life of solitude. I have never dwelt in matters of love and romance. Women only diminish the power of my attacks." Then the Reincarnation Emperor said, "I could faintly sense a trace of the law of reincarnation in that punch just now. However, it was very faint." At this moment, the ancestor of humanity was astonished. This young man's strength was truly formidable. Then he said to Yuan Zhixian, "A contest of physical strength? Very well. I am the first innate holy body Dao embryo in the world. My physical body is unparalleled. Very few can now engage in hand-to-hand combat with me." After saying that, he instantly teleported in front of Yuan Zhixian and threw a heavy punch at him. Yuan Zhixian quickly met the punch with his own, and the terrifying air currents tore through space. Then, the two transformed into light and shadow and continued to exchange blows in the void. Bang! 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 No one was visible in the void, only the lingering light left by the two people's clash. Moreover, the void was now shattered, with broken spatial cracks everywhere. The power of the inner world continuously repaired the spatial rift, while the two constantly shattered space. The repair speed simply could not keep up with the speed at which they shattered it. Soon after, the two stopped in the void. One was radiating golden light, and the other was radiating purple light. Their auras continued to grow stronger, becoming exceptionally terrifying. At this moment, the ancestor of humanity shone even brighter with golden light. In a lightning-fast instant, he appeared before Yuan Zhixian, his entire right hand covered in golden light. He then said, "Junior, this is 70% of my physical strength. Can you withstand it?" He then sidestepped and unleashed a punch. It was too fast, even faster than Yuan Zhixian's instantaneous movement speed. Before Yuan Zhixian could react, he was hit hard by a punch. The power of the ancestor of humanity was even more terrifying than Yuan Zhixian's punch. Yuan Zhixian's body was knocked from the void by this punch, and his falling body continuously exploded in the void. Bang! 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 Boom! The immortal Yuan crashed heavily to the ground, leaving a bottomless crater. The seven figures from the River of Time watched all this in silence. Then, Emperor Yu Tian said, "It's over. No one can defeat the ancestor of humanity. The ancestor of humanity is too strong." The Chaos Emperor, however, stared intently at the deep pit, his eyes flashing, and said, "No. It's not over yet. I feel this kid hasn't used his full strength." At this moment, Yuan Zhixian slowly flew out of the deep pit. "Ouch, that hurts. But it's just pain. I wanted to see if the ancestor of humanity's punch could injure me, but it seems I was overthinking it. It's just pain." Pain? The seven from the River of Time looked on in astonishment. If an ordinary Dao Body Realm expert were to take this terrifying punch, they would probably be dead beyond any doubt. And this kid is only experiencing pain? Besides his double pupils, what other physical constitution does he possess? Even the ancestor of humanity was astonished by the physical prowess of the immortal Yuan. The punch only caused pain without any real damage. Then, Yuan Zhixian slowly ascended into the void. A flash of purple light appeared in his eyes, and divine radiance erupted from his forehead, chest, and limbs. Profound runes instantly covered his body, shimmering with golden light. The seven people in the River of Time were once again shocked. Supreme bones? 6 of them. One supreme bone is equivalent to the 6 bones of the top 10 physiques out of 3,000. What's going on? From the ancient capital to the present, aside from a certain era and a single emperor with 2 bones, though 1 bone was added later, that emperor with 2 bones was still unparalleled and invincible. What kind of existence must those 6 supreme bones be? Before the shock had subsided, Yuan Zhixian was enveloped in chaotic energy. A terrifying aura of chaos swept out from Yuan Zhixian, causing the air conditioner to tremble. Chaotic body? At this moment, the 7 people in the River of Time were speechless with shock at the 3 great physiques of the immortal Yuan. At this moment, the Chaos Emperor also emitted a chaotic aura from his entire body, and the aura he emitted shook the River of Time, causing towering waves to rise. Chaos, calm down. Your strength is formidable. If you continue to release your aura across the River of Time, it will affect the past and the future. If time is reversed, you will be mercilessly annihilated by the heavenly Tao. Just shut up, said the Emperor of Reincarnation. I was just too excited. I never expected to see a second chaos being besides myself. No wonder I felt a sense of familiarity with him just now. So this kid is also a chaos body. And he even has 6 supreme bones and double pupils. No way. I must take this kid as my successor. At this moment, the Chaos Emperor was extremely excited, his whole body trembling. Even the ancestor of humanity was speechless. A single person possessing double pupils, supreme bones, and a chaotic body, what kind of monster was this? Then they saw Yuan Zhexian combine the chaotic body, 6 supreme bones, and the power of double pupils into one. An incomparably terrifying power continuously gathered in his right hand. Then, with a slight lift of his 5 fingers, he clenched them tightly and forcefully blasted them forward. A terrifying 7-colored light shot straight toward the ancestor of humanity. At this moment, the ancestor's expression also turned solemn. He then used 100% of the power of his innate sacred body and Tao embryo, and added the power of all living beings to it. Similarly, he clenched his right hand and blasted it forward. An extremely powerful golden light then rushed towards Yuan Zhexian's 7-colored light. Bang! The 2 beams of light collided, locked in a fierce battle. Then, Yuan Zhexian let out a soft shout and increased his strength, thrusting forward. The 7-colored light gradually devoured the golden light, hurtling towards the ancestor of humanity. Boom! Another bottomless, enormous crater appeared. Inside the crater, the ancestor of humanity's lips were already stained with blood. Looking at Yuan Zhexian, he said, "You actually managed to injure me. Truly a heaven-defying genius, truly a prodigy from that family. Indeed, supremely powerful. So, how will you withstand my final attack?" After the ancestor finished speaking, he stood in the void, formed hand seals, and his whole body burst forth with golden light. Suddenly, a magnificent scene appeared behind him. The sun, moon, and stars shone on the mountains and the mountains, rivers, grasses, and trees nourished all life. An ancient and primal aura permeated the entire space. The ancient scene carried a powerful and terrifying aura, as if the ancestor of humankind was the creator, who created all things. The 7 figures from the river of time exclaimed in surprise, "This is a phenomenon of the ancestor of humanity, the manifestation of all things and all life. We never imagined the ancestor of humanity would actually use such a phenomenon." Legend has it that the all things and myriad creations phenomenon is a super anomaly that integrates all things in heaven and earth. Even the ancient sacred body, which is immune to all anomalies, cannot be immune to it. Moreover, this strange phenomenon not only possesses overwhelming power, but also the power of all living beings, making it exceptionally terrifying. Yuan Zhexian was slightly taken aback when he saw the extraordinary phenomenon of the ancestor of humanity and all things, because he felt the power and terror of this phenomenon and began to take it seriously. He then formed hand seals. His aura surged, and the chaotic power around him spread outwards throughout the space. It clashed head-on with the light of the myriad phenomena of all things, causing the space to hiss and crackle from the friction. His double pupils shimmered with starlight, and his 6 supreme bones erupted with powerful and terrifying divine radiance. His hands rapidly formed hand seals. The eternal immortal scripture within his body was circulating its eternal power wildly. He addressed the ancestor of humanity, saying, "Eternal Kingdom." Behind Yuan Zhexian, a huge phenomenon appeared, within which was a vast kingdom, where primordial immortal energy permeated the air, extremely dense. Immortals could be seen moving about everywhere, men, women, young and old. The entire kingdom resembled a divine dynasty. And at the very top, a colossal figure overlooked the entire kingdom, appearing like the emperor of this land, sacred and inviolable. Then, from the myriad phenomena of creation, a golden white 9-clawed dragon emerged, its earth-shattering, roar-shattering space. A terrifying aura stirred up gusts of wind as it rushed towards Yuan Zhexian. The eternal kingdom of Yuan Zhexian then transformed into a purple-gold 9-clawed dragon, the same size as the golden white dragon of all things and all life. The difference was that the purple-gold dragon had double pupils in its eyes. Then, the 2 giant dragons flew, collided, and tore at each other in the sky. A terrifying aura continuously tore through the space, and the air currents carried by the dragons stirred up huge gales. The two dragons shuttled back and forth in the void, and each collision and tearing caused the space to tremble. Suddenly, the ancestor of humanity formed a hand seal and said, "Power of all living beings." Then, a platinum gold light shone from the mouth of the nine-clawed white gold dragon. This light was the power of all living beings. Gathering the power of all living beings in heaven, earth, and humanity, it was one of the ancestor of humanity's strongest moves. Yuan Zhixian also spoke softly, "Eternal power." Then, the purple gold dragon transformed into a purple gold ray of light and headed towards the white gold power of all living beings. The two beams of light clashed in the void, locked in a fierce battle, neither gaining the upper hand for a long time. At this moment, Yuan Zhixian smiled slightly. "Hee, let's try this one." One of the 9 secrets, the secret of the fighting character. One of the 9 secrets, the secret of the character Lin. One of the 9 secrets, all are secret characters. The Do character technique possesses extremely high attack power and can simulate any attack, evolving into any secret method. The Lin secret technique allows one to enter the forbidden realm of gods, kill enemies of higher levels, and is invincible among those of the same level. The secret of all characters can increase combat power tenfold, including physical strength, spiritual power, mental power, and soul power. As the mastery of the 3 secrets of the 9 secrets increased, the purple gold 9-clawed dragon derived from the eternal kingdom of the primordial immortal directly pierced through the white gold 9-clawed dragon derived from the ancestor of humanity and all things. Pfft. The ancestor of humanity spat out a mouthful of blood, and the strange phenomenon behind him vanished as starlight. The 7 people in the river of time were filled with disbelief and shock, unable to believe it, because the ancestor of humanity was too powerful. So powerful that he was vaguely the strongest being from the beginning of time to the present. Such an absolute powerhouse had actually been defeated today, and defeated by a 5-year-old child no less. The extraordinary phenomenon manifested by the ancestor of humanity was the gathering of the power of all living beings. The power of all living beings. That is a power that even the heavenly Tao fears, yet it was broken by someone. Unbelievable. The second shock was Yuan Zhixian's physique, this heaven-defying physique and powerful cultivation technique. Was this child the chosen one of heaven? Why was there such a powerful monster in this world? They were also very fortunate that Yuan Zhixian hadn't chosen one of the 7 to challenge. Of the 7 of them, only someone at the same level as the Chaos Emperor could last a move or 2 longer against Yuan Zhixian. They would probably be instantly killed in one strike. They had witnessed firsthand the terrifying power of Yuan Zhixian's final attack. At this moment, the ancestor of humanity was not disappointed by the defeat. Instead, he burst into laughter. Haha, that was exhilarating. I never imagined the human race would have someone capable of defeating me, Junior. Your talent is simply extraordinary. The Golden Age is not only a golden age, but also a chaotic one. A prodigy as extraordinary as you is too easily killed off. They will never allow such a genius to exist. Although you have the Yuan clan protecting you, you must still be careful in the future. For your own future to become the strongest being in the world, and for the future of humanity, only those who grow into extraordinary talents can become the strongest. Then they looked up at the sky. The 7 figures from the river of time also appeared in this inner world. The ancestor of humanity said, "Do you have anything else to say?" "This is." Yuan Zhixian looked at the 7 people with a puzzled expression. Then, the ancestor of humanity introduced them to him one by one. When the ancestor of humanity introduced the Chaos Emperor, Yuan Zhixian also looked at him with great curiosity. "Young man, although your physique is too extraordinary, I am also the first chaos body in the world. How about it? Interested in becoming my disciple? I can teach you many of the functions and secret techniques of the chaos body." No need, Yuan Zhixian refused. "Kid, The Chaos Emperor, still unwilling to give up, tried to speak, but was interrupted by the ancestor of humanity. "Chaos, stop talking. He's a member of the Yuan clan." At this moment, The Chaos Emperor also realized his mistake and stopped saying anything more. When the Chaos Emperor annihilated all enemies during the creation of the world, there was a family that remained aloof and detached from worldly affairs. That family was known as the Forbidden Family. Their origins predate the creation of the world, making them extremely mysterious. It was only after the Chaos Emperor became emperor that the existence of this family became known. Then the Chaos Emperor said, "Boy, since you are a member of the Yuan clan, I won't say any more. The ancestor of humanity is right. After the birth of all races, they will not allow such a heaven-defying prodigy as you to exist." Yuan Zhixian bowed slightly to the 8 people and said, "I deeply admire the contributions of you 8 seniors to the 9 heavens and 10 earths. I will keep your advice to heart." The 8 ancestors, including the ancestor of humanity, smiled slightly at their junior and said, "Junior, you are already invincible and becoming an immortal is inevitable. The path to immortality is littered with corpses, so be cautious in all things. We will wait for you in the immortal realm." After speaking, the 8 of them disappeared into space in a flash of light. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the mission to be ranked number 1 on the Heavenly Tao Ancient Card Ranking. Reward: 10,000 mission points. Then a shop will be opened for the host, where the host can purchase anything they wish. Ding! Congratulations, host, on achieving first place on the Eternal Ranking. Reward technique: Divine Elephant Prison Suppression Scripture. The Divine Elephant Suppressing Prison Scripture is a scripture created by a supreme figure in the immortal realm. It uses power to draw upon the divine and the divine to form an image. Every gesture and movement carries the power of the divine image. The human body is composed of 840 million particles. Each particle is equivalent to a divine elephant, and a divine elephant is equivalent to 1 million gene, approximately 500 kilograms. The Divine Elephant Suppressing Prison Scripture has 9 levels. The first level has the power of 10 divine elephants, the second level has the power of 100 divine elephants, the third level has the power of 1,000 divine elephants, and the 9th level awakens all of them. At that time, the physical body will be truly invincible. One can withstand the weapons of a celestial emperor with bare hands. As Yuan Zhixian listened to the system's introduction to the Divine Elephant Suppressing Prison Scripture, his heart was already surging with excitement. This is probably beyond immortal magic. It's even more powerful than the magic of an immortal emperor. The 9th level of the Divine Elephant Suppressing Prison Scripture allows one to withstand an immortal emperor's weapon with bare hands. It can just enhance the strength of my physical body. He then said to the system, "Please introduce the items in the shop." This system shop is divided into 4 categories: physical constitution, cultivation techniques, items, secret techniques, and scene items. I understand the first 4. What about this? What is scene category? Yuan Zhixian asked, puzzled. What you see is based on what the host has seen and heard in their past life and in this life. Oh? Be more specific. Based on the host's memories, such as the anime Naruto, which the host followed since their student days on Earth in their previous life, the host can use mission points to purchase the skills of characters from that anime. Other examples include Journey to the West, Investiture of the Gods, and so on. Everything seen and heard can be brought to life. The system I've seen is really impressive. Yuan Zhixian exclaimed happily. After all, back on Earth, Yuan Zhixian had been following Naruto since middle school, all the way up to his entrepreneurial days. And the various techniques and magical treasures in Journey to the West and Investiture of the Gods are also exceptionally powerful. Let me see what the system shows you. Okay. Chaos Green Lotus, task value 10 billion. The Jade Disc of Creation, with a mission value of 9.9 billion. Chaos Pearl, mission value 9.9 billion. The Heaven Opening Axe, with a mission value of 9.5 billion. The 3 Generations Bronze Coffin, quest value, 9 billion. Tai Chi Diagram, task value 8 billion. Panga Banner, mission value 8 billion. The 4 Swords of Juxian, quest value, 8 billion. The Great Luo Immortal Sword Embryo, mission value 7.8 billion. Hiss. Yuan Zhixian gasped, surprised. Are these things so expensive? I only have 10,000 mission points right now. How long will it take me to buy just one of these? Dog system. Did you intentionally label these task values? No. This task value is given based on the strength of these artifacts. Then I'll look at some cheaper options. The Investiture of the Gods. Task value 90 million. The Nine-Bend Yellow River Formation has a mission value of 85 million. The Map of Mountains and Rivers has a task value of 82 million. The God-Slaying Whip, task value 60 million. Make it cheaper. Yuan Zhixian roared, his face dark. The Reincarnation Technique, 500,000 mission points. In Pure World Reincarnation, mission value 480,000. Immortal Techniques, quest value, 450,000. Super Shinra Tensei, mission value 300,000. Kodo Amitsukami, mission value 250,000. The Myriad Manifestations Heavenly Guidance task is worth 200,000. Amaterasu, task value 100,000. Upon seeing these items in the store, Yuan Zhixian cursed inwardly. Damn, they're so expensive. But he also silently noted down a few very useful items, planning to buy them later when he had more mission points. Tongzi, let me take a look at the system category. Okay. Eternal Immortal Body quest points? Primordial Immortal Body task points? Fatebound Immortal Body mission points? Chaotic Entity, task value 100 million. Innate Sacred Body Dao Embryo, mission value 90 million. Heavenly Dao Forbidden Body, mission value 80 million. While Yuan Zhixian was examining the items in the shop, he was completely unaware that the crowd outside the 10,000 mountains was utterly astonished by the Eternal Ranking. The Eternal Ranking and the Heavenly Dao Ancient card are different. The Eternal Ranking does not have live streaming, you can only see the rankings. The first place on the Eternal Ranking, formerly the ranking of the Ancestor of Humanity, flashed a few times with golden light before suddenly changing to the name of Yuan Zhixian. At this moment, everyone remained so quiet that you could probably hear a pin drop. He rubbed his eyes, his face filled with disbelief. This wasn't just an ancient talisman, this was the Eternal Ranking, a list that had existed since ancient times. To claim the top spot on the Eternal Ranking was harder than ascending to heaven. The Yuan clan's divine son is truly unparalleled throughout history, terrifying beyond belief. He's actually ranked number 1, even defeating the Ancestor of Humanity. At this moment, an ancient being spoke. This is the Ancestor of Humanity, the legendary Ancestor of Humanity whose tales have been passed down through countless legends, who made immense contributions to the human race. The strongest person in history has actually been defeated by the Yuan clan's divine son. It's unbelievable. He then opened the teleportation stone to report to his sect, instructing all disciples to treat Yuan clan members with courtesy and not to offend them. Throughout the 9 heavens and 10 earths, countless powerful divine thoughts from various immortal imperial clans, immortal dynasties, and ancient holy lands are communicating in their respective celestial domains. Some supreme experts are even using their unparalleled divine powers to communicate across the heavens. In any case, the majority of the conclusions reached was that the Yuan clan's divine son was not to be trifled with. A small minority plotted how to eliminate Yuan Zhixian. On the Yuan clan side, Yuan Jiuzheng was also extremely excited. Even when he tried to report the situation to the Yuan clan using the communication stone, he stammered and couldn't get the words out properly. The Yuan clan replied with a single sentence, "The 9th ancestor is on his way." After a long while, a terrifying aura descended from the sky over the 10,000 mountains. The previously noisy crowd with low cultivation suddenly froze. "Space frozen," a great sage exclaimed in surprise. This technique of freezing space is something only a quasi-emperor level expert could use. Which supreme expert has descended? A figure appeared in the sky, about 60 or 70 years old, with an aura of simplicity and authenticity. From a distance, he looked like an ordinary old man, but his eyes gave people a sense of antiquity and vicissitude. An ancient being recognized this person. He was the ancestor of the Eastern Temple. What's he doing here? The Eastern Divine Temple also has an unparalleled prodigy who made it onto the list this time with the Heavenly Tao Ancient Tablet, ranking 400th. Then, the Patriarch of the Eastern Divine Temple arrived at the gathering place of the Yuan clan. Yuan Jiuzheng and the Jade clan's supreme elder looked grave, their brows furrowed, and asked the Eastern Divine Palace ancestor, Old Man Eastern Divine Palace, "What do you intend to do?" The Patriarch of the Eastern Divine Temple remained silent. With a wave of his hand, a massive energy shield enveloped the Yuan clan and the Jade clan members. Sensing something was wrong, Yuan Jiuzheng and the Jade clan's supreme elder used their supreme holy techniques to continuously strike the energy shield. However, the difference in cultivation level was too great, and the energy shield remained completely undamaged. At this moment, the Patriarch of the Eastern Divine Palace spoke softly. Shock. The energy shield suddenly generated immense pressure, and instantly, everyone from the Yuan clan and the Jade clan, except for the two supreme saints, coughed up blood and were severely injured. At this moment, Yuan Jiuzheng continued to ask, "Old Man Dongji, what exactly do you want?" The Patriarch of the Eastern Divine Temple, with his eyes closed, softly said, "The Yuan clan's divine son possesses unparalleled talent throughout the ages. When the Yuan clan's divine son emerges, I wish to invite him to my temple as a guest. However, I fear the divine son will not agree, so I will have to trouble you all to serve as bargaining chips." What? The Yuan and Yu clansmen's expressions changed immediately upon hearing this. They want us to be used as bargaining chips to threaten the divine child into visiting the Eastern Divine Palace. Dream on. At this moment, the supreme elder of the Jade clan looked at Yuan Jiuzheng and asked, "What do we do now?" Yuan Jiuzheng looked at the worried supreme elder of the Jade clan and said, "Don't worry, the 9th ancestor will be here soon. As long as the 9th ancestor arrives, the divine child will be safe." At that moment, another, even more powerful and terrifying aura appeared. "Dongji, you're courting death. How dare you use someone from my Yuan clan to threaten my divine son?" As soon as he finished speaking, a bolt of lightning descended from the sky, shooting towards the Patriarch of the Eastern Divine Temple. The Patriarch of the Eastern Divine Temple immediately formed hand seals, and a white halo of light condensed in front of him to block the lightning. The terrifying and powerful lightning seemed to pierce through paper with ease, directly penetrating the white halo and slamming heavily into the Patriarch of the Eastern Pole Temple. The immense force blasted the Patriarch into a bottomless pit. Yuan Sheng Yuan. Yuan Sheng Yuan. The Patriarch of the Eastern Temple, clutching his chest, slowly flew up from the enormous crater, a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth. Clearly, the lightning bolt had injured him. Not far away, a figure landed. This person had white hair and beard, wore a white robe, and had eyes as deep as the sea, as if he were beyond the mortal world. Unfortunately, his face was grim at this moment. An exceptionally terrifying aura erupted from his body as he spoke in an angry tone. "Dongji, you, a mere quasi-emperor level 1 cultivator, dare to hold my clan hostage and threaten my clan's divine son?" Because of the arrival of the Yuan clan's 9th ancestor and his injury to the Eastern Divine Temple's ancestor, the spatial solidification for everyone present was also lifted. Looking at the terrifyingly powerful 9th ancestor of the Yuan clan, everyone was still shaken, exclaiming, "We never expected that the Yuan clan's divine child would have the 9th ancestor protecting him. This shows how much the Yuan clan values this divine child." The 9 ancestors of the Yuan clan. An unparalleled supreme powerhouse from countless eras ago. In a certain era, the Yuan clan, while traveling, mistakenly entered the Netherworld, one of the forbidden zones of the 9 heavens and 10 lands. No one other than them is allowed to enter this place. Anyone who does will be killed without mercy. The Yuan clan member explained that he had mistakenly entered this place after revealing his identity, but the powerful figures of the Netherworld ignored his explanation and killed him on the spot. The soul fire stored in the Yuan clan's spirit hall suddenly went out. The soul fire is the life imprint of each person, and its extinguishing signifies the death of that person. The clan elders guarding the spirit hall felt something was amiss when they discovered that the soul fire of this sequence had gone out, and immediately reported the matter. The Yuan clan was enraged and immediately launched an investigation. They discovered that the Netherworld was responsible. Subsequently, they dispatched 10 ancestral ancestors of the Yuan clan, including the 9th ancestor, along with 100 contemporary ancestors, to directly attack the Netherworld. The battle lasted for more than a month. The Netherworld suffered heavy losses at that time. The Lord of the Netherworld was seriously injured, and 70% of the ancestors awakened in the ancestral land perished. The current generation of ancestors lost even more, with 90% being lost. The disciples of the Netherworld were nearly wiped out. On the Yuan clan side, the 9 ancestors only suffered minor injuries. Of the ancestral land ancestors, 3 were seriously injured, while the others were unharmed. The ancestors' situation was slightly worse. More than 30 of them perished, and 40 or 50 were injured. Finally, the Lord of the Underworld said to the 9 ancestors of the Yuan clan, "If you continue to push people too far, I will prepare for a complete sublimation and restore the power of the Great Emperor." Many great emperors, unwilling to pass away peacefully in their later years and disappear from the world, would cut themselves short when their lifespan was about to end, forcibly severing their heavenly Tao imprint, which is something that must be integrated to become a great emperor. In doing so, their cultivation would drop from the peak of the great emperor to the peak of the quasi-emperor. Such people are later called ancient emperors. They will then enter the 10 lands, either to cause chaos and massacre people in the star field to absorb the life essence of a large number of people, or to enter the source of life and sleep in a deep slumber. Basically, I'm just waiting for the path to immortality to open, and then I'll enter the immortal realm and gain eternal life. Although their cultivation level dropped after they severed themselves, they would break the seal and restore their great emperor cultivation level when facing death. This is called extreme sublimation. However, sublimation also comes at a price. First, it only lasts for 5 minutes. Secondly, they would die after 5 minutes, so they generally wouldn't undergo extreme sublimation unless their lives were in danger. The fact that the 9 ancestors of the Yuan clan forced the Lord of the Underworld to almost achieve a supreme sublimation demonstrates that the 9 ancestors of the Yuan clan truly possessed unparalleled and terrifying combat power. Then the 9th ancestor of the Yuan clan led the Yuan clan members away from the Netherworld in a grand manner, leaving behind the Netherworld Lord, who roared in anger, his voice shaking the heavens and corpses scattered all over the ground. This battle of the Yuan clan also made the world see the strength and power of the Yuan clan. The Yuan clan's 9th ancestor was also declared the number 1 person below the Great Emperor. In this era, without the emergence of a great emperor, they were absolutely terrifying beings. From then on, very few people in the 9 heavens and 10 earths dared to provoke the Yuan clan. But the Patriarch of the Eastern Divine Palace actually dared to use the Yuan clan as bargaining chips to threaten Yuan Jishian. The Patriarch of the Yuan clan must be furious. "I only wish to invite the Yuan clan's divine son to visit my temple. I have no other intentions," the Patriarch of the Eastern Extreme Temple said, forcing himself to speak. "A guest?" The 9th ancestor of the Yuan clan frowned slightly. "Stop making excuses. Do you think I don't know your little schemes? Since you dared to injure my clansmen and threaten my clan's divine son, then you should prepare for your demise." "All right, let's get going." After speaking, the 9th ancestor's aura surged, and he stretched out his right hand and squeezed it in the air towards the Eastern Divine Temple ancestor. A giant white energy hand, about the size of a person, appeared in the void and grasped the entire body of the Eastern Divine Temple ancestor. At this moment, the Patriarch of the Eastern Divine Temple was filled with terror, his eyes bloodshot. He tried to struggle, but the energy of the giant white hand was too terrifying. The moment it grasped him, he was completely bound and powerless to break free. Then, the Patriarch of the Divine Temple weakly cried out to the sky, "Save, save, save me." The Yuan clan's 9th ancestor gave the Eastern Divine Temple's Patriarch no further chance to speak, and clenched his outstretched right hand tightly. Splat! blood splattered everywhere, turning into a rain of blood. Dead. Dead. The expressions of everyone present changed drastically. Just a moment ago, the Patriarch of the Eastern Divine Palace was the only one who reigned supreme in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The next second, he was directly suppressed and killed by the 9 ancestors of the Yuan clan. The 9th ancestor of the Yuan clan was too strong. He was a quasi-emperor. Yet he was crushed like a chick by the 9th ancestor of the Yuan clan. Killed him in one move? That's terrifying. Everyone stared wide-eyed, barely daring to breathe, at the 9th ancestor of the Yuan clan. The matter here had just ended when Yuan Zhixian was also sent out by the Eternal Ranking. He arrived at the Yuan clan's gathering place and, seeing the terrified faces of the crowd, asked in confusion, "What's going on? What's this? Even though I got first place, you don't need to be like this. Sigh, basic stuff, don't be silly." He then turned around and saw the 9th ancestor of the Yuan clan behind him, bowing slightly and saying, "9th ancestor, what brings you here?" Looking at the exceptionally talented Yuan Zhixian before him, the 9th ancestor of the Yuan clan smiled broadly and said, "Our clan's divine son is unparalleled throughout the ages, ranked number 1 on the Eternal Ranking. Such a heaven-defying prodigy, renowned throughout the 9 heavens and 10 earths. I must personally come to bring you back to the clan. The family was worried you'd fall victim to some petty villains, so I came in person. Luckily, I arrived in time. Look, that person from the Eastern Temple tried to threaten you with members of the family, but I killed him." "Oh, threatening me? The Eastern Temple? Don't worry, we'll nip it in the bud. Your grandfather has already taken several elders to the Eastern Divine Temple. It won't be long before the Eastern Divine Temple disappears from the world. All right, that's settled. We should head back now." After speaking, he looked up at the void above and sneered. Then, without waiting for anyone to speak, he waved his hand, and the Yuan clan and the Jade clan members vanished from their spot. "Space teleportation?" One of the saints present exclaimed in surprise. "This is a quasi-emperor's divine power. Generally speaking, teleporting 1 or 2 people is already quite impressive. But teleporting a whole group of people requires immense strength." Just after everyone disappeared, deep within the void of the 10 Heavens Mountain, the figures of 5 supreme experts appeared and disappeared, their faces obscured. One of the figures said, "That idiot from Dongji was supposed to be sent to secretly capture the Yuan clan's divine son, but he brazenly showed himself up. I really don't know how this guy became a quasi-emperor. Doesn't he have a brain?" Another figure chimed in, "What happens to Dongji is no longer important. After all, it's just a pawn, a mere pawn in a game." What I didn't expect was that it would be that old B*** D Yuan Sheng Yuan who came this time. That old guy is a real schemer. Back then, he only showed the world his cultivation level as Quasi-Emperor Level 3. He remained at Quasi-Emperor Level 3 for countless eons until after the incident in the Netherworld, when we realized we'd been tricked by this old guy. Yes, this old guy looks kind and benevolent, but he's actually a cunning old fox. Luckily, I didn't fight him to the death back then, or I would have been killed by his schemes. Who knew that this old guy was actually at the peak of the quasi-emperor realm? Another person with a loud voice said. A rather composed voice said, "All right, there's no point in dwelling on this. The most urgent matter is that the old man has become aware of our operation to capture the Yuan clan's divine son. I could just sense that he's already detected us. They've used spatial teleportation. Without specific coordinates, we have no way to intercept them. It seems this mission is doomed. However, this Yuan clan's divine son cannot be allowed to live. If he becomes an emperor, then the path to immortality will be cut off for us. Among our younger generation, there are some with extraordinary talents, even forbidden geniuses. These prodigies should no longer be hidden. It's time for them to emerge and confront the Yuan clan's divine son." He instructed the younger generation, "No matter what, if you encounter the Yuan clan's divine child again, you must kill him. We, the older generation, will act in the shadows, while the younger generation will deal with him openly. I'll see how long that Yuan clan divine child can live. That's all. All right, everyone, disperse. With the departure of these 5 supreme beings, the 9th ancestor led everyone back to the Yuan clan. As soon as Yuan Zhixian arrived at the divine palace, he saw his grandfather, father, mother, and a group of clan elders gathered there. As soon as the banished immortal stepped into the palace of the goddess, his mother, Yu Lingqing, rushed over and embraced him. "Let me see how you are." After all, Yuan Zhixian is only 5 years old. In Yu Lingqing's eyes, he is still a child. Who cares about being the first of all time? She just wants Yuan Zhixian to be safe and sound. This is the greatness of a mother. Yuan Chongqing, Yuan Zhixian's father, didn't speak, but his eyes revealed a multitude of emotions, worry, pride, and a sense of accomplishment as he silently watched Yuan Zhixian. Yuan Zhixian's grandfather was the happiest at this moment. After all, his grandson not only won first place in the Heavenly Dao Ancient Token competition, but also obtained the Peerless Emperor Law and the Peerless Divine Artifact. Moreover, they defeated the Ancestor of Humanity, who was ranked first on the Eternal ranking. Others may not know about the Ancestor of Humanity's great achievements, but the Yuan clan does. While the Ancestor of Humanity was silently protecting the human race, the Yuan clan was already a forbidden family in the world. Until the Ancestor of Humanity became the strongest being on the surface, the Yuan clan was quite clear about everything concerning him. Even such a powerful figure was defeated by his own grandson, so of course he felt very proud. He then asked, "Immortal, the Heavenly Dao Ancient Tablet and the Eternal Ranking have concluded. What are your plans now?" Looking at his grandfather, Yuan Zhixian smiled slightly and said, "Afterwards, I will go into seclusion to study the cultivation techniques and the Heavenly Essence Blood reward from this Heavenly Dao Ancient Token, especially this Heavenly Essence Blood, which I don't know what it is." In this battle against the individual progenitor, I also felt my own shortcomings. Although I defeated him using only 50% of my strength, I still feel that I am lacking in many areas, such as combat experience, speed, etc. What? Everyone was shocked upon hearing this. 50%? You used 50% to defeat the Ancestor of Humanity, who was at the same level. You must know that the Ancestor of Humanity grew up in an environment of life and death every day during the creation era. Whether it was magic or combat experience, he was already invincible among those of the same level. You defeated him and then claimed it was due to a lack of combat experience. If the other geniuses of the 9 heavens and 10 earths heard that you only used half your strength, what would they think? Don't tell anyone about your being banished to the heavens. You must understand that human strength is limited. Even an ant can kill an elephant. Your talent and gifts are already the most powerful throughout history. Because of your talent and genius, all the geniuses of the 9 heavens and 10 earths are wary of you and will besiege you. You might perish. This has happened many times throughout countless eras, and the Yuan clan has too many enemies. Do you understand? Yuan Chongqing, who had been silent until now, frowned and warned. Looking at his father, Yuan Zhixian said softly, "I understand, father. Even so, I have already forged an invincible mind. If they want to attack me, I will suppress them all. If I cannot sweep away all enemies and suppress all adversaries, then my belief in invincibility is meaningless." The immortal is right. At this moment, the 9th ancestor smiled and took over the immortal's words. Our Yuan clan is invincible in the world, and the immortal is the most heaven-defying genius in our clan's history. He too should be invincible in the world. If we cannot suppress everything, then how can the immortal and our clan ascend to immortality in this great era? Looking at his family and clansmen before him, Yuan Zhixian felt an unprecedented sense of kinship and silently vowed, "No matter what happens in the future, I will protect my family and clansmen. No one can harm them in the slightest." Afterwards, everyone left the divine palace on their own initiative, and Yuan Zhixian watched them leave. He then addressed Yuan Zifeng, Yuan Yan'er, and the 5 members of the divine palace who were still working there. "I'm going into seclusion starting today. I don't know how long I'll be in seclusion for now. During this time, I will give you some cultivation techniques and elixirs. I hope to see that all of you have made progress when I emerge from seclusion. If anyone is lazy or doesn't improve much, Then you will stay in the Red Lotus space until I am satisfied. Understand? A chill ran down everyone's spine upon hearing this. After all, they knew the terror of the Crimson Lotus space. Even the 5 great sequences had experienced it before challenging the ancient heaven-suppressing token. They then bowed and said, "We understand." He ignored everyone and went back to his room to begin his seclusion. Yuan Zhixian began comprehending the 9 secrets after receiving the rewards from the Heavenly Tao Ancient Tablet. As for the 6 Paths Reincarnation Fist, it's unclear whether this technique is an Emperor's technique or an Immortal's technique. In any case, Yuan Zhixian still doesn't know. He'll only find out after further research. Without further ado, he took out the essence of the heavens, and 3 drops of grayish-white blood floated in the sky, emanating a dense aura of the Great Tao. Looking at the 3 drops of celestial essence blood, Yuan Zhixian had a sudden inspiration. Unlike the normal practice of consuming it directly, he injected the 3 drops of celestial essence blood directly into his body, into the bones of his eyes. Time flies, and 10 years have passed in the blink of an eye. In the main hall of the Divine Palace, a person with white hair tied up with a jade hairpin and features so handsome as to be flawless, like the finest masterpiece of heaven, coupled with eyes as bright as the stars in the universe, could only make one sigh that such a person could only exist in heaven. This person was none other than the 15-year-old Yuan Zhixian. In this world, 15 years old is considered an adult, and at this time, Yuan Zhixian's cultivation had reached the 9th level of the Tao body realm. At this moment, his double pupils emitted a purple starlight, and the 6 pieces of Supreme Bone Divine Radiance had condensed into a golden Supreme Halo with mysterious symbols. At this moment, the golden Supreme Halo hovering behind Yuan Zhixian's head emitted an exceptionally powerful aura, and his entire body radiated chaotic light, which was derived from the chaotic energy of Yuan Zhixian earlier. Upon closer inspection, one will notice a faint golden bell mark on Yuan Zhixian's forehead. This is the Chaos Bell, and Yuan Zhixian has been able to wield 20% of its power over the past 10 years. Such a great change is also thanks to the 3 drops of heavenly essence blood that Yuan Zhixian fused with. It took Yuan Zhixian several years to understand that this heavenly essence blood is also known as the origin of heavenly Tao. Taking it can not only strengthen the physical body and enhance talent, but also mobilize a trace of heavenly Tao power to enhance the power of spells. But Yuan Zhixian was an anomaly. Unlike ordinary people who would consume it normally, he directly fused it with his double pupils, supreme bones, and chaotic body. After the 3 physiques merged, not only were all of his physical attributes enhanced, but even the characteristics of his former physiques changed. Overall, however, these 3 drops of celestial blood essence greatly improved Yuan Zhixian's strength. After studying it, Yuan Zhixian also discovered that the 6 Paths Reincarnation Fist was neither an imperial technique nor an immortal technique. It was somewhat similar to his Divine Elephant Suppressing Prison Scripture and was a technique from beyond the realm. After unleashing the 6 Paths of Reincarnation Fist, the Heavenly Path, Hell Path, Human Path, Azura Path, Hungry Ghost Path, and Animal Path will transform into 6 enormous black holes, and its effects are even more mysterious and bizarre. If this 6 Paths of Reincarnation Fist is unleashed by a reincarnated being, its power will absolutely be earth-shattering and awe-inspiring. The Divine Elephant Suppressing Prison Scripture has already reached the 4th level, possessing the power of 10,000 divine statues, 1 divine statue with the power of 1 million Jin, and 10,000 statues with the power of 1 million Jin. Now, Yuan Zhixian's punch is estimated to be able to kill a peak reincarnation realm expert. During his 10 years of seclusion, Yuan Zhixian was rewarded with mission points by the system with each advancement in his cultivation. At the Divine Power Realm, he received 1,000 mission points for each advancement and 10,000 for advancing to the Tao Body Realm. Each advancement in the Tao Body Realm also grants 5,000 mission points. To date, Yuan Zhixian has accumulated a total of 74,000 mission points, which is not even enough to buy Amaterasu. The system hasn't issued any missions yet, and his mission points are far from sufficient. After checking on his excellent condition, he smiled slightly and decided it was time to emerge from seclusion. At this moment, in the Divine Palace, a handsome, serious-looking young man of about 15 or 16, dressed in a black robe, and a beautiful woman of about the same age, with an extremely sweet appearance and a slender, well-proportioned figure, were discussing recent events in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Suddenly, a voice interrupted them. Zifeng? Yenner. Upon hearing the sound, Yuan Zifeng and Yuan Yenner looked in the direction of the sound and were speechless with surprise. In their eyes, this person's appearance could only be described as perfect, like a celestial being descended to earth, utterly flawless. God. Miko? Otherwise, who else could be in the Divine Palace besides you? Yuan Zhixian smiled slightly. This smile completely stunned Yuan Yenner. The two then composed themselves and bowed, saying, Divine Child. No need for formalities. 10 years have passed. I have now emerged from seclusion. Tell me, what major events have occurred in the 9 heavens and 10 earths during these 10 years? He then sat down in the main seat. Yuan Yenner immediately went behind Yuan Zifeng and began massaging his shoulders. Yuan Zifeng could handle the reporting himself. He then said, Divine Child, many significant events did indeed occur during your 10 years of seclusion, mostly involving the younger generation. To begin with what I know, Su-yi, the holy son of the Su family, has already been accepted as a disciple by the supreme elder of the Sword Sect, and is now the second holy son. Su-yi? Is that the Su family's Azure Lotus sword body? Yuan Zhixian recalled. Su-yi was nothing special, but the sword master of the Sword Sect was different. He had just emerged from seclusion when Dao Wudao of the Shangqing sect challenged him by name. The two then fought for 3 days and 3 nights. Dao Wudao defeated the sword master of the Sword Sect by a single move. Oh? One of them has an innate Dao body, and the other has an innate sword body. At that time, the heavenly Dao ancient tablet rewarded one with a peerless golden elixir and a great emperor's technique, and the other with a peerless imperial weapon and a great emperor's secret technique. Logically speaking, the Sword Sect's sword disciple should be stronger. At the very least, it should be a draw. How could he have lost? Yuan Zhixian asked, puzzled. Yuan Zifeng continued, That's not strange. What's strange is that a year later, the Sword Sect's sword disciple challenged Dao Wudao to a duel and defeated him within 1,000 moves. Oh, that's interesting. Originally, the two were evenly matched. A year later, the gap is so obvious. There must be a reason for that, Yuan Zhixian said with interest. That's right, the Divine Child. Later, people learned that when the Sword Sect's sword child first lost to Dao Wudao, he was deeply affected. He was then lost for a period of time, and then accidentally entered a canyon. When he reappeared, he defeated Dao Wudao within 1,000 moves with the strength of a king. Afterwards, powerful figures heard of this and immediately rushed to the canyon, but the entrance was blocked by a golden light, preventing them from entering. However, it has recently been said that the golden light is showing signs of fading. Some say that there might be a secret realm inside, and many people have been going there recently. After hearing this, Yuan Zhixian asked, How long will it take for that golden light to fade? About 3 months, Yuan Zifeng said. It's quite interesting that 2 people with innate physiques who were originally evenly matched could have such a large difference in ability after just 1 year. Then let's set off in 3 months to see this mysterious canyon, Yuan Zhixian added. And then what? Yes. A year ago, the Ji family's divine son from Taishao Heaven came to our clan and specifically challenged you, the divine son. Since you were still in seclusion, Yuan Ruochu, the first-ranked disciple who happened to be back in the clan at that time, fought in your place. So, that's the ending? In the end, the Ji family's divine son was injured, and Yuan Ruochu fell into a coma. If it weren't for the Ji family's divine son relying on the power of the imperial weapon, he wouldn't have been able to defeat Yuan Ruochu. Yuan Zhixian said, "Oh? My cousin was actually able to injure the Ji family's divine son who wields an imperial weapon. It seems that our first tier is also quite powerful. Also, I remember that when the Ji family patriarch was young, he seemed to have been defeated by my father several times. He has always wanted to defeat my father once. I think his son came to challenge me this time because he wanted to defeat me and fulfill his father's wish. But those who want to challenge me will pay a price," Yuan Zhixian said with a slight smile. Yuan Zifeng and Yuan Yener, seeing this familiar smile, silently prayed for the Ji family's divine son, for he was about to suffer. Yuan Zifeng continued, "In recent years, many peerless geniuses and eternal geniuses from immortal imperial clans, dynasties, and holy lands have emerged, including some forbidden geniuses." Forbidden demons? Who are they? Tehuangshan, the dragon prince Aoshu of the True Dragon clan in the Emperor Mountain range of the Demon Realm, is said to be the #1 among the younger generation of the True Dragon clan. He is also said to be a 6-clawed golden dragon. The True Dragon race's talents and abilities are largely determined by the number of claws and the race they represent. Golden dragons are royalty, silver dragons and black dragons are also royalty, and 6 claws already indicate the potential to become an emperor. The patriarch of the True Dragon race is only a 5-clawed golden dragon, yet he has already reached the peak of the quasi-emperor level. And there's the Little Rock King of the Golden-Winged Rock clan in the Emperor Mountains. With 80% of his ancestral bloodline restored, he also possesses the power of speed, making him a potential emperor. Another descendant of someone my father once defeated, Yuan Zhixian said helplessly. And then there's Taiching Heaven and Xian Tianji, the divine son of the Xianmen. It's said that he's also a forbidden prodigy. The Xianmen is an even more ancient sect than the Shangqing sect, and this person's strength seems to be even greater than Dao Wudao's. And Zhengqi, the divine son of the Taichung Tianxing clan, possesses both the Tsong Tian overlord body and the chaotic heaven demon ape body, a forbidden prodigy. The Tseng clan is also the only human race to intermarry with the demon race, because if a child with its Tsong Tian overlord body is born through intermarriage with a demon, his 9 divine forms will become 10, making him exceptionally powerful. Moreover, he also possesses the physique of the demon race. Zhongqi's mother was the previous generation's goddess of the chaotic heaven demon ape clan. Another ancient holy body, similar to the Patriarch's, has appeared. It belongs to the Jun family, a reclusive and ancient family from the primordial heaven. And the divine child of the mythical Zhang family has also been born. It seems that in this golden age, many extraordinary talents from reclusive families and sacred lands have emerged. That's what makes it interesting. Divine child, there's one more thing. The Patriarch said that once you emerge from seclusion, you should go to the main hall. Okay, got it. He then waved his hand and disappeared. The main hall of the Yuan clan is where the clan's high-ranking officials hold meetings. At this moment, Yuan Chongqing, seated on the main seat, is listening to the clan elders below report on recent events. Patriarch, since the Golden Age, countless prodigies and geniuses from various clans have emerged, and the canyon that the Sword Sect's sword disciple went to this time is definitely a peerless secret realm. Even a prodigy like the sword disciple of the Sword Sect has seen his cultivation level soar after emerging, and this place is now overflowing with people. Our clan should also send a member of our family to this secret realm. After hearing the clan elders' report, Yuan Chongqing said softly, "Clan elders, there's no rush. It's said that even quasi-emperors can't break through the golden light in the secret realm. We can only enter after it naturally dissipates. Our clan has recently been gaining great influence, and the younger generation is coming to challenge us in an endless stream. If we set off early, I fear that before the canyon's secret realm even opens, our clan members will face a barrage of challenges, either exhausting their spiritual energy or getting injured. That would be a losing proposition. We can go when it's ready to open. And this time I plan to have Ruachu take Chongkong, Suyu, and Xingqian with her. The rest of the travel group. Before she could finish speaking, she was interrupted by a voice. "Father, you were looking for me?" A young man of impeccable appearance appeared in the center of the hall. This was the Divine Child. The Divine Child had emerged from seclusion? Seeing his son emerge from seclusion, Yuan Chongqing felt a surge of joy, constantly scrutinizing his son whom he hadn't seen for 10 years. His aura was restrained, powerful yet understated. "Immortal, it's just in time that you've emerged from seclusion. We were just discussing having Ruachu lead Chongkong, Suyu, and Xingqian to the Valley's secret realm this time, but now that you're out of seclusion, why don't you lead them this time?" "Father, I was just about to tell you about this. I already know about that secret canyon. A gem must be carved to become a work of art. I've always wanted to go and see it. It's time for me to travel the world and gain some experience." Ding! The dog system has finally issued a task. Please watch your language, host. This system is the supreme system across all realms. If you keep calling me dog system or dog-like system, I'll lose face. Please address me as the supreme system from now on, okay? The supreme system said with dissatisfaction. All right, dog system. Understood. Dog system. At that moment, the system in the mind conjured up an arm holding a knife, pointing it at itself. I asterisk 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 asterisk. Say it again, you. Believe me or not, I'll smear blood all over your face. Shut up. If you keep babbling, I'll F asterisk asterisk KU. Yuan Jishian roared impatiently. Stop dawdling and just tell me the mission. Hey, dog. Dog system. Suckling sounds. Say something. Didn't the host tell me to shut up? Sigh, I have a mission, so I'll keep quiet, I won't post it, I'm just playing around. When it comes to being shameless, who can surpass me? Who can surpass me? Yuan Jishian was utterly speechless. Stop joking around, stop joking around. Just release it already. Ding. Please complete the quest to obtain the inheritance of the Canyon's secret realm. Reward, 500,000 task points. Accept. Seeing Yuan Jishian's ambition, Yuan Chongqing was very pleased. Then, Yuan Chongqing said to Yuan Jishian, "There's one more thing. Now that you're an adult, we're preparing to hold a coming-of-age ceremony for you in a month." Coming-of-age ceremony? Yes. The divine sons of immortal imperial dynasties and holy lands all undergo coming-of-age ceremonies. As the divine son of our forbidden family, you will certainly have your own coming-of-age ceremony. At that time, immortal imperial clans, immortal dynasties, and immortal holy lands from all over the 9 heavens and 10 earths will attend. Yes, I understand. Father, elders, I'll return to the divine palace now. With that, Yuan Jishian bowed and left. With the upcoming coming-of-age ceremony for the divine son, many young prodigies and geniuses will likely challenge him. Yuan Chongqing also said dismissively, the immortal of the fallen realm could even defeat the ancestor of humanity, who was previously ranked number 1 on the eternal ranking. Now his cultivation is about the same as most of the younger generation in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. They want to cause trouble at the immortal of the fallen realm's coming-of-age ceremony. I believe the immortal of the fallen realm will definitely give them trouble in a pleasant way. Then everyone in the hall smiled with delight. They had immense confidence in Yuan Jishian's strength. In the divine palace, Yuan Jishian sat on the main seat and said to Yuan Zifeng and Yuan Yener, "Father said he plans to hold a coming-of-age ceremony for me in a month. After that, we'll go to the canyon's secret realm." Then, a flash of purple light appeared in a pair of eyes, sweeping over the two and revealing their cultivation levels. Yener is at the 1st level of the Dao body realm, and Zifeng is at the 3rd level of the Dao body realm. Not bad, not bad. You can easily defeat the prodigies who will be going to the canyon's secret realm in 3 months, but you won't even have the ability to protect yourself against those ancient geniuses or even forbidden geniuses. As my attendants, unlike Changkong, Suyu, and Xingqian who can travel and gain experience, you stay in the Divine Palace year-round, so your cultivation levels are naturally lower than theirs. But there are still 3 months left, no problem. As my attendants, I'll give you special training. I'll properly improve your strength, she said, a slight smile playing on her lips. At this moment, both of them had goosebumps all over their bodies and were trembling slightly. Yuan Zifeng stammered, Red Lotus face. Hee. You guessed right, but there's no reward. Yuan Zhixian said with a wicked smile. A month can pass in the blink of an eye, neither fast nor slow. At this moment, Yuan Zifeng and Yuan Yener, looking utterly exhausted, slowly walked out of the main hall of the goddess's palace. For the past month, Yuan Zhixian has been having a great time playing with Yuan Zifeng and Yuan Yener in the Red Lotus space. Of course, the one having a great time is Yuan Zhixian. Although Yuan Zifeng and Yuan Yener suffered greatly physically and mentally over the past month and remained exhausted, their strength had also improved. Yuan Zifeng's cultivation had now reached the 6th level of the Dao body realm, and Yuan Yener's was at the 3rd level. Yuan Zhixian sat high in the main hall, watching the two exhausted figures leave. He muttered to himself, I wouldn't even be willing to train someone else for money. Zifeng and Yener are truly blessed but don't know it. Opening the Red Lotus space consumes so much spiritual energy. Every time I open it, I have to consume 1 or 2 bottles of Holy Spirit pills and drink 1 or 2 pots of rootless water to replenish it. If anyone were to hear Yuan Zhixian say these words at this moment, they would probably tear him to pieces. The Holy Spirit pill and the rootless water are supreme holy pills and holy waters for replenishing spiritual energy. Ordinary immortal emperors, great figures of dynasties, or supreme beings only dare to consume one at crucial moments or when their spiritual energy is exhausted in battle. This guy, on the other hand, casually consumes several bottles or jugs at a time. If anyone knew, he'd be in deep trouble. The Crimson Lotus space was terrifying to the two of them, but for cultivators, it was a bug in the system. Although it allows for rapid growth and cultivation in the early stages, the physical and mental torment it inflicts is terrifying. The further a cultivator progresses, the longer it takes. It can easily take several years or even decades to advance a minor rank. The saintly realm is something that absolutely cannot be broken through before the age of 100. Therefore, after the Red Lotus Space event ended today, Yuan Zhixian told the two of them to rest well because his coming-of-age ceremony would begin in 3 days. 3 days later, in Taiyuan Heaven, the Yuan clan. Whoosh! A massive warship appeared above the Yuan clan. This was the ancient sacred land of Taishitian. Legend has it that their ancestors created the divine origin scripture, which was renowned throughout the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Currently, most of the origin godstones in the 9 heavens and 10 earths originate from their holy lands. Origin masters are beings that most people in the 9 heavens and 10 earths are unwilling to offend. This is because origin masters can use origin techniques to excavate origin godstones, which contain the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and can be used for cultivation. Top-grade origin godstones can even prolong lifespan, which is absolutely fatally attractive to family patriarchs or Holy Land patriarchs whose lifespans are nearing their end. They might even wage a large-scale war for a top-grade origin godstone. After all, the ancestor of an imperial dynasty's holy land is the most core foundation, and no matter the cost, they will ensure the ancestor's lifespan is preserved. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Another group of people appeared in the sky. The old man at the head of the group exuded an exceptionally powerful and terrifying aura, followed by a group of young people. This is the primordial holy land of the primordial heaven. Leading the group is a supreme elder of the primordial holy land, followed by the primordial holy sun. Legend has it that he, like their ancestor, possesses the primordial god-king physique. His combat power is unparalleled, invincible among those of the same rank. He has a physique ranked among the top 20. A deafening cry echoed across the Yuan clan sky as a massive three-legged golden crow descended. The Sun Dynasty, an immortal dynasty of the Taiyuan heaven, would undoubtedly participate in the Yuan clan's coming-of-age ceremony for their divine son. Leading the procession was a former holy emperor of a previous era, now the supreme emperor of the Sun Dynasty. Following him were Crown Prince Jinyang and the dynasty's other princes and princesses. A tremendous, colossal divine sword descended from the sky, upon which stood a dozen or so people, men, women, old and young. This was the mythical sword sect of the primordial heaven. Leading them was an ancestor of the sword sect, a peerless prodigy from countless eras ago. In his time, he was unparalleled in combat power, invincible among those of the same rank. Behind him followed the sword master of the sword sect. His entire body radiated a chilling sword aura. His powerful sword intent emanated like a sharp blade, ready to strike at any moment. Whoosh! A huge auspicious cloud appeared above the Yuan clan, upon which stood an old man and several young people. At this moment, someone pointed to the auspicious cloud and said, "Look, that's Dao Wu Dao, the Daoist disciple of the Shangqing sect. I heard that a few years ago he fought Jianzi of the sword sect. He won the first time by a single move, but the following year he was defeated by Jianzi within 1,000 moves. I heard that Jianzi of the sword sect came to participate in this coming-of-age ceremony for the Yuan clan's divine child, so I came too. I guess I'm mostly here for Jianzi of the sword sect." Another tremendous roar echoed. A massive warship appeared in the sky, its huge banner bearing the character Ji standing out prominently. Leading the group was a middle-aged man, followed by a group of young people. One person in the crowd pointed at the Ji family's warship and said, "I heard that the Ji family Patriarch personally came to the Yuan clan's coming-of-age ceremony. Moreover, even the Ji family's divine son and other members of the Ji family's lineage are here." Ji Tianming smiled faintly, looking at the Yuan clan below, and said with a smile, "This day has finally come. Yuan Chongqing, apart from your son, the Yuan clan's divine son, all of your clan's ranks have been defeated by my son. I firmly believe that Jingtian will also defeat your son. This time, I will make you lose face at your son's coming-of-age ceremony." He then looked at Ji Jingtian behind him and smiled smugly. At that moment, everyone who had come and everyone present stopped talking and watched as two enormous beasts descended from the sky. This is the golden crocodile of the Tai clan and the devouring beast of the Taiyu clan. At this moment, the two great families arrived simultaneously. Moreover, the Tai family and the Yu family were beings that existed between the forbidden families and the immortal imperial families. Therefore, everyone present treated the arrival of these two families with great seriousness, as if they were ordinary people receiving important figures. On the Jade clan side, the Jade clan head and the Jade clan's 5 ancestors, along with the Jade clan's queen, divine Sun Yuchifeng, goddess Yumuyao, and the younger generation, came to participate in Yuan Zhexian's coming-of-age ceremony. The same applies to the Tai family. The 5th ancestor of the Tai family, the head of the Tai family, led the younger generation of the Tae family to participate in Yuan Zhixian's coming-of-age ceremony. The only missing person is Tae Qingqing, who is still in seclusion and unable to participate. Subsequently, Tae Huangshan, the head of the Wang family, arrived with his son Wang Tung and the younger generation of the Wang family. The Holy Lord of Yaoqi, a sacred land of Yaoqi, personally led the younger generation to participate in Yuan Zhixian's coming-of-age ceremony. Taiyuan Heaven, the ancient Su family. Tai Chitian, Xian Guqinjia. Taishao Heaven, the ancient immortal mountain. Several figures flew out from the Yuan clan's territory. Leading them was Yuan Sun, the Yuan clan's grand elder and grandfather of Yuan Zhixian, along with several other grand elders of the Yuan clan. Yuan Sun then smiled and addressed the assembled guests for the coming-of-age ceremony. Thank you all for attending my grandson's coming-of-age ceremony. The banquet has not yet begun. Please take your seats in the banquet hall. Everyone responded very politely, saying, Your Excellency Yuan Sun, you are too kind. We are deeply honored to be here to participate in the coming-of-age ceremony of the Forbidden Yuan clan's divine son. After some polite exchanges, everyone took their seats, led by the Yuan clan servants. They were all amazed by the Yuan clan's vast wealth and power. The delicacies were made from rare and exotic animals, some of which they had only heard of but never seen. There were also various kinds of fine wines and dews, made from precious spiritual fruits of heaven and earth. Even immortal imperial dynasties wouldn't normally be willing to part with these things, yet the Yuan clan could afford to throw such a grand banquet. Truly, as a family that existed before the creation of the world, their foundation is indeed profound. By this time, almost everyone had arrived. Then, the Yuan clan head and clan head appeared. As everyone looked at the Yuan clan head and clan head, two people present showed different expressions. The Ji family patriarch, looking at his old rival, displayed a complex array of expressions: panic, resentment, anger, and even a hint of smugness. Meanwhile, the holy master of Yaoqi, looking at Yulingqing beside Yuan Chongqing, revealed sorrow, resentment, and unwillingness on her beautiful face. When she looked at Yuan Chongqing again, she let out a long sigh. Alas! Bai Lingxi, standing nearby, looked at the sighing Yaoqi Saint Master and asked, Master, what's wrong? The Yaoqi Saint Master then regained her composure and said, Nothing, just thinking about some things from the past, nothing. At this moment, Yuan Chongqing smiled at the crowd and said, Welcome everyone to take time out of your busy schedules to attend my son's coming-of-age ceremony. I hope everyone enjoys the food and drinks to the fullest today. Then, looking at the entrance of the banquet hall, he said, Immortal, it's your turn to make your appearance. Then, a person with a perfect figure, perfect looks, and perfect temperament slowly walked towards the banquet stage. As Yuan Zhixian entered the banquet hall, a holy maiden from a sacred land exclaimed involuntarily, Such a perfect man! He seems to exist only in the mortal realm, like a celestial being. Is he the one described as peerless in the world? Meanwhile, many other girls from imperial clans, dynasties, and holy lands were also gazing at Yuan Zhixian with infatuated expressions, thinking how wonderful it would be if they could have him. One particularly outspoken girl even shouted, Prince of the Yuan clan, I want to have your babies, before fainting from excitement. The elders with her, witnessing this, grabbed her and immediately left the room. It was utterly shameful. The Jade clan's patriarch said to the clan leader, Xiner, our nephew is incredibly handsome. Moreover, he's ranked number 1 on the eternal ranking. His looks, family background, and strength are all impeccable. Why don't we betroth our clan's most prized daughter to him? The Jade clan's matriarch then raised her hand and gave the clan head a sharp rap on the forehead, angrily saying, Are you crazy? We only have one proud daughter of heaven, what? You want to be related by blood? If your sister finds out, it might not just be a rap, she'll beat you to death. And don't you know that Mu Yao's beloved is Yuan Ruochu? Then the Jade clan head, covering his head, said, Xiner, there are many people here. Give me some face. I am, after all, the Jade clan head, and I was just joking. Just kidding. Okay, but don't get in my bed tonight. Meanwhile, in the Tae family, the Patriarch said to the Matriarch, "Madam, the more I look at Yuan Zhixian, the more I like him. I feel that only our Qingqing is worthy of such a person, but it's a pity that Qingqing has been in seclusion for several years and hasn't emerged yet. She couldn't attend this coming-of-age ceremony." The Tae clan leader smiled and said, "No rush. Anyway, the 5th ancestor and the 9th ancestor of the Yuan clan have already made a marriage agreement. They will get married sooner or later. When Qicheng comes out of seclusion, we can let the 2 children meet." At this moment, Yuan Zhixian walked to the platform and said with a smile, "I, Yuan Zhixian, welcome all elders, seniors, and young prodigies to my coming-of-age ceremony. Please enjoy the delicacies prepared today. The banquet begins." After speaking, he stepped back and sat down next to Yuan Chongqing. After the banquet began, the Taoist disciple of the Shangqing sect stood up, raised his cup, and addressed the crowd. "Gentlemen, I have a suggestion, though perhaps not entirely appropriate. Today is the coming-of-age ceremony for the Yuan clan's divine son. On behalf of the Shangqing sect, I would like to offer my congratulations to the divine son." After speaking, he nodded slightly to Yuan Zhixian, raised his cup, and drank it all in one gulp. Yuan Zhixian watched as Dao Wudo finished his drink, then smiled and returned the gesture, raising his cup and drinking it down in one go. Secondly, since everyone present is a prodigy from various imperial clans, dynasties, and holy lands, why don't we take this opportunity to exchange ideas, learn from each other, and discuss our skills? Upon hearing this suggestion, everyone echoed, "What Master Wudo said is exactly what I was thinking. In that case, why don't we all discuss it further?" At this moment, Yuan Zhixian stood up, smiled at everyone, and said, "Since everyone has reached a consensus, I have no objections. Please feel free to do as you please." He then sat down and quietly watched the performance. At this moment, Dao Wudo said again, "Since I made the suggestion first, how about we spar again, Sword Master?" "It's here. I knew it." Dao Wudo was definitely after Jianzi. After all, both of them had suffered a defeat in the last 2 encounters, and since they were both born with innate physiques, a winner had to be decided. Sword Master of the Sword sect slowly stood up and said, "Since you are so kind, brother, then I shall accept your hospitality." After speaking, the 2 arrived at the empty space in the middle. Sword Master Jianzi of the Sword sect said first, "Brother, please." Dao Wudo's aura surged first, and innate Dao energy permeated his entire body. Golden light shimmered around him, so dazzling that those around him could not open their eyes. Then, he gathered his strength in both hands and threw a punch at Jianzong Jianzi. Jianzong Jianzi calmly formed 2 sword-like fingers and pointed them at the punch. Then, fist and finger clashed, and the 2 men's auras surged continuously. Their fists and fingers were evenly matched, and neither could gain the upper hand. As the 2 deepened their spiritual power, a brilliant light flashed at the point where their fists and fingers clashed, followed by a powerful surge of energy. At that moment, Yuan Chongsheng waved his hand, and a faintly visible, transparent rectangular light shield enveloped the 2. The powerful energy then struck the shield and vanished without a trace. After the light flashed, both of them retreated 10 steps. The innate Tao body is a physique that is close to the great Tao, and its understanding of the Tao and all aspects of the body are different from ordinary people. Its physical strength is also unparalleled in combat. The innate sword body is a physique born for the sword path. Its sword attacks are among the best of all Tao techniques, with extremely strong attack power. After mastery, it is even more terrifying. The unparalleled swordsmanship could almost shatter the heavens and cleave all things. One possessed unparalleled physical prowess, the other immense offensive power. In the end, they were evenly matched. Dao Wudao then said, "Brother Jian, I know you had a fortuitous encounter after your defeat last time. However, I've been in seclusion for over a year and have absorbed a portion of the 9-turn golden elixir. My Dao techniques and strength have also improved considerably. That's why I'm confident I can fight you again this time. I hope you won't disappoint me, Brother Jian." Without further ado, Dao Wudao formed hand seals, and countless Daoist auras appeared around his body, swirling around him. His aura became exceptionally powerful. As the hand seals ended, innate Daoist energy, which had been permeating his entire body, slowly attached itself to the Daoist auras. Then, the Daoist auras imbued with innate Daoist energy transformed into a golden lotus of the Great Tao, emitting bursts of Daoist energy and power that shot towards the sword master of the sword sect. The onlookers exclaimed in astonishment, "This is the supreme scripture, also known as the Great Tao Scripture. That golden lotus is proof of it." The so-called Great Tao transforms into a golden lotus means that only the power of the Great Tao can create a golden lotus, and it's even more terrifying because it's imbued with innate Tao energy. I wonder how the sword sect's sword master will deal with this move.